Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's Sunday morning. It's a day of rest, but I tell you what, 3 teams will not be resting as they've got their eyes on the prize with this MAG Cup and 120,000 Rand in prize money. We're down to our last 3. They're all guaranteed at least a prize finish, but they have a very long road ahead of them. We next up have our winners bracket final between Energy and, of course, their opponents, Insane Gaming, who have yet to drop a game. But I'm going to hand over now to our panelists, ably guided by Clint. And of course, well, I've been paid a lot of money to say this, Sexy Beast Benson.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate that one, man. Of course, Benson and Clint going to be guiding you through the first game here on Championship Sunday. And the excitement already. Championship Sunday, the biggest prize pool of any console tournament in South Africa. I mean, how are you feeling? Obviously, you've been around this community for a very long time, Clint. What are the emotions going through your mind right now?
Man, I'm nervous for these guys. I'm so nervous for these guys. I got up early this morning. These players actually got up earlier. 5 a.m. they've been tweeting, I'm up already, I'm amped. Championship Sunday, they're ready for this. The biggest day in COD ZA's history.
A little bit nerves may come through, maybe, do you think?
Little bit. But to be honest, with these two guys, with these two teams, they've been in this situation before.
For sure.
Not for this amount of money, so that could play a bit.
Maybe. I mean, speaking of these two teams, let's take a look at our championship bracket right now, and we'll kind of show you exactly how everyone has ended up where they are currently in the bracket. Of course, as you mentioned, we have Energy versus Insane, our winners bracket final coming up, and there, of course, you can see the championship bracket, Energy versus Insane. On the bottom side, the losers bracket, you're going to have High Five waiting to play the loser of this first matchup, and for me, this is where it gets interesting, okay, because I feel like we need to mention the fact that Energy didn't play at all yesterday. They were in the venue, they were, you know, taking pictures with their fans, etc., signing some autographs, but they didn't play. That, to me, it could be a huge, huge factor when you look at the potential performance coming in today. Maybe start off a little bit slow, as opposed to Insane, who yesterday were playing some long, long games, a couple of game 5s, Clint. Do you think that could be a factor, maybe?
That could be. You know, the fact is that we always talk about teams coming in hot.
Right.
And that is coming from a hot streak. That's what I'm playing. I mean, they had a 3-1 and a 3-2 yesterday. The 3-2 was almost a reverse sweep, and they had to clutch up hard.
Yeah.
You know?
Super hard.
So physically and mentally, they are kind of more prepared, I'd say, than the Energy team, who could be feeling a little bit, you know, it's going to be easy, because they haven't dropped the map yet either.
For sure, for sure. I'm excited, though. We'll take a look at today's schedule as well. It's pretty self-explanatory. Of course, going to kick off with the winners bracket final, followed by the losers bracket final, and then, of course, the grand final, kicking things off at 1 p.m. local time. Super, super stoked. And, of course, if you have been living under a rock and you don't know the prize pool, as we mentioned earlier on, Clayton, it's the biggest prize pool in South African console esports history. This is a really, really big deal.
To be honest, I think it's the biggest prize pool on this continent for a console event.
It's a big deal. It really is. I mean, not only are you walking away with 60,000 Rand for first place, you got so many awesome swag, like $20,000 worth of Astro gaming gear, some control freaks, and a case of Monster Energy. There is a ton of stuff. And as well as that, I think the most prestigious part about this whole tournament, maybe that beautiful trophy. I've been harping on about it all weekend. I'm still trying to scheme in my mind how I could get that through customs back into JFK, but I don't think it's going to be successful. It weighs quite a lot.
I actually think it's more than your carry-on supposed to be. It's
I
40
have a
kilos.
feeling.
It's 40 kilograms. What is that, 80 pounds?
I would really like to see a couple of guys try and lift that up, because it is genuinely very, very heavy. I think it may take all 4 players to like kind of grab on and try and lift the trophy. I don't think one person can do it. I feel like it's like Thor's hammer. Like, you just need to, like, you're just never going to be able to do it.
It's going to become a meme. It has so much potential to become a meme.
It really does. It really does. But talking about the first game, as we mentioned, it's going to be Insane versus Energy. I'm going to kick off the match. Of course, Ban and Protect going to come through. And for me, I'm going to be completely honest with you here. I think Insane, if they start off strong in the Ban and Protect, they come out and hit a massive curveball against Energy, I think it's going to set the tone. They could potentially come out and get an early lead here, Clint. And M8 Protect comes in from tank. I think that's potentially just saying over to the Energy guys, hey, we're controlling this, we're not letting you screw us over.
To be honest with you, I honestly thought that the Energy guys would come in and try and take that out of Insane's end.
Oh, okay. Energy been watching the boys over at Insane.
Yeah.
Of course, some of you may remember yesterday, Insane pulled out. Yes, I love it. The stock line comes in. Absolutely love it. I was speaking to the guys from Insane yesterday, and I said, hey, you know, you could maybe throw in a bit of a curveball. And this is beautiful. That is so, so good. Immediately, you're going to see the guys from Energy have to think outside the box.
And that is exactly what this Ban and Protect is about. It's throwing your opponent off before the first shot is fired. Getting into the heads in the Ban and Protect is
I
the
absolutely
number
love
one
it.
step in winning this game.
Of course, the HVK's gone as well, but that stock ban.
We haven't seen rapid fire removed or high caliber.
You can probably assume that should be the final two.
I don't know. Have they made a gentleman's agreement about that?
Probably not. I mean, there goes your high cal. Your rapid fire is going to come through last, but the M8 Protect from tank, beautiful. The last thing energy you're going to expect is a stock ban. Now, this is where it gets interesting. How are the guys going to create their classes? Because stock is something which is universally played with on every single weapon you use.
Yes.
Apart from, of course, at times Europeans. You've seen Europeans come over to the North American scene and they ban stock, and all of a sudden the North Americans are like, whoa, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? So, for me, the intelligence behind that ban cannot be respected enough, because you know damn well Insane, when they were warming up, they did not have stock on their weapons. They have been practicing without it. Energy, on the other hand, in what realm would you assume a stock ban was coming through?
Honestly, on this map, an M8 is deadly because of all the long distance battles to clear you as well. If you don't know what the stock does, it's basically when you're aiming downside, you're able to strafe and move and have a lot more mobility. Now it's going to be a little bit more rigid for you to move, and you're going to be an easier target as well to hit as someone basically in a gunfight.
And what gets even more interesting now is when you think about map number 2, is Energy going to have to rush protect stock? That one ban has set the tone for the entire series. It really is such an intelligent play from the guys at Insane. So when you factor in the fact that they've 100% just won ban and protect without a shadow of a doubt, then you add in the fact that Energy didn't play yesterday, potentially coming in extremely cold. Insane, as we mentioned, had a lot of good games. I think it's fair to say Insane looking very good at the beginning of this winners bracket final.
Right now, it's stacked in their favor. The fact that the Energy guys haven't dropped a map. If Insane take this map, what does it do to them as well, psychologically?
Yeah, definitely. The psychological effect is going to be massive. Just looking over at the specialists, one thing I do want to point out, as well as Insane just played the ban and protect, they kind of messed up the specialist draft, in my personal opinion. Taking a Ripper as opposed to Kinetic, I don't really know what the game plan is there. I mean, I know Tank's going to be one of being extremely aggressive. I get it. He's going to get increased movement speed. You know, he's not going to be able to be out strafed using the Ripper. It's kind of an intelligent play, but I still feel Kinetic is the strongest specialist in Black Ops 3, and I feel like it is a necessity almost.
To be honest, I'm trying to figure out where he's going to use it. It's only really in Grannies where it could be effective.
Grannies, I feel like just the momentum boost that the Ripper can give you could be enough, because you know any of the opposition subs that are going to try and gun down Tank just are going to have a more difficult time now because they're not going to have stock. So in some level it makes sense, but again, I would like that pick more if they'd have taken Kinetic instead of maybe active camo, and they still had Kinetic, because Kinetic, as we mentioned, is so strong. But in terms of your prediction now, Clint, though, after we've seen everything, how do you see this first map going?
I'll say it's going to be close, but I'm going to go for the boys in pink.
Okay. You going for the Insane guys?
I'm going for the Insane guys. I'm going for Tank and the boys.
All right.
And I'm going to need Dom, which is Insane Flames, to get a little bit more. Besides the heal time, he needs to add some kill suit, because I know that's been lacking in his objective play. He's got a lot of heal time, but not enough kills.
Fair enough, fair enough. Well, we'll have to, of course, wait and see. Map number 1 loading up. I'm going to have a quick flick through and see what everyone has decided to pick. Starting off with Fearless, VMP, Long Barrel, Grip, Quick Draw. So stacking up on that VMP. Cerberus with a VMP, Lithium. He's going to be using a Man of War with a Reflex, Grip, and Quick Draw. Jake's, on the other hand, he's going to have Long Barrel, Quick Draw, and the Elo sight. Over from the Insane guys, we've got an M8, a VMP, Quick Draw, Laser. I'll tell you right now, Flames is 110% the player to watch. He's the only person in this game currently with his class set up absolutely perfectly for a stock ban. A laser sight is the most important thing when stock is banned. It allows you to strafe almost the same amount of pace as stock. It is so crucial. So for me, I want to stay on board with Flames just through the early part of this game, just to see if he can try and get some stuff going. It doesn't seem as if he has been able to, though, at 0-2, but still, I just want to see him utilize this laser sight. I mean, have you ever used the laser sight? I know you've seen it.
I have used it. To be honest, I'm not good enough to have noticed it.
Okay.
But I have used it, and I do know that the mobility is increased with it.
Well, Flames not having the best start here, currently at 0-3, but we'll see if he's able to pick up one. Should be able to do so. Does so. That's Fearless. So he gets his first one on the board. Of course, Insane with a very small lead, as you would expect on this first hard point. Very heavily contested, but Flames has set himself up in a fantastic position just to try and shut down anyone from Energy that try to go for a wrap, but he's going to need to actually make a play here. You can't just sit in a corner and wait. You're going to lose control of the spawns.
All three of them have forced him. Is he going to juke them?
should be good to clean up from behind. That's going to be one. And of course, now working towards streaks. Bear that in mind. 75 points away. That's going to be the second. And you can see just how powerful that hipfire is. Going to actually go straight in. Call HC. This is a beautiful play from him. He's going to find one more. Now 200 away from the dart. Two players pushing around the outside. Not able to clean them both up, but should have a teammate to trade. It's going to be Bullets with the MA. Able to clean up one. Tank for the trades. And also, no, he does have his Ripper now. And that's the one beautiful thing about the Ripper in Black Ops 3. You can earn it so quickly. You should be able to get this probably a minimum of at least 5 times. When you compare that to other specialists in the game, you're looking at maybe 2.
Yeah.
But he has to use it. He has to use it, Clint.
And right now, that couple of plays that he made, they actually won the spawn back. And this is really important on this hill. You can't hold much of it, but they're going to have to start rotating now, because the energy guys are setting up for grannies, and you know you can keep that entire minute.
For sure. And you can see the current setup on that minimap on your top left-hand side of your screen. Of course, the red arrow is going to be energy, and the pink arrows, that's going to be insane. I want to see Tank potentially try and make this play here. He's gone for the OE through tin, and this is never recommended for that exact reason. You're just going to get gunned down, but luckily, Tank does get the spawn. A fantastic play from Blizzard. That was so well executed. I think Tank just held back on respawning, waited for Blizzard to get control of the hill, knowing that as soon as Blizzard's in the hill, he's going to spawn in. That was very well executed by Insane.
That was perfect. And a lot of people need to realize this, that when you die is also crucial to where you're going to spawn.
Exactly. And if your teammates don't have the hill control, you're going to spawn out, and you're going to spawn way out. As Tank's still holding onto that Ripper. And I've got to say, you need to use this as quickly as you possibly can. It's one of those specialists, as I mentioned before, you're going to earn so often throughout the game, but you have to use it to justify, you know, that consistent amount. As you see exactly the laser sight that I was talking about. Flames just absolutely shredding through. Blizzard picks up 2. Flames turns around, not able to clean up the kill. Jake's playing for that final 10 seconds of scrap time over to him. He's going to fall as well. Phyllis, that should be there for the trade and does connect. But as it stands right now, Clint, it's a 68 to 42 point game. Still relatively close, I feel.
It's close enough. I mean, there can be a couple of times. This hill can be contested really well.
Yep.
So I don't expect that gap to close. However, I've always been proved wrong by these teams.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Phyllis, of course, has managed to connect with his heat wave. You see him just playing a little more passive. I agree with this play, of course, playing close towards his streaks, and that was just a massive choke. I think that can be accounted to maybe not warmed up properly for... It was a panic heat wave. He was never in a million years going to heat wave either of those players. He just panicked, popped his heat wave, and now he's not going to be able to earn that for at least another good couple of minutes. Meanwhile, Tank still has that Ripper. He has not used it. He had it around about the second hill of the game. We're about to finish the first rotation. It's something that you have to use, but as it stands, Insane are pulling away, Clint.
Could it be that he took it by mistake?
I mean, maybe, but even if you take a specialist by mistake, you still got to use it. Like, it's there. It gives you an advantage in gunfights, and I feel like maybe he's just waiting for the perfect time to use it, but in Call of Duty, you can never do that. It's like the whole thing with glitch and search and destroy. You can't wait for the perfect moment, because what if the perfect moment never comes? And Ripper, in this situation, with the slower gameplay that we're going to see because of the stock ban, is actually going to be very helpful. So I just want to see him just run into the hill. I know you've got an M8, but just do some damage with the Ripper.
Like, as you can see right now, what I did ask Flames to get kills. He's getting the kills in the hill, he's getting the defense right now, and that is what has been lacking. It's a 50-point lead right now. However, these energy guys, they've been in the situation so many times and have clutched up.
For sure.
It's basically just 2 heals that they need, and they're right back in it.
I want to spectate Jake's. Of course, Jake's the most winningest South African Call of Duty player of all time. Been playing since 2007, and he's heating up a little bit here on Championship Sunday. Of course, a player who's not really surprised by Championship Sunday. He's, as I said, been here many times in his career, and currently leading his squad, as you would expect from the veteran, 19 and 16, but unfortunately will stay with him though, because he has changed his class to double EMPs. I love this. He's going to just apply a little bit more pressure here on Junk Hill with those EMPs. He has the ability to use his specialist as well. We'll have to wait and see. He's going to jump straight through, but the players all around him. Jakes should be able to clean up one, does so. Can he find the second? Just desperately trying to buy time for his teammates, but unfortunately couldn't do so. Meanwhile, Flames, he's going to throw out a stun, should be able to clean up one, does so. Second's going to be over towards 10, just doing a good job staying alive, because he still does have a nade to use. Chooses not to throw it, which could have arguably just bought his teammates some time, but watch out for Blizzard right now. He's earned himself a health soul.
With Blizzard's coming in, the Insane team really found a slayer. Blizzard has been over in England for the past year.
Yep.
So he flew in at the perfect time, basically the week before qualifier happened to this, but he's coming and proven that he hasn't lost any of his skill.
For sure. I mean, fantastic trading there on Junk Hill. And you could see the guys from Insane. It was a little bit of a rough start. There was maybe a question of should they abandon stock? But you can see now that question has been answered. They are pulling away by quite a drastic amount, 149 to 53. But of course, everything can change on Grandma's Hardpoint. This is the money hill of Fringe. You can lock down so much time. The streaks have been called in. The Hellstorm here, absolutely nothing. And Energy able to get a couple of kills. Camo's popped as well. And it's going to be Flames who does get control of the hill. He's been doing such a good job with that sub, using it pretty much perfectly. Should be able to clean up one more. Not going to happen. Cerberus with the pick. And Phyllis, he's going to get heat waved. Actually, Cerberus somehow still alive. A little bit of assistance comes from his teammates. And right now, Insane desperately trying to put pressure. But they're putting pressure from the wrong angle. When you don't have the spawns on Grandma's Hill, the last place you want to do, and the last thing you want to do, is push through 10.
Exactly. This is a trade push through and through. These guys know it, but is it the nerves getting to them?
I feel like it's just one of those things. It's panic almost, right? It's
Yes.
we're in the winners bracket final. Just go, just run, just run, just run. And you can't do that when you're at this stage, at this level of competition. You need to just take a second to breathe, calm down, guys. Where are you spawning? All right, how do we break this hill? We need to push mid hill. And finally, there you go. You see Insane. They do exactly literally exactly what I was just saying. They took their time. They pushed through dubs. They got mid street. And guess what? They broke Grandma's. It isn't rocket science. It's just about staying composed and doing the correct thing.
And they want to get to that 100-point mark, that 100-point lead. It's such a psychological thing. 99-point difference, fine. 100-point difference. Whoa, we out of this. We out of this.
100%. It's worth mentioning. Tank still has his Ripper. Good job, Tank. Nice to see you using your specialist. Now you can't use it because you're EMP. This would be the perfect time. He's going to get heat waved, and he will fall. And Energy desperately trying to mount a comeback. And what a comeback this would be at this point. As you mentioned, Clint, almost 100 points down in this first hard point. I just feel this is such a momentum setter for the entire series. Insane really coming out, making a point in pick and ban, saying, hey, we're going to throw the curveball. We're going to be the ones that control the tempo. And that's exactly what has happened in map number 1. You see the lead, 172 to 96. Unfortunately, Lithium not able to clean that up. Flames is going to be on the hard point. He's going to find the assist. And Bullets as well with the HC. So right now as it stands, Bullets, 36 and 21. He can play without stock. Apparently, no big deal whatsoever, right, Clint?
He doesn't care. Even should not use it.
Unbelievable slam player coming from him. And as well as worth mentioning, look at Blizzard, 35 and 25, as opposed to the other team. You got Lithium at 18 and 31. Clearly been made uncomfortable by that stock ban. And again, I'm going to keep preaching about it because it seriously was that much of a good play. As you see Tank just drop onto the hard point, pick up a couple of kills. Once again, close to potentially getting a couple of streaks. Nicely picked up. That's going to be the HC. Has teammates around him to try and cover, but he's going to need to pick up this kill quickly. Does so. Now just 175 away from the dart. Then you can start thinking about that lightning strike, but still has the Ripper. Are we ever going to see him use it? That's going to be the question. That's one. That's two. Fantastic play from Tank as he's going to hold down the hard point. Unfortunately, does fall, but damage is done. No one from Energy is going to be close to that middle hill. So for Flames, he should be able to just jump on this contest, find the kill, and he's close to streaks as well now. Just 150 away from a Hellstorm, Clint.
And this is what the Insane guys have been doing. They've been clutching up at the right points to win the hills, to win the spawns, and that has been the massive difference. It's a 101-point lead right now. Tank didn't really do that well.
Point identified.
That's true.
But now we have Energy. They can pick up 100 points in these next two hills. They can pick up 100 points in these next two hills.
It would be an insane comeback if they were to do it, but right now it's definitely the boys from Insane looking good. But there we go, Phyllis. Maybe that could be the start of some momentum changing. He's done himself an HC, now looking for a couple of streaks. Needs to be careful. A couple of players are going to be pushing him. He knows that. Should be able to clean up one. There's the first. Can he find the second? Pre-firing, not going to happen. But he has to play for these streaks. These streaks are the most important thing, and unfortunately, he's not going to be able to do it. Just poor control of the spawns that are coming in from Energy. They had to know that they flipped the spawns, and unfortunately, just didn't turn around quick enough. Meanwhile, Lithium, though, he's going to try and make something happen here. 25 seconds left. You can't give up this time. This has to be contested. You cannot afford Insane to have this much of a lead.
Tell me, am I correct in saying that Insane still have a Hellstorm in their back pocket? I'm pretty sure Blizzard had a Hellstorm. I didn't see it come in.
I believe so. Yeah, Dart, we'll see. Bullets, no streaks from Insane. We'll go over the Energy guys. No, so the Hellstorm was used.
It was used.
Hellstorm was used.
My humble apologies.
But you can see the lead as it stands, 237 and 125. This one should all be over. Bullets is going to be in the hard point. He's earning himself some streaks. That should be an easy kill. He's going to be one shot, but no, the temper skill comes through. Now, what can Tank do? The only player really in a position to try and trade it, it's going to be Fearless on the hard point. No for Energy. We'll take a look at his perspective now. This would probably be one of the biggest comebacks in Black Ops 3 history if this was to happen, but with the momentum of the game, you just can't see it. But Fearless, this is a good start, holding down Grandmas, right, Clint?
Basically, this is what they need. This is this is making it easier for them. The insane guys, they initially started pushing down terrain.
He
They made some midway. Oh, and they break it. They break the hill. They need 7 seconds. 6, 5, 4.
This could be a contest.
3.
1 kill comes through. Tank's going to be on the hill. It's going to be contested with 1 second left. Tank to win the game. Not going to happen just yet. Jakes holds on, but he will fall. And Poison is going to get it. And that is a 250 to 149 point win. Insane coming out here on Championship Sunday with a point to prove. So well played. The game plan executed absolutely flawlessly. You have to love that from Insane. They just came out and threw the biggest curveball over at Energy. And now this is where Call of Duty Esports gets so beautiful. How do Energy turn this game around or turn this series around? Because there's so many things that are going through their mind right now. So many things. They could either go for maybe a laser sight ban. That's going to be very powerful if they're expecting a rush stock ban to come through again, or maybe more viable, just the stock protect. But then again, this is where you have to think about it. Do they even know where stock is in the ban and protect? How many times have you had to ban or protect stock in South Africa the past year?
Honestly, it wasn't used because it's such an hindrance to your own team if you haven't practiced without it.
Exactly.
A long battle ban, not so much, but a stock ban, that throws you off completely. I mean, you play the stock obviously with the ARs, the SMGs. It's just so, it makes the game so much easier for you to move.
For sure.
Unfortunately, the Insane guys, psychologically, they won that battle because they're not going to know what they're going to ban next.
Exactly. It's going to be tough, but that's going to be everything from game number 1. Of course, fantastic stuff coming in from the boys over at Insane. For now, we're going to get a quick commercial break. When we return, we're heading to Search and Destroy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Championship Sunday. We've got Insane going up against Energy in our winners bracket final. Insane throwing the biggest curveball I think South Africa has probably seen in quite some time.
Yeah.
The stock ban came through. They were able to comfortably cruise through to a map number 1 victory. And now again, the mind games of what's going to go on in ban and protect for map number 2. I'm going to get this one started, but again, the Energy even know where stock is? That's the biggest question, because I feel like you have to protect it at this point.
They need it. You could clearly see they weren't winning the gunfights they normally would win. What has also thrown them off, I think that's also the first hard point they've lost all the tournaments.
Well, we'll see. So far, no one doing anything. A thermal ban comes in from bullets, so Energy may have just given a little bit too much respect, but this is a difficult position, but sadly it looks as if they're going to go for overkill, so maybe Insane don't want to ban stock just yet. We'll have to wait and see if it comes through, but it's definitely something which Energy are going to be thinking about right now. Hey, like, are they going to do it? Are they going to do it? Cerberus has banned out a flashbang. No stock protect. This is a very bold decision, and still no stock gone. Maybe Insane are more than happy to leave it.
I honestly think it was crucial for them to. Oh, it's been bad. It's been saved.
There you go.
It's been saved.
Okay.
Lithium saved it. You didn't want to tempt fate.
Yeah, you just wanted to save it, and I'm kind of leaning towards maybe Insane weren't too bothered about Search and Destroy.
Yeah.
Maybe, Search and Destroy being a slower game mode, stock not really that important. It's something, again, you've seen the Europeans do time and time again, heading up against the best of North American competition. They'll ban out stock map 1, then they'll leave stock for map 2 and force a wasted protect almost, because they weren't even planning on banning it out in the first place.
Yes.
And what that does as well is change the pace of the game between maps, right? If you go from one map without stock and then one map with stock, it kind of causes a confusion in your playstyle, because one map you can strafe and the next map you can't. It can be very, very difficult to continuously adapt to changing of what you're allowed to use on your weapons. In terms of Specialist though, Clint, Rejack. Are you a fan or not? I haven't had time to ask you yet.
I am. Honestly,
are?
I am.
Okay.
When the game came out, I started using Rejack. I couldn't use it as well as these guys do, but it's so OP because you don't know. Is he going to use it? Is he not going to use it? You're wasting time. In the time that you're standing waiting here, this guy can give a call out to his teammate and shoot you in the back.
Looking at what energy you've drafted, you got Rejack, Heatwave, Camo. That's going to be the same across the three. But for some strange reason, energy, they went with a Psychosis over a Kinetic. Again, Kinetic is so strong. You need to be taking Kinetic. You're at a massive disadvantage if you don't. And then, on top of that, Psychosis on Breach? I'm not a fan of that either. There's so many spots that you have to jump over. Your bots are essentially just going to be falling off the map.
Tell me, Glitch, has it been banned?
Glitch, no. Glitch, players could use it. I feel like...
I would use it. Honestly, I think it's so OP. 1v2, you go defuse the bomb. The guy's obviously going to come and chase you. You glitch out the...
But what would you replace? What would you use glitch in? I mean, glitch over Psychosis, I 100% agree. 100% agree with that, but would you say glitch over Kinetic, though?
No.
So to me, I mean, if you're going to take Rejack, I feel like Rejack is the one. Like, Camo is so strong, Heatwave is so strong, Kinetic is so strong. I get Rejack and S&D, I do, but if you were going to take it, if you were going to replace it with something, I feel like Glitch would be that one that maybe you replace it with. But both sides, as I mentioned, they're going to have Rejack, Heatwave, and Camo.
So you would say what the Insane guys have chosen is...
I think they outdrafted, 100%. Kinetic, Rejack, Heatwave, and Camo. They're going to be four massive specialists. Psychosis, to me, yeah, you're going to get it frequently. It's kind of like the Ripper that we saw in Hardpoint, but does it matter you're going to get it frequently? It's bots. Like, I'm just not a fan. I'm just going to be completely honest. Like, for Breach specifically, not a fan. Fringe, okay. All right, maybe. Why not? But Breach, I'm just not a fan.
Okay. What do you call this?
You know, I look at it and I think Insane still have the momentum. I think maybe their game plan, if I had to guess simply because I've seen it with Europeans, is they weren't even planning on banning Stock and Search and Destroy. So you forced it a wasted Protect from Energy. So again, I feel like they have won that ban and Protect. From Search and Destroy, though, I have been very impressed with what I saw from Energy, but the guys over in Insane, they have clutched so many 2v4s all weekend. It has been absolutely ridiculous. Every single one of them has been involved in some form of a clutch, and they're so consistent at it. It's actually kind of concerning. What about your thoughts?
Honestly, Tank, for me, has been the most dominant S&D player in South Africa for the last 4 years.
Okay.
I've seen it firsthand of how he could clutch up 1v3s, 1v2s, bomb down, and the Energy guys, I'm actually going to give it to them now.
Wow. Okay, so
because they need this.
Tank may be the best Central Destroy player in the other, but you're going to give it to Energy.
I'm going to give it to them because they need this, and they want this.
I mean, they're going to need to win. I mean, as we mentioned, they protected Stock, so they're going to have Stock available, but we're going to jump on board with the guys from Energy. Of course, they're going to be on the attacking side first. Bear in mind, of course, Search and Destroy, just to respect the players, the casting may get a little vague. Don't want to give anything away, positions, bomb sites, etc. So, as I said, we'll try and paint the picture as best we possibly can without giving away any information. But we're going to be on board with Fearless first of all, and it looks as if the EFTs are going to be coming through. Can he find the first pick? Not going to happen. Flames has already picked up Lithium, though, and that definitely is going to help the Insane boys. Energy desperately just trying to get a trade back, but not going to happen. Bullets with a fantastic flank. That's going to be his first kill of the game. Looking at Jakes and Cerberus now to try and clutch a 2v4 in round number 1.
And do they know that the bomb is down?
I would assume so.
It does look like it the way they've set up right now.
Yeah, I would assume so. You look at the minimap, and I do just want to point out that the minimap right now is absolutely perfect. Look at the way the Insane guys have set up. Every single one of them, except for whoever this is, Bullets, who's just kind of roaming around right now, is in a perfect position to trade. That's what you want. If I'm Bullets, though, I need to rep towards my teammates, especially now that you just got the call out that maybe one was in palace. You saw some shots go down. So now it's going to be on the Energy guys to try and outplay Insane here in this 2 versus 4. It's definitely possible. We've seen it happen a fair few times throughout the weekend. Now the question, though, can you do it on the bigger stage on Championship Sunday? Jakes is going to pick up one. Now can Cerberus get one? No, he can't. Jakes needs to trade that, but the pistol's going to come out. I don't think he's going to be able to win that, and Blizzard picks up an easy 2.
That was perfectly played by the Insane guys. They obviously knew the bomb, where the bomb was, and they said, right guys, post up. It's time for us to watch our flanks, watch the bomb. They've got to come and fetch this from us.
Fantastic stuff coming in from Jakes. We'll see round number 2. If Energy can respond, of course. Now it's going to be the Insane boys going over to the attacking side. what is going to be their game plan off the start. Just having a quick flick through of some classes. Absolutely no tacticals apart from this player, Flames. So we'll see what Flames is going to be able to do. The trophy system, I believe, is out, but unfortunately,
the fact that they've also removed the thermal, so those sneaky snipes from top, it opens B for them a little bit more.
That's a good point. Didn't even think about that. Of course, the thermal ban came through in Ban and Protect, so they can try and make something happen over towards B, but trophy system's down. They're not really going to be able to put much pressure in.
What I can say is that they've really thought it through, their game plan, what they needed to be not in the game for them to do what they want to do. We had a little issue with the controller on that side, so the start of their push was kind of slow due to that.
Tank, don't do it to him, Tank.
30 shots from Lithium.
He's feeling good, that's for sure. Here on Championship Sunday, with the challenge Flames now, of course, and Blizzard left in a 2 versus 4. Now it's Blizzard 1v4. I mean, you're at Championship Sunday. This is your time to get your highlight clip if you want to go for it. Can he do it, though? That's going to be the question. Blizzard's going to be shot. Don't turn around and do that. That would be absolutely filthy. Time is ticking, though. This is where you have to make the decision of what to do. Of course, on the attacking team, no real point throwing yourself off the map. Obviously, yes, you're worried about specialist build-up, but I would say just go for it, especially in the early rounds.
Yeah.
The early rounds are where you can really put energy on tilt. You've already done that from map number 1 with the stock ban. Map number 2, if you come out and you make a 1 versus 4, like a 1v1 or even a 1v2, you're making a point to energy, and then they're always going to have to respect those clutch situations.
Exactly. I mean, with the level of talent that these guys have, it comes down to the mental side of the game more than anything else.
It really does. It really does. And I feel like that's something which the newer viewers may not appreciate as much. Is these guys have been playing on the highest level for years and years and years and years and years. So it's how do you try and almost tilt them? And it's the mental game. It really is. Lithium, he's going to be able to draw first blood, of course. It is going to be the energy guys on the attacking side. That's going to open up the map as well. Cerberus replies. He gets the pick on Tank, leaving Flames and Bullets. Now just Bullets. Another 1 versus 4 here in round number 3. However, how is Bullets going to play this one? Of course, on the defensive side, your choice of do I jump off the bar or do I jump off the map? Do I just go for it? What do you do? Looks like Bullets is going to think about it. And
well,
okay, all right, Bullets. Let's have a sneak little peek, see what he's going to be able to try and do here. Flicking through, looking at everybody else. I respect it for Bullets. I changed because I didn't want to give it away. I didn't want the crowd to start getting a little happy. You see him just, look at how sneaky he is here in the map. He's like, can I do it? Can I go for the ninja? I'm going to try it anyway. I respect it. It's a good decision, I guess, in a 1 versus 4 if you're not feeling that you want to go for the kills. And he did technically sneak past a couple of players there, so maybe if that had have worked, I feel at that point, Insane's just going to win the whole series.
It was literally equivalent of jumping off the map as well because they never got more time on the specialist.
Yep, true, very true. We'll see Flames from Insane, of course, on the attacking side now on your screen, and we'll see exactly what the game plan is. Lithium has already picked up 1. So Insane down a man already. Energy really coming out strong in this search and destroy. Tagged up, Flames pretty weak. Needs to be careful here. The nades are going to come flying in. Needs some support from his teammates, and that's not how you want to set up at all. But Blizzard has been able to shut down Fearless, forcing a 3 versus 3 situation as we get to the final minute of this round.
See, what the energy team never did there, they knew where the gunshots were coming from, but they never rushed it. They never tried to push that player.
Oh, Reject is available.
Last combat asset.
Oh, I love that play from Blizzard! Blizzard with an unbelievable play. Can he turn around and find the Reject once again? This is insane stuff. Crouch is not going to happen from Jakes. But just to clarify, once again, what Blizzard actually did was he managed to down the play with Reject, and then he knew that a trade was going to come in, because you have to expect that. So he hid in the Reject smoke, killed 1, but unfortunately just not quick enough to find the Reject player. That could have honestly been a fantastic highlight of the weekend right there.
And it's something that I said earlier, when the guy rejects, he gets the call out, the other player will try and kill him, and I never thought of doing that.
Nice little play coming from the Insane guys, and that's the one thing that has impressed me about Insane this entire weekend. I feel like they're a team that likes to do different things. They like to just kind of mix stuff up, and they're comfortable doing that, and they're successful doing that as well. But now, of course, Energy with the 3-1 lead, we'll see exactly what. I have to spectate Jakes. Just realized, of course, 5 and 2. He led the squad in map number 1, the veteran, using all of those veteran knowledge, his experience on main stage, putting it all together here, having a fantastic search and destroy, as we said, at 5 and 2 right now. Jake's just looking to see if anyone potentially could be coming into his path. Doesn't look like it for now. And of course, Energy already down a man.
And obviously, his counterpart, Tank, not having the best game. 0-4 right now. He needs to get onto that scoreboard. We don't want to put him in the agency.
Cerberus, you should never under any circumstance, push through into that little room. For anyone that doesn't know, as soon as you push into the little room, the shadow shows. So if you're top green defending that bomb site, you can pre-fire and you can pick up that kill so simply. So that little room is like, just cut. Never go near little room under any circumstance. Just stay away. Stay away from it, because that shadow is going to get you killed at some point. Meanwhile, Cerberus, fantastic little headshot on tank. 3 players go down, and that's going to be Blizzard now for a 1 versus 3 of his own. Let's see if he's going to be able to do it. That's going to be the first. Oh, we hit those. Oh my God! If that was Jakes, don't do it to him. Jakes, was that you? Jakes,
no respect.
Okay. That's okay. I thought he got turned on.
Oh, okay.
But it was Jakes.
Oh.
Jakes just, in a position to trade. Oh my God, he was weak. Oh, he was weak. But Energy coming out looking very good here in Search and Destroy. Up 4-1 currently. And this is important because this is going to tie up the series. And it's so crucial right now, Clint, that they do that.
It also kind of resets the mind game.
Yeah, it does. It's going to give them a little bit more confidence heading into map number 3, but then again, that conversation about stock is going to come through and we'll have to wait and see. But for now, Jakes on the defensive side, 8-2. Again, talked about him all weekend. Really is one of my favorite players to kind of watch so far here in South Africa, just because of his veteranness and ability to lead his squad and really not crumble under the pressure. Talking about pressure though, Tank at 0-5, very uncharacteristic from him. As you said, one of the better search and destroy players here in South Africa. You would expect a little bit of a better performance coming in from him. Flames as well, 1-4. He's put up some fantastic digits in search and destroy. They need to turn this around if Insane is going to go 2-0 in the series.
Exactly. What is letting Insane down from this S&D is that first pick. They've been unable to get that first pick, and unfortunately always tend to lose a life just at the wrong time.
Insane, honestly, not played this round very well, but Tank will be able to trade that, forcing a 3v3. I'll touch on this round towards the end, of course. Don't want to give anything away as of yet, but Tank is trying to put some shots down unsuccessfully. 3 versus 3 as it stands. Make that a 3 versus 2, 3 versus 1. Insane Blizzard last alive, and he's going to be hunted down shortly. Now makes it a 1 versus 2. Blizzard gets heat wave, and Blizzard goes down. But if you're Insane and you make the decision to dedicate to A, why are you not planting the bomb? Palace was clear. You waited till 30 seconds on the clock before you made a move towards bomb. That is just not the correct play in that situation. You have to rush. As soon as you're in A, hey guys, no one's in Palace, plant the bomb. You have Tank looking at top broken. There's no way he's going to die. They cleared out that entire site, but did absolutely nothing with that advantage.
They ended up actually giving the position, the position away,
right?
And that stifled them.
Energy, talk about making a statement in map number 2, currently sitting at 5-1. Gonna have a look at Jakes, of course, who will be on dedicated driver this round, if you will. See if he's gonna be able to find himself a pick. Of course, Tank has already fallen. Tank, as you said, has already fallen. Seems like lightning strike is gonna come down from Cerberus. Flames and bullets at 2 versus 4. But with how Insane have played this, it doesn't look good at all. Flames 1 versus 4.
Complete the mission.
I mean, it would light up the main stage. You kind of have to go for it when the other team's at 5 rounds. That's not the best start, of course.
Cannot give you
Gotta
a position
go quickly.
away.
31 seconds left. Should be able to find the first. Not even going to happen.
There we go.
That's Jakes picking up the kill. And one thing I do want to touch on in terms of the whole map there is something I talked about at the very beginning. Going back to the stock ban. Yeah. It's very difficult to play one map without stock, the next map with stock. Especially if you've been practicing without stock. So for the Energy guys, protecting stock made the flow of the game feel like normal. Whereas on the other side, the Insane, allowing stock to be protected, not even trying to ban it, kind of screwed them over because they've been practicing without it, clearly. They won map number 1 without it. But then to allow it to be protected changes your own playstyle. So for me, map number 3 is just going to be a race to stock. And if it isn't, I feel like that is a massive mistake from both our 2 squads.
To be honest, I think what would happen here is a stock ban, but also an M8 ban.
But if you're Energy, I feel like you value stock more than you value an M8 ban. I feel like it has to be a rush to protect stock. It has to be, and it has to be a rush to ban it. You've been practicing all day clearly without it. Don't try and change the tempo on yourself. It's only going to screw you over mentally. But as it stands, our winners bracket final here tied up at 1 map apiece for now. If we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we return, though, we're heading to map number 3.
Zero would join Cell 7 in the upcoming Soma Worlds tournament. After so many league victories, switching teams this close to the tournament appears to be a deliberate move to destroy Coda's chance at the title.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Championship Sunday. We've got Insane versus Energy. Winners bracket final tied up at 1 map apiece. And what a series this has been so far. It's worth mentioning. A very, very interesting map number 1. We had a stock ban come out from Insane, something Energy were not expecting. And to be honest, Insane absolutely rattled the Energy squad. Completely destroyed them in map number 1. But then map number 2 comes through. We see a stock protect. And Energy destroy Insane 6 rounds to 1 in the search and destroy. And they didn't look uncomfortable at all. They completely forgot about map number 1, and I feel like you have to, again, look at Jake's, his veteran leadership throughout to sit back and say, hey, map number 1 didn't even happen, guys. Forget about map number 1, doesn't matter. And then to 6-1 in S&D is absolutely fantastic play from the Energy boys.
Yes, I mean, and as you said, the mind games, it's now reset. I think it's a little bit more in Fear's favor right now. This ban and protect is crucial.
This first ban in 2 seconds, we have to make sure we see it. What's going to come in? 3, 2, 1. Has to be quick. It has to be quick. Insane taking so much time, and the stock protect comes in from Energy. I love it. For me, Insane already at a massive, massive disadvantage. We're going to see the HVK ban come through, and I feel like that's a mistake because now Energy, if they're quick, they could just ban out the M8. It's something we've seen, and there it comes. Jake's bans out the M8 as well. Insane have absolutely botched this ban and protect. It could not have gone worse. XR2 protect, that's a forced protect. You have no choice because you do not want Energy to take away more assault rifles, especially on this. And did I see that right, Phil? Is he going to take away the VMP?
VMP is gone. VMP is gone.
Energy, I love it. I absolutely love it. The Energy have basically, allow me to set the tone. Energy have come down, sat down for map number 1. Insane have completely just rattled them in the ban and protect. And Energy have gone, all right, we can play that game too. Completely outbanned and outprotected in this help point. That is so, so smart from Energy. The fact that Insane didn't protect the M8 there, knowing it's something Energy have banned out throughout this tournament, is a catastrophic mistake. Cannot stress that enough. Of course, we saw Overdrive go out, so we're not going to see that in this uplink, but for me, I feel like this is already over. I know we haven't started, but this is how important ban and protect is in Black Ops 3. If you come in with a disadvantage, it's like playing with one hand behind your back.
Basically, that was chess, and Insane are in check right now. Insane are in check right now.
I mean,
what we also
the
have
queen
on
is
the map,
down, the king is unprotected.
We have smoke on the map, we have stuns on the map.
We've got a lot of stuff.
Good.
And
how do you set up?
It's a good question. Very, very good question. I feel like Energy coming in, just switching stuff up, and that's what I've kind of been saying throughout this weekend. The best teams here at this MAG Cup have been the ones that can adapt mid-series. Not necessarily just mid-map. Of course, that's crucial. Don't get me wrong, but to be able to adapt and change your game plan mid-series, utilizing ban and protect has been so, so key. I've been preaching about it for this exact reason, Clint, because when you use it properly, it will win you games. It is as simple as that. That is how strong ban and protect really is. To
be honest, last year I had the privilege of actually getting the beta day before everybody else from the guys from Mega.
Okay, all right, no need to brag.
You probably had it too.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm not that special. And I told my team, know everything.
You have to. You have to be able to play with absolutely everything in this game for this exact reason. Because you never know what you're going to end up playing with. Now you have to be good with the CUDA. You have to have, at least 2 or 3 options to everything. If you're an AR anchor, you got to use every assault rifle. You don't have a choice.
Exactly.
You need to be able to use the XR2, the M8, the Mano. So many different options available to you. So
is the Weevil an option?
I actually saw the Weevil earlier on in this tournament. I kind of chuckled to myself. I was like, oh, it's the Weevil. Then the Weevil ended up dropping like 38. I was like, oh, okay. the Weevil. My mindset on the Weevil changed very, very quickly. Maybe it's something that's viable, but for me, I'm still leaning more towards the CUDA. I feel the CUDA is the better option. Up close and personal, you're going to shred through your opposition.
Honestly, on pubs, it's always been my favorite.
Really?
I've got over 1,000 kills with the CUDA. I don't even think I'm that close with the VMP.
Okay, well, the match just about to get underway. Infection uplink. I feel like I have to do the cast thing or what's your prediction, but I feel like I already know what you're going to say.
I'm going to go with energy.
Okay. I feel like we both agree. Ban and Protect just dominate. I mean, I feel like Insane could have just sat there and passed on every single ban. That's how badly they just got destroyed in Ban and Protect.
But what I am going to tell you, we're going to map 5. I'm going to call it out
touch
right
wood.
here.
Do the Holden thing. You have to spam wood. Whenever you say map number 5 is a cast, you have to touch wood. I mean, hopefully, but for me, you look at the CTF, and it all comes down to, once again, can Insane ban out stock? Can't stress enough. You've been practicing all day without it. All day without it. Now all of a sudden, you played your first match, you won it without it. Then you have it the second match, you get destroyed. You have it again in map number 3. So the question, I guess you could even ask yourself, is it even worth banning in map number 4? Because have you now adjusted back to stock?
It's a crazy thing to think of. I mean, it throws out what you've been trying. It throws out what you've been trying to do, but they took way too long to get to that ban.
Okay, well, match underway. Map number 3 here in our winners bracket final. Insane going up against Energy as it stands. The series tied 1 map apiece. Going to kick things off on board with Tank from Insane. Struggled a little bit in the Search and Destroy, despite being a very, very talented Search and Destroy player. We'll see if his luck will change in the uplink. A couple of kills already going in Insane's favor. Tank, is he going to be able to pick up this kill with the SR2? Doesn't look like it. Bullets, though, has picked up 2. Now, you're going to have map control if you're Insane. Can you try and make something happen? Blizzard has just picked up the drone and just immediately thrown it to Energy. I don't understand that play at all. It's like, here's the drone. We have drone control. I'm just going to throw it straight to you guys. I don't want the drone.
They probably want to try and turn Fear back and then try and push up the map and try and have more map.
They've done it again. This is a very advanced warfare playstyle of picking up the drone, throwing it into the enemy side, and trying to apply pressure. On Black Ops 3, it just doesn't work like that. Uplink is completely different in this game. You can't just keep picking up the drone and giving possession away, because all that's going to happen is the drone is going to be picked up and just thrown out the map, and guess what? Reset. This is a little bit better. Flames now with a pass. Can he try and secure a 1-point throw? Oh, Can we end the game and get a game of horse going on, get some private matches, some practicing your 1-point throws? I guess now we know why they were playing that game style. They can only dunk, apparently. That was... We hit those. That's all I'm going to say. We hit those.
Wow. Okay.
That was...
He threw like
that was a wide open 1-point play. He actually had time, if he wanted to actually go for a 2. Fearless, he's going to throw the drone off and... Honestly...
Is that nerves?
I feel like both teams are playing this just very, very nervous. I feel like everyone knows the importance of this map number 3 because there is just some crazy decisions coming through, and I just hold possession of the drone. If you have it, you don't need to necessarily push up. You can throw the drone on the floor close to you, play for kill, slay, and then pick it back up and go for points, but you have to be hitting those 1-point throws because you're not going to get that many opportunities, especially against a team like Energy. Like, they can be so good when they go for that kind of park the bus mentality, as we're on board now with Flames, who... I mean, I don't know what to say. Flames are struggling in map number 3.
I don't know what's happening with these guys.
Oh no, he's hit the wall.
Oh wow.
All right, now I know why South Africans don't go for 1-point throws. Apparently they don't practice them. These are simple 1-point throws which just need to be hit. There's really no excuse for that. Insane Flames now, of course, he's going to have the drone. About halfway through.
He does have a clear run here.
This is good. Just go. Just run. Like, you have teammates in support here. You could hit a 1-point throw if you need to. Well, I say you could hit a 1-point throw. You could try and hit a 1-point throw. Maybe you hit it. We'll have to wait and see. But teammate, as I said, in support, Bullets is going to fall. Now you're left by yourself. You got to make the decision. What do? You don't have any teammates mid-map. Throwing the drone out isn't going to help, and you're going to die as well. You just given the drone to Energy. That makes absolutely zero sense. Lithium is just sat there waiting. Has some support as well. Needs to be able to pass the drone to his teammate, who's in an advanced position. There goes Cerberus. He's going to pick up the kill, and Insane are just, with lack of a better word, panicking. Just complete panic. Oh, only at 1 point. Only at 1 point. Of course, the kill did come through, but Clint, this is
the best throw today.
Ironically, yes, the best throw of the day. But Insane, they look to me like they're panicking, Clint.
So I'm trying to hear what they're also saying to each other here, and all I can hear is Tank talking to them. They're not everybody's talking to each other.
I mean, you're going to be pretty demoralized when in the first 30 seconds of the game you miss a 1-point throw. You're you're doing the incorrect things consistently, that is something which mentally is going to have an effect on you within the game. It just is. And now Cerberus, he has the drone in hand. He has to make support. He's going to pass that one away. Of course, he has the Cuda. Fearless now in control of the drone, and that's smart. They pass that drone simply because of, guess what? He has his specialist available. If he wants to try and make a play, he can do just that, but they need the kills to come through. Tank doing a good job defensively, just waiting out the clock. A minute left for this first side. You want to see Fearless drop the drone, pick it back up. There we go. Okay. It took a little bit of time, but of course that's going to replenish the armor. It's so crucial for your uplink carrier, Clint, to have full armor. Expected the rush to come from bullets, drop the drone, but unfortunately just not able to pick the kill up.
The Slayers aren't doing their work here. They're not going out there and picking up the kills to try and get that map control and clear that running route. You've got to be that blocker.
You're going to need
to have that right now.
Flames able to pick up one Blizzard
both
with one
teams
Lithium. Last man standing over here. What's he going to be able to do? There's one. Can he find two? Insane stuff. Can he find the third? The third, of course, is going to be the drone carrier. It's going to be Flames. Flames uses his specialist. Can he try and get some points on the board? It looks like he's going to go greedy for two. Yes! With two. Barely, though. You see him fall almost instantly. And now you have Insane with a 1-point lead, but they have very questionable map control over the drone. Maybe they can try and push forward here and get a couple of kills. There's going to be one from Tank, looking for more. The final 13 seconds, you got to make a push. You got to go quickly. He's going to find two in front of him. There's one. There's two. That's going to be 4 down momentarily. Flames with the drone. Has to go quick. Could potentially go for a pass. You have to pass the drone. Chain the passes. It's going to be Tank with it with 2 seconds left. Is he going to go for two? Throw the drone.
No!
Throw the drone.
No!
Maintain your momentum in the next round.
I don't know what to
All
say.
you had to do was throw the drone. All you had to do was throw the drone.
Little bit green, maybe. I don't know.
Throw the drone.
0.1 second.
Throw
away.
the drone. Why are you going for two with like 2 seconds left?
The satellite
Green.
drone to the
Throw the
uplink
drone.
station.
That, again, I've been asked by so many South Africans here, like, what is the difference between South African Call of Duty and European and North American Call of Duty? It's decision making. In those clutch situations, you're in the winners bracket final on main stage, you have to make the correct decision. You can't do that. That gives you a lead. That 1-point throw makes it a 2-point game.
It makes it a dunk. You forcing him to dunk.
That's absolutely nuts. Crazy stuff here in this winners bracket final. This map number 3 has been interesting. We've had great plays, we've had some fails. We're having a little bit of everything right now, but we'll of course wait and see how this one ends. We're in the second half. Game still just a 2-1 lead in favor of the Insane guys, but Flames does have the drone in hand. You see bullets. He has a scythe. You expect to see a minimum of one. A minimum of one. Throws it.
Doesn't it?
This is painful. This is honestly painful. You can't miss that. You at this level of play, you have to be practicing those ones consistently.
Hostile HCXD in your AO.
Clint, I'm mind blown.
I don't know what I'm watching, to be honest. These guys are so good at this game mode.
HCXDs in your AO.
At the throwing points, getting into those
It's
regions.
okay. So apparently there's a running joke that Jake's never uses his Annihilator, so it's nice to see him actually use it. And why do you not use it normally? Jake's with 3. Can he find one more? Jake's! Oh my god, you filthy man! Looking for more. Can he find the next kill with the XR2? Not gonna happen. But the damage was done. Jake's with the Annihilator. Jake, bro, use it more. Use it more. Fantastic stuff from him. Open up the map. His team able to get a 2-point play. Now it's a 1-point lead for Energy with 3.5 minutes to play.
Honestly, the guys from Insane, they've got to start playing as a unit right now. They need to start talking to each other. They've had an opportunity to be way in the lead in this match, but they've let themselves down.
You missed again. Oh, he connected. Okay. Whew.
Well done. You've got to throw.
That's a little, yeah, okay. The crowd getting a little loud for connected 1-point throws. I respect it.
But in that
Game, of
sense,
course,
game is tied up now.
tied at 3-3. So we'll see on board with Tank. He's going to clean up one, looking for more mid-map. Fantastic decision to look over, but he's only going to be able to find one more. Flames meanwhile with a Cuda. I mean, you may be feeling confident, but you're not outgunning an assault rifle player from that distance with a Cuda. He's going to try, but it's never going to work in a million years. You've got to be more aggressive. I mean, pull out those smoke grenades, something we talked about, right? Smokes.
None of them are equipped with it. There are no smoke grenades on the map. There are no flashes on the map or stuns on the map.
No one using tacticals. This is just a 4-gun on 4-gun. It's a fighting right now.
As an OBJ myself,
EMPs, anything like bullets. Bullets is running a trophy system, and it's like, well, why are you running a trophy system when no one from Energy is using anything? There's no nades, there's no secondary, there's no tags. It's a pointless attachment. You need to change your class. This is something, again, you need to realize within the middle of the game. Hey, they haven't thrown anything at me. I'm wasting this. Let me pull out a nade of my own. Let me try and make something happen, or an EMP, something to just try and change the tempo. But for me, considering how well Energy banned and protected here, they've been a little lucky because Insane could have been so much more further in the lead here.
Exactly.
Flames able to get himself a little bit of a dunk there, so that's going to be a 1-point lead now for Insane. No bullets, last man alive, still with a trophy system. Doesn't really make much sense to me, but the drone is being run by Lithium. We'll see, is he going to be able to get away? Has teammates, of course he will be weak. He needs to drop the drone and pick it back up. He needs to, you got to do it. This situation, you're essentially one shot. If he drops the drone there and picks it back up, he doesn't die in that situation. But luckily, Jakes takes matters into his own hand. 2-point play coming in from Energy now. The final minute approaches, Clint.
He's put these guys on his back now. It's his turn to try and take them all the way through to this map win.
Cerberus has popped his kinetic mid-map. He's going to be able to pick up a couple of kills. Jakes has passed the drone to him. Now it's going to be down to Cerberus. He doesn't have the kinetic. He needs to go for a pass to Jakes. Jakes, I'm not sure if he was expecting it, but he's going to jump. He gets the 2-point play. Final 57 seconds of the game, and Energy have found themselves a comfortable lead, in part, partly to Jakes just completely spawn trapping the Insane guys. Camo's been popped by Phyllis, trying to get away, not going to happen. Bullets, last man, can he pick up the drone? Yes, he can. And for now, Insane stay alive, but they need to get at least a 2 and a 1-point play. It looks like they're going to go for a B push down this B street. This is smart, but realistically, when you do this, you want to sink the 1-point play. Instead, I don't think they're really going to be able to do that with what I've seen from their throwing abilities. Just so that the Drinking Blizzard's fallen off the map in the last 30 seconds. A little bit of pressure. Bullets is going to go for 2. He connects a 1-point game. This is where map control is so important. Bullets is there, ready to spawn trap. Not going to happen,
they
though.
Don't have anybody to reset the ball.
Tank is the most important player in this game right now. He's going to pick up 1. Huge play from him. Looking for more. They need to go quickly, though. They need to throw for a 1. Insane have so much map control. You've got to use it. Grab the drone. Flames is going to throw it over. Tank should be able to pick that drone up, surely. Can he get it? 8 seconds left. Could arguably go for the win, but the 1-point throw is going to be better. Goes for it.
Yes!
What a throw from Tank!
What a play!
You can joke all you want about failing your 1-point throws, but when the pressure is truly on, Tank provides just like you expect him to. An unbelievable throw within the pressure. Final 3 seconds of the game, down by 1. The game is in your hands. That is truly why uplink is one of the best game types in Call of Duty. It's almost like you're watching basketball and you've just watched LeBron hit a 3 or Curry hit a 3 in the final minutes. Unbelievable throw from Tank's composure, and you have to feel momentum shift now, Clint. It's going to be all with those guys.
Because obviously the Energy guys had that Hellstorm. They used it at the wrong time.
Oh, let me have a look. I believe, yeah, that the Hellstorm was used. Yeah, they missed.
Before the 2-pointer came in, they used the Hellstorm and it slipped.
They missed. That's a good point, actually. But now, of course, overtime. We'll see how this one is going to end up. It's going to be Cerberus using his HC, tags up 1, kills the other. Going to be Heat Wave used there on the drone carrier. Looks like Cerberus could potentially pick up another one, but does fall. Of course, for any of those unfamiliar with how overtime works, oh, well, it may be actually a quick one. Blizzard has the drone. It's going to be the time on the 1-point throw. Connects from Insane. And we're talking about momentum. It shifted very, very quickly. 37 seconds is the time that Energy is going to need to at least throw in a 1-point. At least.
At least. Just to reset that.
It's not too much of a task. It is a little bit of time. But all that is going to count are those first engagements. If Energy die, if they get 3 players down, this is game.
Do you think there's room for a Hail Mary?
Take the satellite throw to the
all you have is Jakes with the Annihilator. We saw how strong he was last time. Jakes, again, the veteran playing since 07. The game is in your hands, my friend. He's going to whip out the Annihilator. Of course, trophies and smokes could be thrown here, but there's going to be the first from Jakes. Opens it up, looking for more. Not really a fan with how Insane have set up here. Jakes with 2. Jakes hitting by 3.
Oh!
No, he falls. And meanwhile, Phyllis has the drone. 15 seconds, the smokes come out, but he's running directly towards the opposition. And Bullets finds himself a 2B. Cerberus, the last man alive for Energy. And I believe it's going to be Blizzard with the drone. 5 seconds, you could just run this one straight to the back of the map. Stay alive for 3 seconds, throws it out, and Insane take map number 3.
drone reset.
Wow. Wow.
Crazy. You look back at that map once again, and you see the amount of missed opportunities from Insane. That should have been so much more comfortable. Instead, you end up to an OP. You have to have a clutch play. And I feel like Insane are basically playing with one hand behind your back. You're making it difficult on yourself.
Or are they trying to put on a show for us?
Okay. Okay. That's some next level conspiracy theory right there, Clint. But either way, Insane find themselves 2-1 up. Highlight of the day already. We're only in map number 1. Tank staying unbelievably composed. As I mentioned before, you can laugh about all those missed 1-point throws, but when the pressure was truly on, with 3 seconds left, Tank made arguably the play of his career, potentially. We're here at the biggest tournament in South African history, and Tank just hit a 1-point play to go to overtime in 3
buzzer
seconds. I feel like that's not being appreciated enough. That was unbelievably good from Tank. But either way, Insane find themselves 2-1 up in the series, 1 map away now from progressing to the grand final. For now, we're going to do a quick commercial break. When we return, though, we're jumping to map number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Winners Bracket Final. Clint, what a Winners Bracket Final we have on our hands.
Man, these two guys, these two teams, they don't want to give up. They're not giving up.
It's been emotional. It has. I've been on a roller coaster of emotion, from fails to unbelievably sick plays. We've had it all, we really have. But the next map about to get underway is going to be CTF on evac. Thoughts a little bit on this?
Wow.
Is this a map that you see traditionally kind of played in CTF from South Africa, or is it a little bit of a curveball?
To be honest, we haven't really played a lot of CTF on this map. If I'm looking back at all the tournaments that we have played this year, it's generally been Stronghold, Fringe, and Breach.
Okay.
Very seldom was it as an evac map, at least I'd say in the latter stages of a big tournament.
Okay, well, we'll wait and see how the Ban and Protect is going to go, and that's going to be started up right now. And this is the question. Do Insane go after stock? Do they bait out a stock Protect from Energy? Do they force Energy to waste a Protect? They just won without, they just won with it in play. They've won without it. This is the most important ban. This first ban is going to set the tone for this Ban and Protect. Stock's gone. Stock's gone. Wait.
Whoa.
That's a mistake. That's a mistake. That's a complete and utter mistake. Energy went to protect stock and they banned it.
Wow.
Looking over at Jakes. Jakes has his hands in it, his head in his hands. On the biggest level, you have. Why did you not protect the M8? You have to protect the M8 if you're Insane. The VMP is gone.
Have we made 2 mistakes?
Why have you banned the VMP if stock is gone?
What are they doing to us?
I need to go to the medical clinic. I don't know what's going on.
Why are you doing this?
The M8 has been banned.
Are we going to see boxing gloves?
I'm just going to take a sip. I'm losing full.
Wow. I'm so confused right now. I'm so confused right now. Is this a pub smash?
I'm trying to. All right. Well, rapid fire is gone. High Cal's probably going to go as well.
To clutch up.
High Cal. High Cal.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So to evaluate, Energy accidentally banned stock. Insane forget to protect the M8. The M8 gets banned. The VMP has also been banned. Clint, I'm speechless at this point. I'm actually speechless. I don't know what just happened. You're in the winners bracket final. You're trying to protect stock and you don't. You ban it by accident. You can't make that mistake. That's unbelievable. Either way,
what does it
kinetic armor, heat wave, annihilators coming through. I mean, what do you use?
What does it do to your team?
You have to use the CUDA. The XR2 was protected, so you expect to see your assault rifle players run the XR2, but you can't ban out stock when you're trying to protect it. You can't do that. You just can't.
It's something I would do. I should do. I'm not up here like these guys. I don't know.
Looking at the specialists, we have Rejack on both sides. Jakes is going to use the Annihilator. Heatwave comes through. Kinetic on both sides. So decent specialist draft for sure. But again, going back to this tempo, you think about the mentality of this game, right, Clint? Like, Insane just won an insane uplink. Insane. Absolutely ridiculous. You look at Tank, connects with a 1-point play in 3 seconds to send to overtime. Then they win the overtime in 37 seconds. Energy's heads go down. You accidentally ban out stock. Heads go even further down. Now, this game, and I don't want to put more pressure on this individual player, but this game all comes down to Jakes. It does. It really does. You have to use that leadership, that veteran knowledge that you've had since 07. I mean, this is a player who, in these situations, is the type of guy to stay composed. When everyone else's head will go down, when everyone else will lose concentration, he will keep his head in the game.
Exactly.
And now, if I'm Jakes, I'm talking to the team. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Mistakes happen. Don't worry about it. We're going to be okay.
Yeah, he's got to be in their heads right now. He's got to be telling them, listen, we are here for a reason. We can play with anything on this map. We've got to use it to our advantage now. Let's reset and start playing this game. We know what we have to do during the game. Let's do that.
For sure. I believe the Man of War is also available, if I'm not mistaken. That didn't get banned out, so could potentially see Man of Wars used a little bit more aggressively here. Of course, you got your XR2 that was protected. The M8's gone. Kuda as well could be an option for your sub players, but overall, this series is definitely one to kick off on Championship Sunday. It really has had it all, and as it stands, Insane, of course, 2-1 up in the series. One more map win, and they will find themselves sitting pretty in the grand final, guaranteed top 2 placement. But for now, backs against the wall for Energy. You said you saw this going to map 5.
Yeah.
After everything we have just seen, do you still feel that way, Clint?
I do. I've got a feeling my boy Cerberus is going to go off with a Kuda, if not a KN.
Kuda? So you're saying game 5 still?
Game 5.
You're sitting, touch wood, touch wood.
Game 5.
Touching wood.
I want my entertainment value.
All right, well, pressure is going to be on. Looking at Lithium specifically, of course, he's taken Rejack. Tank as well with Rejack. Rejack in CTF, definitely viable. Big fan of the way that we've seen it used here at the MAG Cup. But the game, as I said, about to get underway. Game number 4. Insane find themselves 2-1 up. Gonna have a quick browse through the classes of our players. Fearless with a Kuda, no surprise. A Kuda with a red dot or an Elo. Maybe that's just Cerberus not feeling comfortable using that weapon. I feel there's no need whatsoever to have an Elo sight on that. I mean, Kuda, Mano, so 3 Kudas and a Mano for Energy. You got Kuda. Yes, Flames. Yes. Yes. Love it. Let me explain a little bit about the Pharaoh. Not many people know the Pharaoh actually received a little bit of a silent buff. If you run long barrel on the Pharaoh and a red dot, it is essentially an M8. If you put rapid fire on it as well, obviously it was banned out, but if you do, that thing is absolutely untouchable close range. I'm curious to see how well Flames is gonna know the gun. This is a gun that I personally use all of the time. It's so very powerful. He's gonna jump out trade, picks up 1. It has so much 1-bomb potential. Statistically speaking, it is actually the only gun in the game which will give you a 1-bomb at close range. No other gun will do it, apart from the Pharaoh. Fun fact. Unlucky. Flame's not gonna be able to pick it up. He will fall. Heading over to Bullet's perspective.
Bullets has it happened very quickly. And, well, so is Jake's.
Jake's already pulling the flag for Energy. Has some teammate support, but the flag is going to be counterpulled. Highlighted on that minimap is going to be Bullets. Bullets with the Energy flag. However, there could actually be a bit of a gun engagement here. It's going to be Bullets. He is going to win it. And that's going to leave Jake's last man up for the squad. Has to go big here. He's going to spot 1. He's off the map. He's going to fall. Flag is going to be returned. And Bullets is going to cap this one just after the first minute. As long as he doesn't fall. I swear, if he falls, I'm literally leaving. I'm getting on the plane and I'm flying back. I can't deal with more fails right now. Not in this game. Please, no. But no, Bullets as well. Very close to that Hellstorm. 400 points away. He needs to play a little slow now. And in fact, the flag could be pulled. If I'm Bullets, what I would do here is actually follow Tank. And
what the Insane guys are doing, wow, is actually
see, I disagree with this play from Bullets. If I'm Bullets, what I would do is I would track back with Tank. I would actually kill Tank, and I would cap the flag myself and get the points. And that flag's going to be returned. That was an unbelievable, big misplay from Bullets. He did not need to use his HC. He should have followed the flag carrier, killed the flag carrier, his own teammate, and then capped the flag for streaks. That would have been a much, much more valuable play. Unfortunately now, though, for Bullets, he's pretty much in no man's land. Energy, they're going to be running the flag. It's going to be Lithium who has it. We'll see is Lithium and Bullets going to have a gun engagement. Doesn't look like it for now. Both players are going to sneak through.
The protection he needs.
Lithium could be in some trouble though, because look at this. There's a couple of players in clutch positions here for both squads. We'll see is Tank going to be able to do. Oh my God! Tank, you filthy man! Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, the flag is still alive. It's going to be Bullets, but Bullets, he's going to push out aggressively. He's going to fall. Lithium with the flag should be able to cap it. Tied game 1-1. Nice play from Jakes. He managed to get the return and the team to cap the flag. All tied up with 2.5 minutes left. We wanted a close game here on Championship Sunday, and this is not disappointing. Now Energy looking to apply the pressure on board with Cerberus. Should be able to clean up one. Does so. Looking for more, of course he is running extended mag on this CUDA, so do bear that in mind. Couple more bullets. Meanwhile, Insane Bullets, don't pull the flag. Why are you pulling the flag there? You have no control of the map, no one to support you. You're basically going for a hero play. That is the most inconsistent way of playing CTF.
And that's one thing that when they started out, they paired up, they were moving around the map, controlling a certain side, picking the flag up, running together, and that's just disappeared.
It's completely gone out the window, to be honest, as Flames is going to fall. Fearless is going to pull the flag. It's going to be down to Tank. He made a clutch play earlier on. Can he do it again? Kinetic use, and he still gets the kill. Tank, that is unbelievable talent coming in from him, and he's looking for more. Tank, nicely done, cleans up Jakes. Is he going to track back, though? That's the question. Just wants to rotate, cleaning out his base. We talk about veteran plays. That right there was fantastic from Tank.
I mean, not just the fact that they were jumping and shooting at each other, but the fact that they had to readjust his aim to go for the headshot because of kinetic.
Beautiful play, and Blizzard this time from Insane is over at the energy flag completely by himself. Again, what is the game plan here? It doesn't look like they have one. The flag will be pulled, but you expect him to die again. You just don't have the team support, and you're going to die. You pop kinetic, you waste kinetic. This is just shambles from Insane on the aggressive side. Defensively, don't get me wrong, Tank making nice plays, but you're never going to win a CTF just by playing defense. You have to pull the flag, you have to get it out, and to do that, you need to be set up.
Yeah, what I can see is it actually looks as if the Insane guys are paired up with Flames and Blizzard pairing up, as well as Tank and Bullets. They're doing one duo will do a defending side and one duo will be pushing. However, when they're in the position, they've got to wait for the support to arrive so they can pull the flag.
Jakes could be away here. Jakes with an important gunfight, not going to win it, and the flag will be returned. And a HC used with 27 seconds left of the first half. It's not really going to utilize anything. I don't think you're going to see a flag. I mean, Tank, really the last man in the position to make something happen here. He should be dead, he falls, so a wasted streak as well coming from Insane. I feel like pressure, it has to be pressure at this point. Yeah. So many small mistakes coming through, and they're going to make a massive difference, but luckily for Cerberus, he's able to pick up a kill, spinning around in circles. All right, you're making me dizzy, I'm changing. You made me dizzy, Hey, game tied, 1-1, second side. I feel like Energy should be able to take it, just because we're seeing so many mistakes. But then again, you go back in time, you look at the uplink, they did the same thing, and they still managed to win.
They had control, and Insane clutched up. Jakes knows this is his last chance now.
Yeah.
This next 5 minutes is massive for him.
And you look at the S&D, the first one we saw in the series, Energy 6-1, it looked simple. It looked as if Insane weren't even playing.
Yeah.
So you have to have confidence if you can get to that game 5, but of course you have to get there first. On board with Fearless from Energy. He's going to go down first. Over to Cerberus. He's going to use a HC again, and you're at a man disadvantage. That really isn't going to do anything for you. And you're most likely going to die as well because they know where the HC was called from. I just don't really understand what the point of using these streaks in these positions are. You're just wasting them. You're not opening up the map. You're not really getting that much information, and you're immediately dying every single time. Pharaoh, of course, still being used by Bullets. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to make anything happen. Flames, of course, with the CUDA. He's going to fall, and for me, finally, we're seeing a little bit of defensive play from Tank, but Tank is being forced to play defensively, and I feel almost sorry for the guy because he's making the plays defensively, but his team just aren't making the plays aggressively.
Yeah. See, we've got Bullets. Bullets needs to start slaying now. He needs to start using his gun. He's trying to run a
Has to reject. You got to go. You got to use that. Nicely played. Nicely played from Tank. That was a situation you just cannot afford to risk. A 1-1 game with less than 4 minutes left. Use the reject. Considering how quickly he should be able to get it, I mean, he's almost 25% of the way through. You guarantee that flag stays at home, and it guarantees your teammates to be able to push up the map and put some pressure on. Speaking of pressure, though, finally we might see something from Energy in the second side. They've been relatively quiet, but finally a push could come through. They've defensively managed to hold. Now the question, Cerberus all by himself, though, and this is what I don't like to see. Wait, you don't have to push. Just wait for your teammates. It is okay to let the other team spawn up. That is perfectly okay. Why? They're going to be on the back of the map. Yeah. Slay them again. Stay as a team. You don't need to make hero plays. I feel like that's what the majority of what this CTF has been. Speaking of hero plays, though, we may see one right here on your screen. Someone being a little sneaky, but you're seeing potentially a difference in play style. Yeah, look at this. This is the difference. This is veteranship.
Yep.
This is what all new players need to learn. The difference that you've seen with Bullets is he's got to the enemy flag, he's pulled it, and he's ran. Look at this. Look at Jake's. Jake's right now is playing this almost perfectly. The problem is now he's going to be seen. He may die, but even though he played it well, he's still going to fall. But still, that was the smart thing to do. You're waiting for your team to slay before pulling the flag. Just running aimlessly at the flag and pulling it and dying isn't really doing anything for your team.
Basically, what these guys, they know what they've got to do. They know, you slay, you get the map position, you slay again, you pull. That, in a perfect world, that's how it works.
Hostile flag carriers.
But
You see the difference. Like, you literally, that's the exact difference of what I was just talking about. You didn't check the flag, you just aimlessly run it and you try and pull it. Don't get turned on. Okay, we're okay. Breathe, breathe. We're good, Clint, we're good. But this game, very, very passive. 2 minutes left, still tied at 1 flag apiece, and it's as if neither team is willing to really dedicate themselves aggressively. Everyone just more than happy to play defensively, and it's not going to win you a game. It's as simple as that. It wouldn't surprise me, honestly, if we saw an overtime with no flag caps.
see, they know he's there. They know he's there. Oh, and they take him down.
And honestly, if you're Jake's, you got to try something a little bit different. Finally, Lithium picks up one. Can he find two? That could open up the game. Not
So
going to happen.
dirty.
Oh, luckily, there could be a reject in play. Tank needs to go big. Kinetic's going to be used. And he dies. Flag away for Phyllis. No, immediately falls. And no one, again, in a position to trade. We'll have to wait and see that. Cerberus, of course, does have Heat Wave. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lithium with a big defensive play. Flag has, of course, been returned. We'll look at Cerberus. He's going to be sniffed out by Flames. And once again, we're kind of back to square one. Individuals pushing up the map, trying to go for sneak caps. And again, like that may have worked back in MW3, maybe even a little bit in Black Ops 2, but Black Ops 3, the game is simply too quick. You can't play that way.
Nope. Honestly, both teams aren't really pushing as a unit at all.
Because they're playing petrified. That's what we're seeing. Bullets is going to pull the flag by himself. Look at the minimap. You just can't play like that. Now Tank, he's left in a defensive position. He picks up one. Not going to find the second, but Phyllis should be able to finally make something happen. On the other side of the map, though, I do want to switch to this. It's going to be Blizzard aggressively. He picks up one. He does fall. Lithium still with the flag for energy. He's going to have to turn around and pull out his fist.
Great
No
plays
safety
by
on the
Lithium.
class. Lithium, as you said, Clint, phenomenal play. I can't believe this game. I can't believe it. You finally get the flag out, and then you're just a little too slow. Craziness. A streak has been used as well in the final 30 seconds. Phyllis is going to shut down Tank, and you've utilized your HC. You've already committed to this in the final 30 seconds, so now you have to go. You got to make the play. You can't afford to waste time, and Phyllis has pulled the flag. The flag is out. Is he going to get away from the middle? Yes, he is. There is one player, and it's going to be this man. He clutched up in map number 3. Can he do a similar thing here in map number 4? Tank, no, he's going to fall. Phyllis, with 9 seconds left, is going to cap the flag, and Energy are going to take map number 4, and they are going to force a game number 5. And a phenomenal last second clutch. And if you're the guys on Energy, Clint, I would just sit down, breathe, and say, I can't believe we got away with that. We botched the man and protect and still somehow managed to win.
He's vindicated himself.
I feel like just looking at
Fearless
Jake's is
has
giving me like
vindicated.
anxiety. Just looking at Jake's is giving me anxiety.
Fearless has
You can
vindicated
see the
himself.
pressure on these players' face. You really can. You can see how much this means to them. The biggest tournament in console esports history in South Africa. You're in the winners bracket final, and you're going to a game 5, Clint. You called it. You're a guru. What can I say? You called it. So much action going on the first day here of Championship Sunday, or the first game rather of Championship Sunday. Unbelievable performance there from Phyllis, but just looking at the stats, you can see just how low the amount of kills were. And the reason behind that was just not pushing up the map as a team. When you leave one player defensively, you only send one player aggressively, you're not really going to be able to slay that heavily, and that's what we saw from both teams, but it doesn't matter because we are going to a Game 5. For now, though, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we return, we will have that Game 5 of our winners bracket final.
Jesus Christ.
Ladies and gentlemen, Championship Sunday kicking off in full force. The winners bracket final, Energy, Insane Gaming. Game 5 to decide who sits pretty in our grand final, Clint. The pressure has most likely never been this high for either of our two teams.
Honestly, the winner of this game is guaranteed a massive amount of money.
Huge amount. Huge amount.
The loser goes in plays for third, try and qualify again.
Yeah, of course you do have that second chance. Losers bracket final will be following our winners bracket final. But my God, what a series. Now, before I actually start the ban and protect, let's talk about a few things. In the first search and destroy, we saw a 6-1 destruction from Energy. Last game that was won, stock was banned from Energy. Of course, we assumed that that was going to be Insane's game plan, but it kind of didn't really work out, and it was an accidental ban. So you have to ask yourself, what are we going to see? What is going to be ban and protected? And if I'm honest, simply because of this stage and what this means to both players, both teams, I expect to see a very, very simple ban and protect. I don't think anyone at all is going to do anything crazy. You're going to see your overkill ban, maybe a thermal ban, concussions, maybe a smoke ban. If an M8 or anything like that goes, I will be very, very surprised, because you want to feel as comfortable as you possibly can. Ban and protect, of course, is live. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we do see something crazy. I mean, there's your overkill. You expect that.
It's going to be more traditional.
Ball in Insane's court. If you want to do something crazy, you do it in your first ban, because you completely throw a curveball at Energy. I can't see it. I feel like you want to play it. Okay.
Teammates gone.
You're banned in stock. Work map number 1. Last map you banned out stock, it didn't work. I mean, they didn't even ban it. Energy accidentally banned it, and Energy just won without stock. So clearly the stock strat may not be working out. I feel like for this to be an effective strategy, it needs to be consistent throughout the series.
Yeah.
And it hasn't been. It's been kind of an on and off thing, but stock is gone. That's Insane Blizzard making a point. Smoke's gone as well from Lithium. Overclock gone from Tank. You expect to see Overclock go. I believe that's concussion grenades as well. They've been taken out by the Insane guys.
So
Flashbang goes. For me, I know High Cal and Rapid are the only two things available, but for me, if I'm Energy, I would ban out Laser Sight. I would ban out Laser Sight, and I would just completely screw over Insane, because Laser Sight is the #1 attachment you need when you are not running stock. It's a tough decision, because then, of course, you leave Rapid Fire in. But Rapid Fire no stock, is that going to be as effective? The Laser Sight is so crucial. They go with Rapid Fire. Understand why, again, at this level, you want things to be as kind of normal, I guess, as possible, but a Laser Sight there would have been the perfect counter to a stock ban.
honestly, after Blizzard putting that ban, I looked over towards him and he just gave me a wry little smile.
Little cheeky grin, like, yeah.
We got this.
We got this. I mean, I hope they got it, because they got absolutely destroyed in game number 2. But we'll have to wait and see. Of course, Specialist underway. Kinetic comes through from Fearless. Camo comes through from Lithium. We've got a Heat Wave and a Reject and a Kinetic.
Psychosis here?
I don't want to see Psychosis. I don't. I feel like South Africans are very prominent on Reject, so you're going to see that from Jake's. Camo, Kinetic, Reject, Heat Wave. Camo versus, it's a complete mirror. It's exactly the same, and that doesn't surprise me. I feel like Kinetic you need, Camo you need. South Africans love Reject. I understand why you need that then. So Heat Wave as well, like you need that too. So pretty standard Specialist draft, as we said. It will be a mirror matchup, but Clint, talk to me about this game number 5. How do you see this one ending? You called a game 5, but you haven't told me who you think is going to come out. Will we have the experience of Energy, or will we have maybe the little bit more of experimental strats from Insane?
Insane. I'll give you the number, 6-4.
I'm writing this down. I'm not letting you forget this. If you get this right, I'm buying you dinner too. 6-4 in favor of Insane. What? Why? What makes you think? Is it just because they feel confident?
I just have this feeling that they're going to play as a unit now. I feel that this is also a better map for them, as opposed to Breach.
What was interesting is, all of yesterday we saw Insane play extremely well, clutching up 2v4s, clutching up 2v3s. Today, we didn't really see that. They got 6-1 in the first map. If they can compose themselves, if they can get their heads back into Search and Destroy, obviously they're feeling good. They went for the stock ban. They were smiling about it. If they can bring themselves mentally into this game, this should be a very close Search and Destroy. As for Stronghold, I love Stronghold as a map. There are some fantastic curveball strats that you can use. Whether we see teams feeling confident enough here in a winners bracket final to really do something like a 4-man bunker push. Defensively, that can work wonders. You get behind window, you get control of that map, you can go over towards rocks, gives you complete control of the map. It's a wonderful thing to do, but it kind of requires a little bit of cojones. You know, when you're in the winners bracket final, you got to be brave to do it. Whether we see that or not, of course, that begs the question.
See, the difference between this map and the Breach. In Breach, you can get boxed in so easily.
Yes.
On this map, there are so many routes to escape.
Very
so
true.
that could be the difference. That maybe they just felt that it was too confined for them to play in, and just got blown out of the water by the Fear guys.
Maybe. Well, game is going to be loading up. As you said, we're heading over to a stronghold search and destroy to close out a very crazy winners bracket final. When I say it has had it all, it truly has. We've had an amazing clutch play coming from Tank. We've had fails, more fails, and even more fails, to be completely honest with you. There's been a fair amount of fails within this winners bracket final, but again, we have had those amazing plays as well, so it seems fitting that we go to a game number 5. Having a quick flick through, we'll have a look at some classes. Bullets is going to be running interesting tactical. I like that choice from Blizzard over on the Energy squad. I love it. I feel like just immediately looking at the classes, Energy has the advantage.
Okay, so we've got Energy, we've got Insane.
Hey, I didn't say Energy was going to win. I just said I feel like round number 1 they have better classes. Like, don't try and put words in my mouth. I see you, Clint. I see you trying to be all sneaky and whatnot, but we'll see. Round number 1, Energy, of course, going to be on the attacking side. Once again, worth mentioning, casting during a search and destroy may get a little vague. We'll still try and paint as good a picture as we possibly can. I don't even think good is a word, actually, but we'll try and paint a really good picture. There you go. We'll go with that, right? But Lithium on the attacking side, of course.
He's spotted out.
Energy. He's just going to play his life here, and you can kind of see just the setup on that mini-map. Both teams giving each other so much respect, Clint. A couple of shots going down. Flame's able to pick up one. Lithium with the trade and gets out with his life.
Wow.
Nicely played from Energy. Now, though, what is going to be the game plan looking at that mini-map? Okay. Tank's going to spot one. Put some shots down. Not able to pick up the kill, but meanwhile, Bomber's gone down at A, and Insane have dedicated 2 plays over towards Bunker. They're going to have to give that up. They don't really have a choice. And that means this man on your screens is really a player in such an important position. Fearless is going to shut down Bullets. Now a 2 versus 2 situation on board with Jakes. Puts a couple of shots down. Doesn't connect with a kill. Didn't need to shoot, but does have the Semtex. Going to launch that one out. Kobe not going to hit. Where did he go? That's the question for Jakes to try and figure out. Of course, you have
Players
Tank.
are so close to each other.
Let's have a look. Jakes. Fearless, is Jake's going to be able to see Jake?
Oh!
Gets the bomb diffuser! Seconds left, can he find the second as well? Yes, he can! And I cannot stress enough how close that bomb was to defusing. That would have been a catastrophic mistake in round number 1. But Jake's may have sniffed something was awry there and checks the bomb, picks up the kill, and finds the second as well.
That is perfectly played by him. Obviously, also just knowing that Eddie's going to get pushed and waiting for it.
All right, well,
Wow.
let's have a look at just
As
Jake's
you call it, Energy
already
took that
halfway
round.
to a specialist, 150 away from a streak. Got to feel good if you're Jake's right about now. We're going to keep our eyes out on him, but for now we will change over to Blizzard's perspective. Of course, he will be our designated bomb carrier for the round, so we'll wait and see exactly what the game plan is going to be here for the Insane guys. It looks as if it's just going to be kind of a feeler, see exactly what energy you're going to be trying to achieve here, but we'll see. Once again, Energy on the defensive side, whenever you're playing Stronghold, it is one of those maps that you can have perfect setups. You can set up and not really have to worry about anything at all. Oh, you have to win that.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to win that. If you're Lithium, you're sat in that position specifically to watch Bedroom Jump Up. If you give that up, you've lost full control of Mansion at that point. That is a gunfight which needs to be won, especially considering you have the advantage of seeing the shadow. So you already know there's a player there.
Yeah.
That to me is just nerves.
And that is that's actually the first round that Insane guys actually got the first pick.
Yes, first blood.
And that is what that's what they need. Get the pick, and now they're able to push. They had 2 players waiting on the other side of the map,
Obviously,
waiting for something to happen.
Obviously, the problem when you're playing a slow game, though, is time's are ticking, and if you're on the attacking side, you got to get that bomb down relatively quickly. Of course, still on board with Blizzard. It is a 2 versus 2. He's going to turn around, and Jakes shuts him down. Tank now 1 versus 1, 13 seconds left. We'll see exactly how Tank is going to play it. Of course, Tank, our search and destroy star, as you've been mentioning, he's going to get tagged up from the side, and Cerberus cleans up to finish the 1 versus 1, and more importantly, give Energy a 2-0 lead.
That is well played by Energy. Even losing that first pick, they never ran around. They stayed in position. They knew exactly what's going to do. They know, okay, that route is open now. We've got to let him come through, but they will still filter to where we are.
And if you're Cerberus there, you know Bomb is already down. You know you have 15 seconds left. You can just play your life and check
Yep.
Bomb with 5 seconds and win the gunfight. really, really good decision making coming in from Cerberus, but still Jake's the man I want to keep my eye out for, simply because look at that specialist meter. Look how close that is for him. And that could really turn the game around, but Insane, they need to get around on the board, otherwise deja vu of what happened in map number 2, Clint, could come around.
Yes, and also my prediction. We've got to worry
Because that's,
about that.
of course, the more important thing. Your prediction, Clint. Okay.
That's more important
I'll
than
be sure to
anything
let both
else.
teams know to try and match your prediction. Lithium, of course, will be the bomb planter, and he's going to get that down over towards B. It is a 4 versus 3 advantage in favor of Energy. 3v3 now. Tank able to shut down Jake's. Speaking of Tank, let's have a quick cheeky look. Doesn't seem like anything's coming. Fearless is going to shut down Bullets, though. And Tank caught sprinting. Why are you sprinting towards mid-cut? Like, you know he's there. Now Flames left in a 1 versus 3 situation. Going to spot one on bomb, and he's going to fall. And if you're in window, there's no need whatsoever to sprint towards mid-cut. You know a player is going to come mid-cut. At worst, he wraps back and he goes mansion, where you have a teammate who can potentially pick up the kill anyway. You don't need to sprint to that. Just sit back. Calm down. I feel like right now, Insane are trying to force things. They're trying to be aggressive. Yes, it will work, but right now you need to stay composed. You need to be getting those first bloods, like you mentioned, Clint.
Yeah, and on this next round, 4-0. Looking at a 4-0, what does that do to you mentally?
I mean, if you go 4 rounds up, for me, Insane, you don't stand a chance of coming back, right? Like, it's demoralizing. It really is. Your head is going to go down, and you look at Bullets currently 0-3. That's never good for momentum, and Flames is 1-3 as well, but they just need to string together a couple of kills. Trade. There's no one trading, and that's just so sad to see. Jakes easily cleans up a kill, gets out with his life, and just like that, Energy have the man advantage again. That is much better from Insane. The bait and switch movement worked out perfectly, but Energy just responded and say, all right, well, we can bait and switch just as good as you. And now you're left with Tank. 1v3, don't. Good choice, good choice. No point using a reject there in a 1 versus 3. He's just going to die again. It's tempting because you want to make a hero play. Winners bracket final, game 5. Obviously, you have to make that sacrifice. Down 4 rounds, wasted reject. I would rather be down 4 rounds. You can use that specialist when you get it next. Make a better.
Correct.
Do you see any way for Insane coming back into this one, Clint?
They honestly need Bullets to
They
calm
need
down.
kills. They need kills.
He needs to calm down first and then try and push the kills. Dom, I want to see them flank actually.
What's that?
I want to see them flank. Nobody's trying to flank anybody.
Oh, okay. A sneaky little kind of push.
Yeah.
I feel when you're 4-0 down, though, to make that decision to do something like that is tough. Although you do see that kind of be the catalyst sometimes to changing the game, but it doesn't seem like we're going to see it right now. On board with Lithium from Energy. Fearless able to pick up first blood. A trade does come through. Fearless able to pick up 2, though, so somehow he's able to just walk away. The man 7-2 on a 5 streak. Got to check out his perspective right now. See if you know that's a teammate. Calm down.
Wow.
Okay, we get it, Fearless. You like shooting things. Slow down. That's your teammate. 3 versus 2, of course, still in favor of Energy. Now, 1 versus 3. It's Bullets.
Fight for the win.
Considering he's 0-4 right now, this could be a huge clutch. Of course, keep your eye out on that mini-map, though, to see the setup. There's going to be 1. Can Bullets find the second? I believe he did just get a call out. Bomb does go down, so he's going to know now. But a 1 versus 2 with 37 seconds left. This is definitely doable. Spots 1. Let's have a look. See the game plan. He's going to get challenged from Lithium. And caught with his pistol in his hand. He will fall. And at 5-0 down, we're either going to see a full sail comeback, or you're going to have to sit there and say, was banning stock the right decision from Insane in a game number 5?
Yeah, obviously, like you mentioned, playing with it, playing without it. They got used to playing with it again, and now
It's weird. It seems very strange to me that in a game 5 you would try and do something like that. Just play your normal game at that point. Like, you've already made your point, you've mixed it up, but I would have just personally kept it. We'll see, though. Fearless is going to, of course, have his HC. We'll see just how good his driving skills are, but at 5-0 up, you've got to feel confident. I'm surprised we're not really seeing more aggressive play come in from Energy, but we'll wait and see. Of course, Fearless, if you're wondering, just using this as a little bit of a portable UAV. Love this, but that is, oh my god, you clutch, man. Doesn't matter. HC destroyed anyway. Still a 4 versus 4. 2 kills come in. Bullets looking to trade. He does find 1. Bullets and Blizzard 2 versus 3 to keep themselves alive here and potentially book them a spot in the grand final. It's not looking good though, Clint. I'm going to be honest with you.
Got the bomb.
I don't have anything positive to say right now. I'm not even gonna lie.
At least you're honest, Clint. At least you're honest. Still on board with Bullets. Fearless is going to shut down Blizzard. 1 versus 3 for Bullets. As we mentioned, a 1v3 at this stage really can change the momentum of the game. But time is ticking. 33 seconds left. Energy about to 6-0 and book themselves a spot in the grand final. Bullets is going to spot one. Tags him up. Can he find the kill? Yes, he can. Still alive. 24 seconds left. Tag turns around. Pre-firing. Is he going to get away? Somehow Bullets is still alive. This is unbelievable movement coming in from him. You can see now where both other players are on your screens, Cerberus and Jakes. Meanwhile, bomb has gone down to A. They've given away the bomb site. Bullets is still alive, of course. He's going to be tagged, but he falls! And Energy are going to 6-0 in a game number 5 and book their spot in the grand final.
Wow.
Talk about pressure. Like, game 5 winners bracket, picks and bans all messed up, and you still come out and win.
I just want to give a shout out to Fearless. Fearless did that incorrect ban.
Yep.
Clutched up, pulled the flag in the CTF to win it, and 8-4 in the SND.
Mark up another win.
6-0. That's all you can say.
He made a mistake and he showed them, I'll fix it for you guys.
That was wonderful performance from Energy. As we said, they are going to book themselves a spot in the grand final. Up next on main stage, we have the losers bracket final, where you're going to see Insane going up against High Five in very, very short amount of time. And then after that, of course, the grand final of the MAG Cup. What a fantastic way to start the day, though. It really has been a wonderful winners bracket final. So much action, Clint.
Yes, amazing. And the High Five Insane game from yesterday was 3-2. That was almost a reverse sweep.
So many game 5s. So many game 5s.
And
it really has been interesting. It has. It's been a wonderful tournament so far.
These guys know what they're playing for. They want to be. They want to be in that final. Unfortunately for Insane, started exceptionally well. I was rooting for them to do better.
Right.
But
and what makes the losers bracket interesting now is you have Insane who have already played, but they lost. So are their heads going to be down, or is the warm-up factor that High Five haven't played today, of course, how is that going to affect? Obviously, you assume they've been practicing, but nothing simulates a real-life game. Just nothing in the world other than actually playing an actual game. Nope. But for myself and Clint, that's going to be everything for now. We're going to send over to Gareth on the floor with an interview.
Thanks a lot, Benson. Wow, another fantastic series from you guys from Insane. Let me take you through what I think a lot of people are wondering, especially in that uplink. What was going through your mind with, 2 or 3 seconds to go, going for the greedy 2 play, could have gone for the 1. What was going through your mind during that moment?
In the first half, I had kinetic, and I didn't look at the time, so that was my bad. But initially, we thought it was, we tried to pass it to a different player, and it was just bad luck, and it passed to a different player. And then we didn't just look at the time. We should have played 1.
But then you pretty much redeemed yourself with the most clutch 1-pointer from downtown, taking yourself obviously into that awesome sudden death. How much did that kind of like bring the kind of energy for the team back?
Yeah, we knew throughout the game we missed a lot of 1 points, so we thought we were playing better than them. I think we deserved to win that map. And at the end, we just had to stay calm. Luckily, I hit the 1, and in overtime, we won the game.
Let's talk about what the guys backstage are calling the battle of the stock. Because at first it seemed like a little bit of mind games banning it out, but then it became this almost like popularity contest as to who's going to ban or protect stock.
Yeah, we had a plan going into yesterday to ban stock for first map, to catch them off guard, which we did win. And then throughout the rest of the series, it didn't really benefit us that much. I think it was pretty even. So I think we should have reconsidered banning it towards the end. But I think we lost the game due to our S&D gameplay. I think we won 1 round out of 13. So we lost it on that.
You've got a potentially very long day now because you're going to go obviously against the High Five. If you manage to win that game, you go back into winners. You manage to win that game, you've got to play a second group of grand finals. Long day ahead of you. How do you manage the kind of energy and keeping up to your best?
I think we'll get something to eat now, but I'm still really confident we can pull this through, and it's looking good. We still have a good chance.
Well, best of luck. You've certainly given the fans something to cheer about, and we'll see you in the next game. Cheers. Next up, I've got Jakes is somewhere. Jakes, oh, there he is. Sorry, he's obviously signing autographs and pushing beautiful women away off him. Great game there, guys. I think what it came down to is perhaps a little bit of the nerves. That moment when stock got accidentally banned. We saw you guys trying to like obviously calm the team down. Is that just nerves? What happened there?
Yeah, I think at that stage it was nerves. But I mean, we recovered well in that CTF after the stock ban, and I mean Renato made up for it as well. He did really well, so we were happy.
It seemed like, obviously, your guys' confidence from the S&D when you guys went 6-1, it almost felt like if you could just survive to get to that second S&D you had in the bag, and then going 6-0 kind of showed that. Do you guys go into these game modes knowing you've got a particular strength in particular maps versus others?
Yeah, I mean, but the strange thing, hardpoints, I believe, is our strongest game mode. But credit to them, I mean, that stock ban in the first map it really helped them, and it destroyed us, basically. But when we played them in the online qualifier in the final, we won all our S&Ds, and we knew if we went to that game 5, we were confident of taking it as well.
This is the first map, and then ended up being the first 2 maps that you've dropped this entire tournament. Obviously, it might kind of shake the nerves a little bit, but I suppose it gives you an opportunity to look at potentially where your weaknesses are.
Yeah, of course. I mean, every time you lose a map, you always go back to see what you did wrong. I mean, you work on those, and then you take it there into the next game. When we played them, the uplink was really close, though. You know, we made stupid mistakes, especially in that last 30 seconds. But, I mean, credit to my guys. We pulled it back. We took the game 5, and we in the grand final, undefeated. So I'm happy.
Awesome, guys. Well, best of luck. You're in that grand final, and obviously you at least got second place in the bag, and best of luck. We'll see you guys later. We're going to take a very short break as the guys set up for the next game. We've got High Five against Insane Gaming. Insane barely having even a chance to let their seats warm, seats cool down at least before they get back in the saddle. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Hi, it's Jack Barrow here, and you're watching ICGL.
So, why are we here today? Call of Duty MAG Cup. Massive, massive, massive event. You know, an amazing opportunity. The last time we had something this big was the very first champs slot that we got. I mean, that was back in 2013. And yeah, so, MAG Cup SA, or ACGL MAG Cup, I should say. What does it mean? Well, first of all, it's our inclusion back into it's international Call of Duty. It's sanctioned by the people that run the World League, or essentially COD XP. And it's almost as if you're coming back out of isolation. I mean, maybe your parents will be able to tell you what that means. It's like when we went to go play the Cricket World Cup back in 1992. It was the first international cricket we had for many years because we weren't allowed to play and all those things. And it kind of feels like that in a way. At the end of the day, it's all about creating the exposure. It's us trying to get MAG Cup to trend when it's supposed to trend. It's us getting the amount of viewers into the streams, getting the people to see what we're doing, you know, creating an excitement around something that we are passionate about. Because if we don't guide people to what we want to see, they're never going to find it. And that is an important thing. It's supporting these tournaments. Not just by tweeting out once and saying, watch the MAG Cup. Actually go and watch it. Interact with the people, interact with the streams. You don't have to, it doesn't have to be a fight about it, you know. If you look at it logically, this is setting up for the future. I know there's a lot of 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds that aren't really too keen about MAG Cup because they're just missing out. But that's a short-sighted view. If you look at the long play with regards to
this tournament. Why won't there be one next year for you to play? Why won't there be one the following year? 120k this year. What if it's 200k next year? You've got to look at all those things as it's not really your time right now. Even if we did get a COD XP slot, you would still not have been able to play in it. However, by the time you are eligible to play in it, it could be a much better thing, a much bigger thing. And this is where, be salty for a little bit now. In a few years' time, you will get your shot. And Vinco stands behind that. We want this to grow, we want it to be the best it can be, and we want to show the world, because CWL is watching. We want to show the world we can put on these events ourselves for them.
Peggy 18.
Eros,
Finally,
Jesus, it's about time.
But think about that time period. That could have been 2, maybe even 3 caps there, which changed the game completely. Now, of course, so it is tied up. And this is where this map can get very tricky. Royal are going to have to make the decision here when they spawn. Do they OE? Do they try and stop the dunk? Because Eros is coming in very fast in the final 30 seconds. This for high five to see the win. The cover comes in. Beat down. Oh, Banshee able to get 2. A huge clutch in the last second comes in from him. Now, does he try and go for the play? Doesn't look like it. And someone is calling the Cerberus as well. That's worth mentioning. The drone is with Fatal Shot. Fatal Shot to Seeker with 15 seconds left. He has the streak. Cerberus is in. Goes for 1 connect with 10 seconds left. And that should be that, barring a huge clutch coming in from Royal. It's not gonna happen. High five. A fantastic play from Fatal Shot towards the end.
That's all she wrote.
Luckily that Cerberus came in clutch and he was able to get the kill, because if he goes in the Cerberus and he goes to overtime, you just wasted the streak.
That's exactly what it is. But great plays there by Fatal Shot, has to be said. Actually, Ben managing to pick up 2 Royal players and the cap, which essentially secured the victory for his team. That's fine.
Guys, this has been a flippin' awesome experience at the moment being here. You know, I think that me as a rugby player, we get a lot of people when we play rugby. There's a lot of people at the stadium and stuff, but when you come here, the adrenaline and the rush that you get when playing here is just amazing, you know, and I think that we need to get it up and just support this as well, because this is an amazing experience to have and something that you will need to do once in your life, you know, and it's just amazing to be here with all of these people and just see what's going on. And the growth of this whole sport is just amazing to see, and it's humbling to know there's something else as well that you can enjoy more than watching rugby. So, you know, for me as a rugby player, being here is just awesome, meeting new people, getting into this, and most certainly for the years to come I'll just get more and more into this gaming.
Yeah, MAG Cups for us in this community, since we've started playing competitive, it's the biggest announcement we've ever had. It's a COD World League sanctioned event. And I mean, it's a big opportunity for most of the guys that have been playing competitive Call of Duty for a long time, especially the guys that are over 18. There have been a lot of guys, you know, that have come out from not playing anymore just to participate in the event because it's really that big. It's going to be an awesome event. It's going to be a tight event in terms of, you know, who's actually going to win it. There's some good teams, and I don't think there's a clear favorite right now, but we did win the qualifier. We did get first seed, so we're going into it confident, and hopefully we'll take the win there as well.
Okay, Glenn, whenever you're ready, my friend.
All right. My name's Glenn Alexander, or better known as Glenn ZA Online. I've been involved with South African gaming community for around 10 years now, but more specifically for the last 6 years in competitive gaming in the world of esports. I find myself in the position of a team manager for Energy Esports, looking after the console side of things. I've been with Energy now for 2 years. I've got Vadex here on my left from Energy and Mickey from Vinco. And the other thing we also want to just chat about is the MAG Cup that's happening in a week's time from now up in Johannesburg at the Rage Expo. These two guys standing by me are not going to be participating, unfortunately. The only reason is because they're under 18. So I just want to hear from the two players what it means to them, unfortunately missing out, being underage, and what does it mean going forward? Is there something to look forward to? Do they build on it now? Are they heartbroken? So we'll just start. We'll hear back from Vadex, what he has to say.
Well, first, being under 18, it's for the tournament, it's understandable from an international standpoint, as most of the professionals are already over 18. From a local standpoint, the majority of our best players are 18 and younger, so it is kind of disappointing knowing that we can't show our best potential to the international scene.
And for yourself, Mickey?
Well, when I first heard the news, I was actually excited because this is the first major tournament in South Africa being hosted by CWL. And at first I was kind of sad because I'm under 18 and I really wish I could compete. But the only thing I can do now is be happy for the over 18s and just support them. And hopefully we'll have more next year. When I heard about the MAG Cup, I was really disappointed, and I'm sure all the under 18s were. But I don't think I think there's the over 18s, the people who already retired, who retired in Black Ops 2 already. They probably the most disappointed out of everyone because they put so much hours into the game and nothing's happened for them. And when they finally retire, CWL comes to South Africa to host the tournament. I feel really bad for them, but it's all because of the effort that they put in after retiring. This is possible for MAG Cup to happen in South Africa.
First of all, we just have to thank all those guys who started the competitive scene in South Africa, from hosting garage lands or any other kind of sort of online tournaments. And then obviously I hope that they support us, or maybe even some of them could come back if they're still able to compete, and we'd support them through these events just because it would be the right thing to do.
Extremely excited after a lot of grinding, hard yards, being involved with hosting of tournaments way back 2011, 2012, when we really got hands-on, got dirty in the scene. To hear something that's officially endorsed by the COD World League, I think it's a major breakthrough. Having Holden recently interviewed on MLG by Benson himself, just getting the word out there for South African competitive gaming, I think it's a big 2 thumbs up. The support we received, 31 teams entered, which was 18 plus, where we know the South African community is mainly under 18. So the guys came from all parts of the country and pulled together and showed the numbers. So yeah, we're very excited to see what's going to happen up next week. It's not so far clear as to say who's going to win, who's the favorites. It's really going to come down to that weekend, which team is carrying the momentum.
Peggy.
I just played Call of Duty in like celeb match, and I was first of the non-professional players. I'm pretty stoked about that. It was really fun. I really enjoyed it. It was really, really nice. Yeah, it's such a nice thing. I love Rage. It's my second time at Rage. And I was recently just lucky enough to be taken up to Germany to Gamescom with Megarom, and it was such an amazing experience. And it's so cool to have to be here and really see how it's grown in South Africa as well. It's like such a amazing sport. Like it's such a cool thing. Like I mean, when I was a lightie and I played games, people like looked kind of down on it in a weird way, or like people like thought I was weird or whatever, or like just the nerds played games or whatever. Like and it's just grown so much, and it's become such an amazing sport and such a cool thing. I'm just glad that I can be part of it, and I get to kind of weirdly make playing games my job, which is like obviously my girlfriend always gives me trouble, and I'm like, it's my job, I have to play games, come on. So that's lekker, yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at Rage at the Ticket Pro Dome here in Johannesburg. We are ready for our losers bracket final, obviously featuring Insane Gaming and High Five. High Five have had a chance to rest up since their very tense matches last night, while Insane Gaming have literally just come off a nail-biting 5th map loss to Energy. We're going to go now to our casters, ably aided by Holden and Tiano. Over to you guys.
Thanks, Gareth. Welcome back to the action, everybody. This is the MAG Cup. I'm joined by Mr. Tiano himself. I'm looking forward to this game.
I sure am, Nick. I mean, it's Championship Sunday. I think the question remains, who's not looking forward to a Championship Sunday? We've obviously dressed up for the occasion, and we cannot wait to get this started.
Can't wait to get it started. Of course, these two teams have played against each other early on in the competition. We went all the way to 3-2. Yeah. Map count, and it was round 10, search and destroy.
That's correct, yeah. 6-4, obviously Insane Gaming becoming the victors from that search and destroy. I have heard some information from High Five Gaming. They are going guns blazing today. They are not holding back. There's nothing anymore to lose. Either go home or get into that grand finals, which everyone wants to be a part of.
Well, essentially both of these teams guaranteeing themselves 10,000 Rand in prize money already.
Cash money.
But 25,000 Rand if they go over to the next round. And well, you take on Energy Esports, you can still take the victory and get 65,000 Rand. Oh no, 60,000 Rand, I do apologize. And a whole bunch of good swag, Astro gear. It's just amazing what these guys are going to be able to get. Take a look at the pick and bans, however. Stock being banned off the bat. I mean, we saw this in the previous game. Insane Gaming, maybe not playing into the latter stages, so interesting that they're going to bring it out now.
Yeah, sure. Obviously, this is actually the second time we've been seeing this introduced into a series throughout the entirety of the MAG Cup, Nick. It's extremely interesting, the stock ban. I always like seeing those curveballs being thrown into the games. Perhaps a fast stance ban, specifically mentioning a stock ban, maybe even a quick draw ban, which I highly doubt we're going to see. So, great ban there by Insane. They are a more assault rifle dominant team, thus allowing them to control the pace of the game.
Interesting you say that. Assault rifle dominating team, removing long barrel and removing smoke screens from the likes of High Five. Smoke screens are usually used to break down that AR control. Now they're essentially saying, you know what, we know you guys are strong at AR, but we pretty much up to the challenge of standing toe-to-toe against you. And that just shows the confidence coming from the High Five guys.
Yeah, High Five, as I mentioned, guns blazing today. Long barrel, the elimination from, we see a laser sight.
Yeah, interesting choice there. Maybe mixing things up a bit with the submachine players. I mean, we saw Flames using it a bit earlier. Whether that was effectively used or not, that's a little bit debatable. But maybe High Five doing a little bit of homework here and trying to throw a little bit of a curveball, like you mentioned, into the mix.
Definitely, and obviously the last two remaining bans were your Rapid Fire and your High Caliber, respectively. So yeah, nothing out of the ordinary with regards to that, Nick. Good ban with regards to the laser sight, as you mentioned. I think they must have definitely heard Benson saying, if a stock has been banned, thereafter your follow-up will then be utilizing that laser sight, because then you'll be obviously more in a lot of hip-fire contestations.
Yeah, well, removing that, I've got to think from just purely the pick and bans. Yes, High Five clearly showing that, yes, we are confident. Yeah. But will that confidence end up biting them? And I feel like, if anything, that Ban and Protect went over to Insane Gaming.
You think so?
I definitely do.
Let's
As
see.
now we cross over to the specialist draft so far, Active Camo, Heat Wave, Tempest and Kinetic Armor being picked up by High Five. On the other side of things, once again, we keep on mentioning that mirror matchup, but when it comes down to specialists, would you disagree with any of these picks?
No, absolutely not, Nick. We obviously see Reject not being utilized between the two teams. They must have been listening to Benson yesterday with regards to him saying Active Camo, your Kinetic Armor and your Heat Wave is definitely more important specialists being obtained as opposed to your Reject. So it's going to be absolutely fantastic.
Well, fair enough. I do understand that when it comes down to the lads from High Five, I believe they have been practicing without stock.
Okay.
So now, after seeing Insane ban it, they've been doing that little bit of homework and now maybe feeling a little bit more comfortable. So from backstage, yes, they've had that time. Now Energy Esports have time to maybe focus on things a bit. So when it comes down to what these two teams can expect, I think High Five have done their homework in just terms of watching the previous game, trying to understand what's about to go down between these two teams. Now, interestingly enough, the lads from High Five did speak to you before this game. They're having a little bit of discussion on evac hardpoint. Take us through that.
Yeah, High Five, they have mentioned to me, I mean, the game is about to get on its way, so it's nothing out of the ordinary. High Five do prefer evac hardpoints as well as breach hardpoint respectively, Nick. They do have a lot of dominant sub players. It has to be said, I think they are more sub dominant than opposed to Insane Gaming, which I've mentioned numerous times, are assault rifle players. However, now the question remains, did High Five Gaming practice the minimal time of practice without using the stock attachment onto their guns?
That's exactly what did happen. I mean, that they've been practicing, they saw the ban, they've been basically utilizing no stocks on any of their weapons, and seemingly confident and ready to go. I believe that M8A7 matchup and decision whether they're going to go with that or they're going to go over with the Man of War is going to be very, very crucial. Remember, when it comes down to evac, we still have a Shiva in play as well. So, a lot of excitement being built up. I mean, a lot of wild cards can still be thrown in here. And I think when it comes down to these two teams, you take a look at the likes of High Five. Era needs to step up his game. He's slowly been building that momentum from the first day where he was struggling. Fatal Shot, sometimes a little bit of the same as well. Drewski and Eros, they have been the players to look to from High Five so far. On the other side of things, Tank, he's been so consistent. Blizzard as well. Bullets, we saw him have a little bit of a drop in form earlier on, and Flames as well. I mean, we need to see something from these players, and if anything, I believe, was it Blizzard that was falling off the map in the Search and Destroy? And I mean, at least he's got the afterburner now at the moment. So when it comes down to these two teams, we're going to be crossing to evac hardpoint. It's going to be a great game, as last time they took us all the way to round 10, map number 5. So, my man Tiana, who are we jumping on board with?
I'm sorry, it has to be said. We have to jump on board with Eros, Nick. He has been the dominant factor in the High Five Gaming lineup this entire season. I think he's basically put the team on his back numerous rounds in various game modes. So let's hop on board with him. He does currently have the VMP in hand, quick draw, grip. Obviously, stock has been eliminated from the play, as we've seen. Concussions and Semtex is coming into play.
Yeah, so this is where Insane Gaming, straight off the bat, they're going to have to play reactively to the lads from High Five. As we see, yeah, they've got the trophy systems out, so good kudos to them. As Drewski comes up with a big two-piece off the bat,
he gets a three!
And straight away, Drewski off to a flyer.
Okay, fantastic plays by Drewski. Now we see Fatal Shot in a huge gunfight. Manages to take out Tanker, gets gun shots in his back. Blizzard coming huge from that gunfight.
Here we go, High Five looking strong, but it looks like a team kill will come out from Drewski with that ACXD. He's still inside the hardpoint, ducks, dips and dives, will get a couple of shots on his opposite number there, as things start off to a flyer, my man Tiana.
No, it's pandemonium in this hardpoint, Nick. We do see now players dropping like flies on each respective team, with Insane actually 15 seconds, 16 seconds actually accumulating in terms of hardpoints. So we do see High Five as well, and Heart of the Blocksters that did start off with the first hardpoint, they've not managed to accumulate any points.
To be honest, this is one of the things I brought up with High Five a bit earlier. I mean, they actually told me, yes, Insane Gaming, they love using that HCXD, and it's usually pretty much one of their standard bans. Clearly losing out on that pick and ban phase by throwing a wild card in there and not going with what they know Insane like to use best. I mean, we saw, I think that was from Blizzards a bit earlier on. He just ducked his way out of the hardpoint and said, Drew, you know what, you got to chase me. And then just around the corner, popped out the HCXD. Great play to him, as High Five currently in control of spawns as well as the hardpoint. As now trying to do some damage for their team. Drewski holding things down tight. Era picks up 2 off of the spawns. It's going to be Fatal Shot walking his way in. Will be able to come up with 1. However, does get traded out there. Now it looks like Eros going to be the first man to contest this. Insane did flip the spawns there.
They sure did, Nick. With only 28 seconds remaining on the clock, we do see High Five Gaming still pushing this back helipad hill. trying to accumulate some points as Insane Gaming just continuously gets a huge lead and points just keep on rolling on. Now we do see High Five Gaming, Nick, they've actually decided to opt out of pushing this hill with the last minute contestation and deciding to, okay guys, chill back. We do currently have the spawns for this locker hill, which is extremely also important. And let's start over. Let's accumulate those points that we do need.
Eros did so well to stay alive, but essentially giving themselves such a big task. A huge play from Blizzard. War runs down the right-hand side and picks himself up a two-piece, essentially removing that spawn control from the lads from High Five. It was a huge clutch kill there from Drewski.
Yeah, huge clutch kill it is. However, we do see Insane Gaming obviously spawning out. There's a lot of contestation currently right down the hill, Nick. Huge plays by Era. Will he be able to pick up the second? Kinetic Armament has been activated by Blizzard and unfortunately is unable to do so.
Here we go. Flames whips out the HCXD of Death. Will be able to connect with both of the players. And immediately Insane Gaming proving what a strong team they are on hardpoint.
It sure is. However, now, once again, Blizzard matches 2 kills by the HXD. That is twice now. The boys from High Five Gaming getting eliminated by that HXD. I think this is a time when the leader of the team must say, guys, put on that flak jacket. Why aren't we utilizing that flak jacket perk?
Absolutely. Flak jacket still not being picked up. There we go. Fatal shot deciding with it. I mean, with so many HCXDs and with points seemingly flowing in the favor of Insane, you got to go with it. And at the moment, High Five looking to play that reactive game type as we do see the flak jacket picking up once again. High Five maintaining control, but the breaks of Insane have been so solid so far. And one of the players to do exactly that has been tagged. But we cross over to Flames as the rotations come in here from Insane Gaming. Now is the opportunity for High Five to hold on strong and really gotten themselves actually into a good position.
They sure have. We do see now High Five Gaming currently with control of the hard points, but players are just being picked out by one. Huge plays by Eros, just being a nuisance in the hill. Kinetic Armor has been activated. However, it's the counter Kinetic Armor is obviously Heat Wave. Fatal shot, last alive in the hill. Manages to, okay, that's
big
great.
Plays by High Five as man rolls in. It's going to be up to Era. Comes up strong with the pistol to the face. Takes out the HCXD as well. Can this man be stopped? As now Eros comes up with a kill there on Tank. The stairway does get flooded as Eros is going to be able to shut down the door there. However, a couple of kills get traded out. Drewski now holding down things tight for this team. High Five seemingly making a comeback.
Yeah, finally the comeback has come into play by High Five with only minimal points behind, basically almost coming to the 30 mark. Insane Gaming currently set up right now in the middle hard points, while High Five are about to push it through.
And I gotta say, Eros been performing so well once again. You pointed him out before this, and now with that Kuda in hand, has been absolutely so impressive. As here we go, Eric comes up with huge kills. 4 down from Insane, however, they still do retain the spawns, but are going to lose out on some crucial time as High Five crawl their way back into this game. Eros with the opening kill on side the hardpoint. Big kills there from Drewski, comes up with 1. Will he be able to come up with a second? No, Fatal Shot says, you know what, I'll raise my hand, I'll take that one.
That's fine. Now we do see Juicy activating the HXC, manages to pick up 1. There are more Insane players coming through the large door, Nick. Huge contestation going right down in the middle map with Eros just cleaning out the scraps.
This is a phenomenal comeback from the lads from High Five. Let's cross over to Insane as they jump their way in, and we're going to be on board with bullets. Now, with 12 seconds left on the hard point, it's going to be up to the lads from High Five to rotate. And I want you guys to keep an eye on your map right there. That's the man you need to keep an eye on as he picks up one. Now going to hold things down tight. Picks up the second. The man's anticipation is second to none. As now he walks his way forward. Challenges with SMG! Absolutely huge plays there from Eros, but his teammates just not following through, Tiano.
No, that's so unfortunate, Nick. We did see Eros once again being the clutch player for the High Five Gaming lineup. He does have now support Era and Drewski holding down the spawns of the helipad, Nick. This is Insane Gaming. They currently do have control over the hill. High Five need a break right now.
As here we go, Drewski tries to walk his way in, however, 3-man flood here from the lads from High Five. As Eros comes up with 2, Fatal Shot cleans up the second. It's going to be up to Eros, oh, he does get taken out. He falls outside of the bounds of the hard point. And now it's going to be in control of Insane Gaming. Tiano, what a game we have on
what
our
a game. Unfortunately now, well, fortunately for the team from Insane Gaming, they do now, our points are accumulating.
Now this is experience just shining through here from Drewski. And he's just going to hold down tight, make sure, hey, we've got the setup, we've got an option available to us should we need to break it again. And you know what? These early rotations is exactly what you want to see. He actually opts to go for it straight off the bat. And here we go. Let's see what connects. He's going to land with 1. Not going to be able to pick up the second. Looks like the war run will get picked up there. As he, ooh, that's Flames coming up with 2. Flames does shut down. Ooh, with the active camo in hand as well. Spawns currently in favor of High Five. Does earn the dart there for his team. However, Era's going to be able to trade out that kill. We jump on board once again with Eros. Holding things down tight for his team as once again, Eros. Tiano.
Yeah.
This man, I mean, beginning of the season, High Five Gaming struggling.
Yep.
I mean, they picked up Eros and they thought, okay, he's a relatively new player, let's give him a chance. And this is, I can't stress the importance enough of sticking with your teammates. Eros probably came in as an underdog player and now has throughout the season turned it up as he's learned those lessons from his teammates, learned from their experience, been guided by their hand, and now has become essentially the man with the backpack on his shoulders.
That backpack it is. I mean, Nick, just sticking on board with Eros, he's obviously come from the Fear lineup. He actually played for Insane Gaming, opting out to lead that team and then deciding to choose the High Five Gaming lineup, where he feels more prepared. We saw him going massive, Nick, only 1 point away from his city bomb with 1 minute 10 seconds remaining.
Ooh.
It's massive. It's just absolutely massive.
Caller comes through. Ero's going to be able to clean up, essentially acting as the broom there for his team. As now only 10 points separate both of these squads.
Fatal shot.
Still anybody's game. Fatal shot comes up with a big kill. At least he trades that out. But sacrificing a little bit of control inside heal. Insane Gaming get themselves a relatively easy break there.
Yeah, easy it is, Nick. Now we do see High Five Gaming spawning out in different areas of the map. Not preferred. However, two players do go down.
I love it from the lads from High Five, breaking the hard point from numerous different angles and just making it so difficult from the lads from Insane Gaming to have an answer.
And we are back once again. The match is tied up, Nick, with 166 to 167. High Five with 12 seconds remaining. Do still have control of the glass hill. Huge! Blizzard turning on Fatal Shot, unfortunately.
Unfortunately for Fatal Shot, I mean, fortunately for Insane Gaming, as Blizzard now trying to hunt down his opposite number, chooses the wrong corner as both players miss one another. Fatal Shot comes up with a big two-piece, and there we go. High Five's prevalence, and this is where they've done their homework, ladies and gentlemen. When it comes down to their pick and ban, they knew exactly how strong they were, and they were ready with the SMGs in hand. They knew how close quarter intensive this was going to be, and essentially it's all coming out on top of those gunfights.
That's exactly what it is. Now we do see now High Five getting to that 30 points mark in terms of increase and difference, Nick. Huge kills by Eros once again, unfortunately. Drewski going absolutely massive. Picks up the two-piece on the players. Insane Gaming spawning out currently. Fatal Shot with the HXD kill. Wow. Let's go.
Here we go. High Five now pulling away from their opposition. Drewski shuts him down. Coming up huge for his team as Eros now trying to hold down the hill. It's going to be once again about the contest. And Drewski yet again coming up on top. Look to the captain, ladies and gentlemen. He's going big.
Captain indeed he is, Nick. He's only 125 points off of his lightning strike. I think he definitely needs to play with this. Sneaky flanked by the lad. Insane Gaming members currently spawning out, so that means High Five Gaming do have the preferred spawns.
Great play here. Experience shining through once again. Here we go. It's going to be up to Drewski. Oh, no, doesn't need a challenge. Now turns around and knows exactly where they're coming from. Drewski, however, does eventually fall down. As High Five Gaming now only 15 points away from taking this. We jump on board with Eros, holding things down inside the hard point. He's got the Kuda. He's got the fourth mags. He's got the HCXD. Wolf with it out. And he does kill himself. There we go. Bullets now jumps his way in. RK5 in hand. Insane Gaming need to mount a comeback. Fatal Shot. Here we go. Huge play by him. And this is High Five Gaming breaking away. However, Blizzard jumps his way in. Kinetic armor in hand. Will work his way towards the top of the staircase. Picks up one. Insane Gaming now maybe can be a little bit more calmer since that comes in hand. However, Drewski's going to be once again the man to contest. Comes in with one. Comes in with that. Oh, no.
Oh, it's alive.
There we go.
Deep kill by Eros, unfortunately, Nick, with only 3 seconds remaining.
Bullets jumps in. They're not going to give this one up that easy. Turns around. Drewski gets taken out. Heatwave actually got popped there by his opposite number. Only 2 points away with Insane Gaming with those rotations in hand. It's going to be up to a huge play here from High Five. And one of the players that you need to keep an eye out for here, Eros coming up big, comes up with one. Drewski jumps his way in. Unfortunately falls down. Insane Gaming still holding strong. Defense. Call them the brick wall, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody's getting past here as two big kills come out there from the Insane Gaming team. Is this the comeback? Is this the turnaround from the Insane Gaming crew?
Potentially so. There's definitely a comeback by Insane Gaming. Nick, you kind of ask yourself the question, why didn't High Five rotate sooner? Just obtain your only 4 points off from the clock. Eros once again with massive 2 kills.
Comes up with 2 big ones. Insane Gaming with clear momentum in their favor. High Five Drewski trying to find a player. Now currently contesting, missing a couple of crucial shots. Comes up big and one shot. It's going to be High Five Gaming taking map number 1.
Wow.
Woo! Tiano,
what
a game. Look at that.
All around the board. Eros, 42 bombs, the Lanimal. The Lanimal, the South
one behind. 2 minutes, 26 seconds of heal time, 11 defense. Absolutely amazing play there from the lads from High Five Gaming. Insane Gaming right there or thereabouts, but using momentum at probably one of the worst times there for their team. Just really clutch plays when it came down to it. I like the smart, decisive decisions from the high five. They seem to know always exactly where their opposition was coming from. And now we're going to be moving over to one of your favorite maps, Tiana.
My favorite. I think it's actually both of our favorite maps being played.
I love this map. I mean, the plays that can be made when it comes down to search and destroy on Redwood, I believe that's where we're going. So we're going to be taking a little bit of a break. We'll be back in just a second. It's going to be Redwood, search and destroy.
Let's do this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is map number 2. It is Search and Destroy with High Five currently with the 1-0 lead. This is the losers bracket final. So much on the line for both of these teams, Tiana.
Yeah, too much on the line. We just started off with an amazing hard points on evac, Nick. So evac, HB, one of our favorite maps. Now going into Search and Destroy on Redwood, another one of our favorite maps, Nick. This is going to be absolutely fantastic.
Well, interestingly enough, Thermal got banned. Smokescreen banned almost immediately, maybe just hovering over the ban.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I think those happen almost at the same time. So, I mean, you ban the one, you don't really need to ban the other.
No, correct. Now, we do see, obviously, Bullets eliminating Thermal. We obviously understand who's picking out. He's trying to eliminate Error from the sniper rifle gameplay. We did see Error making some massive plays against Royal Gaming with that Locust in hand. But it has to be said, targeting him per se.
Also, targeting those frag grenades, we all know how important that can be when it comes down to Redwood Search and Destroy. You try to go for those tree line push, you throw a couple of grenades, try push those guys out of those comfort zones. So far, we're going to see as well, I believe that's a concussion overkill. So really a lot of sniper rifle gunplay being removed from this. Rapid fire, however, still in play, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, so that is actually the first time we are witnessing rapid fire.
Yeah.
This is going to be extremely interesting. Now, will the players opt to be using that rapid fire? I don't see why not.
If you want to push off of a rush and go straight for the bomb site and go into those tight confined areas to make sure that you get control room and you dominate that control area, I don't see why not.
Yeah.
It's an ace up the sleeve. You might as well just take it. It's a free big gunfight win.
Yeah.
And at the moment, when it comes down to the specialist draft, hey, once again, mirror matchup. They're going to just do a little bit of copycat examples. So active camo will get picked up by Drewski as well as Bullets. Reject being taken by Fatal Shot and Tank. And Blizzard is going to be going with Heatwave. And you expect Flames, yeah, kinetic armor and other side of things. So I'd say that's pretty much a stock standard when it comes down to what you're going to be able to pick when it comes to specialist draft. However, when it comes down to Redwood and what you've seen from both of these two teams in the past, who do you think is the most comfortable going into this one?
Honestly, I'd have to say both teams are respectively comfortable in their own right, Nick. I mean, Redwood is such an exciting map to be playing Search and Destroy on, specifically saying you've got so many avenues of travel. You do have the high line of the tree runs that you can obviously utilize the mobility of your thruster packs. You can then perhaps go for a nice dip underneath the river there.
We see rushes down mid as well.
Rushes down mid, which is extremely interesting. I just want to emphasize on that rapid fire, Nick. Rapid fire is such an essential attachment. Reason being is it increases the volume of your gunfire.
Yeah.
So we're going to see some crazy pushes.
Seen something like rapid fire coupled with extended mags? Do you think that's something that we might see just so the guys can guarantee themselves just to keep spraying, hold down those corners? So, you know what? when it comes down to search and destroy, we saw Insane Gaming take on the likes of High Five. Insane Gaming actually came on top of both S&Ds, I believe.
Yes, they did. Yeah, they actually did. They managed to become the victors from it. It was Infection. High Five actually being up on that map, but unfortunately having to restart as there were controller issues. Then, Insane Gaming, once again, being the victors of that last search and destroy on Fringe, it was winning that map 6-4. So, High Five definitely the underdogs coming into to search and destroy. Insane Gaming being the victors from all of the previous encounters.
Absolutely. Now, Insane Gaming, you have to go, it's into their favor, but losing out Hardpoint, I mean, we saw how strong Hardpoint was as a game mode for the lads from Insane Gaming against Energy Esports.
Yeah.
What does that really set the tone for? I mean, High Five have never played Energy Esports before.
No.
They didn't play them in the online qualifiers.
That's correct, yeah.
They didn't play them in the grand finals.
All right.
I still think that, you know what, they're probably the underdogs coming in seed number 3. Yep. But this is probably the closest finals, Super Sundays, that I have ever come across.
Me too.
I think any one of these teams on stage could take the title. And you know what? I'm going to do something a bit crazy. And I'm not going to even knock on wood for this one. Maybe I should. I think whichever team wins this game today is going to win the entire tournament.
Okay, that's a bold statement.
It's a bold statement. I'm going to go with it.
All right. Who are we hopping on board on?
All right, so we got to get on board with the High Five team, but remember when it comes down to search and destroy, we can't be too descriptive to all of you, as of course the players to our left and right can hear certain call-outs from us, so we're going to be vague, but believe me, it's going to be interesting between both of these squads. So just having a little crossover between the selection of weapons as we take a look at High Five and now Insane Gaming. Not too much different there on either side. Also just taking a look at what is actually being used. I've got to say, Insane Gaming, just with the options in utility alone, have got a couple of better perks up their sleeve.
Okay, we do obviously see a forceful push around the tree lines from the boys from High Five Gaming. Nick, they've actually all decided to commit, but Bullis huge with the opening kill on Fatal Shot, putting High Five Gaming in a disadvantage.
I love this here. As we see High Five trying to find themselves in a good position. Eros is going to be so crucial right now as the lads from High Five trying to find themselves in. And Insane Gaming, it's all about how you break this. You've got the numerical advantage. Bait and switch, try to play around it and see exactly what's going to be able to happen as he picks up one. Flames comes up with a huge kill. Eros comes up with one of his own. Drewski now holding things down tight for his team. As now we'll be able, oh no, we'll get taken out, and there we go. Insane Gaming taking round number 1. Just going to be essentially saving time, getting a little bit more points. And you know what, Tank saying, I'm not risking it. I'm just going to go straight for the defuse, guys. And with that bomb defuse, getting oh so close to a couple of shiny things.
Yeah, exactly what it is. So obviously, Insane Gaming getting the opening pick on Fatal Shot from the High Five Gaming lineup, Nick. Essentially speaking, they should have seen out the round, which they obviously ended up doing so. So great plays there from the entire team from Insane Gaming. We did, however, see an extremely interesting push there by High Five Gaming. I wonder into the next coming offensive rounds if they will slightly change it up a bit.
It's so risky. It's so risky. We saw the man essentially with the bomb in hand say, I'm swinging from tree to tree, guys. Good, wish me luck. As now we jump on board with Insane Gaming.
All right.
We currently with Flames, who will get a connection there, and this is exactly what I was talking about when it came down to utility. And the High Five guys, seemingly not prepared for it, will be able to come up and
on top of them.
Just like that, we'll get challenged. We'll be able to come up with one. Three down, yeah. It's Flames left in a 1v3 situation. 1 minute left on the clock. And now High Five Gaming. This is an all too familiar position. And I hate to say it.
Yeah.
They've been shooting themselves in the foot in the past.
They sure have. We did see that on the Infection map, Nick, where they were in a 1v2 situation and actually Bullets came up clutch. However, now he's looking to his co-partner Flames. Bomb in hand. Still has to be planted. Insane. This is a risky one.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, just trying to wait on the lads from High Five Gaming, but seemingly they're not budging. I like this though. So when it comes down to High Five and what they have to do, I mean, it's relatively simple. Wait for the mistake.
Yeah, we do see great communication, Nick. They're obviously realizing that the player hasn't planted the bomb on one specific side. Now all deciding to rotate together as a cohesive unit.
Oh, there we go. Drewski shuts him down, and the bomb actually got planted. So points go all the way in favor of High Five. They got 37 seconds to work with. Now, Tiana, take us through why they're not just defusing the bomb straight away.
It's as we've mentioned numerous times. once the bomb has been planted, you do get 40 seconds in order to defuse it. However, you do have, I think it's 7.5 seconds defuse time. So when you allow those time to come down on the clock, it does allow your specialists, as you can see right at the bottom right-hand side corner, to accumulate more points, which is always so essential to getting those specialists.
There we go. Drewski coming up with the defuse, and that must surely have been picked up from the lads from Insane Gaming there. No, yes, will we decide to change things up in our classes?
Yep,
prepare for the worst? So yeah, expect a lot of that. So Drewski coming up with the clean kill there in his opposite number. Now when it comes down to these two teams, tied up once again, we have a game.
We always have a game that is absolutely fantastic. Great showcase coming from High Five Gaming as well as Insane respectively. However, we do jump on board with High Five now.
I feel like it's
attacking team.
Yeah, we got to jump on board with Drewski. And here we go. 1 minute 23 seconds. Of course, you get 1 minute 25 per round. It is best out of 11, first to 6 essentially when it comes down to Search or Destroy. This is map number 2. High Five currently 1-0 up on map count as we cross back to the action. We are on board with Drewski. Currently got that active camo, working his way towards it. Slowly but surely, that comes so in handy when you want to secure those early rounds and just make sure your team can hold on to it. Drewski, however, giving away his position there, deciding to double back as now we cross over to Fatal Shot.
Fatal Shot. We do see now the bomb is down. Unfortunately, no players there from High Five Gaming able to trade out that kill. Big plays by Flames, managing to be the victor in that contestation. However, Fatal Shot progressing up the map, does have an M8 in hand.
And here we go. Drewski obviously falling down to his opposite number. This is going to be so tricky from the High Five lads. Yeah. With time ticking down, they need to make a move here. And you got to feel that. There we go. Bullets does get taken out.
Leaves it now. 2v2 situation, Nick. With Fatal Shot and Eros versus Blizzard and Tank.
Blizzard gets tagged up. Now Tank trying to rotate around as now High Five with an opportunity here. And now it's going to be up to Eros, the man with the protection. Will be able to come up with one shot. However, does get taken out. Bomb does get put down here, and looks like Insane Gaming.
Great place.
I don't understand though. High Five, they had the opportunity there to get the bomb down a little bit earlier. You picked up those 2 kills, the players got tagged up, they needed to rotate around, and maybe a little bit of a mistake there from High Five. Just, was that Eros trying to watch Fatal Shot plant the bomb?
Yeah.
He missed a couple of crucial shots. The player didn't know he was there. Could have given that a little bit of another chance to give himself a better angle to kill the player, and the rotation was coming from the same area.
Yeah.
Once again, hindsight is 20/20 as we cross over to Insane Gaming. Also just counting down the clock now. Those fingers will go on that repetitive code and get that bomb site defused. As there we go. Don't worry, he didn't kill himself. That's not going to count against him. As we cross over once again. It's going to be Insane Gaming this time on the attack.
Yeah, so what we have witnessed, obviously each players being the victors in their own respective rounds, offensive via defensive.
Once again, we knew there. Blizzard was tagged up. If that call out, maybe it was bad communication. Yeah. That Fatal Shot maybe should just hold bomb for a second. At least then, he would be able to challenge that gunfight and probably come out on top.
On top, that sure is. Now, Nick, we do jump on board now with Insane Gaming, the attacking team for the team.
All right, so we're on board with Flames. Currently with bomb in hand, does have that VMP. Kinetic armor slowly ticking up. I'm not too sure if we'll see it this
push
round.
By High Five.
There we go, High Five mixing things up. It's 4. Oh, I can't give away too much. This Fatal Shot does come up with a kill. Drewski comes up with a trade. I love this from them. Just mixing things up completely, making a nuisance of themselves on the other side of things. Bullets now trying to hold things down tight. Will he be able to come up with a kill? Does exactly that. He's heavily tagged up, however. And now, the lads from High Five trying to hunt them down. Insane Gaming slowly but surely rotating towards each other, trying to recover from the madness from what that was. The 4-man push right down the middle.
Yeah, right down the middle it was. However, now we do see Flames managing to plant down the bomb on the A-bomb site, Nick. So now, High Five, the last 2 alive for the team will be Error and Fatal Shot. They need to regroup. This is essential. They have to trade this one out.
Take a look at this. This is the perfect opportunity for the lads from High Five.
Silver lining in hand.
Opportunity for bait and switch here. And there we go. 2 will come up! And High Five Gaming will take the round here. Fatal Shot had an opportunity with that reject, and they didn't even need to use it. And I can't express enough what a utility item that is, just to try break the lines of sight of your opposition. And essentially, Insane Gaming, you could just post up there at the back tree. All they had to do was just poke out, waste time. I mean, the lads from High Five Gaming, I feel that was insane, making stupid challenges, to be honest.
Stupid challenges it was. Why would you push inside the smaller room when you could just basically hair glitch the A bomb site, which we know is prolific to do so? So
essentially the decision there was, yeah, let's break our line of sights. Let's give up our map control here. Let's give up our area. And I just don't agree with it. I really don't agree with it. When it comes down to Insane Gaming, however, they're going to flip things onto the defensive side of things. Drewski, however, still with a couple of things up his sleeve. As now we jump on board with him.
Oh, okay. Interesting push once again. I'm absolutely loving how high five of managing.
Oh,
shots being taken on his respective
If Bullets
partner.
landed a couple of shots there, you have to question why his teammate, or should I say Fatal Shot, didn't get taken out.
Yeah.
Now, there we go. Bomb is down.
Bomb is down. That is it.
And now Blizzard. Ooh, gets tagged up heavily here, trying to duck his way out of there. I like that from High Five Gaming, not challenging immediately. However, Tank gets the kill, brings things back to a 3v3, and there we go. Eros and Era, Rejack is in hand. Will he decide to use it? No, decides against it. I like that play though. Deciding conservative. Yeah, he killed himself there essentially, as he didn't want to give both a plant. Maybe could have come up with a couple more picks there, as you have to assume that the kills were picked up. And there we go, Era coming up with a big kill.
Yeah, if you can see from his X-ray, Nick, I'm not entirely sure that was his plan of action. Perhaps his thruster pack's just
maybe
allowing it to recharge as fast as he wanted it to.
Too much credit.
Also true.
All right.
Okay. High five. Finally ahead by 1 round on Search and Destroy Redwood.
Yeah, when it comes down to Search and Destroy between both of these teams.
Look at these pushes.
High five. I love this though. They are completely changing things up, and now Bullet's going to find himself in a great position. Comes up with one shot. Oh no, gets traded out. Now the call out comes out. They are rotating around as now Insane Gaming have an opportunity, and I think this is the exact right choice from them as they look to get this bomb down, do eventually get the plants, and now 3v3 situation. High Five's bold strategy maybe going to play against them here.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. High Five are ever decided as a collective unit to push around to the player.
Ooh, Fatal Shot.
Blizzard trades out Fatal Shot. Drewski trades out Blizzard. That leaves now Tank all alone in a 1v2.
Oh, bait and switch, side bait and switch.
Oh!
And Drewski comes out. And I love that play from them. Peek out through the window. I'm going to break entrance. And just phenomenal Search and Destroy play. This is a completely different High Five team from what we saw from the Search from yesterday. I mean, it looked amateurish. Now, just refining the game plan. This is the High Five of old that we have seen. I mean, sometimes you have those cringe moments of, guys, what are you doing? It's a 1v3 situation, and essentially the one player taking out all three of the opposition. Now, traveling as unit, trading those kills, and I can't stress enough, we see them, it's essentially the wolf pack.
It is the wolf pack, with the leader obviously being Drewski. But Nick, I'm thoroughly enjoying pushes from High Five Gaming. Not taking anything away from Insane, but they've all decided, guys, let's change it up a bit. We tried a specific strategy yesterday. It wasn't working for us. Now we need to change it up. And it seems like it, so far, is definitely going into their favor.
We haven't given enough credit to Mr. Fatal Shot so far. And he's been doing phenomenally. 6 and 5 for his team. Across the board, you love to see when each one of your players is at least going neutral or positive in Search and Destroy. On the other side of things, here we go. High Five trying to make a break. Drewski may be a little bit premature there in popping that camo. Eros, however, will be able to trade out a kill, trying to work things on attack. Once again,
Bombers remain in spawn, Nick. One of the players possibly forgot to pick it up.
Yeah, it's unfortunate there from the lads. As Fatal Shot comes up with a kill. Now Insane Gaming left in a 2v3 situation.
Yeah, so numerical advantage definitely in favor from the lads from High Five Gaming. Unfortunately, something not with them at the moment.
Insane Tank in a huge position here. And this is just a misplay from High Five, you have to think, when the player got taken up there. And now, both players in control here, as it's going to be very important for Insane Gaming to stick relatively close to one another. Fatal Shot comes with the kill. Now, Tank gets taken out.
Okay, so in hindsight, Nick, momentum shifting into favor, and they're not necessarily into favor for the High Five Gaming lineup. They forgot bomb in spawn, managed to actually then pick it up at the end, and then sealing up the round. So
I don't agree. I mean, why do Insane Gaming need to go all the way? I mean, the bomb sites are right there. It's by your defensive side. Why do you need to overextend all the way over and basically leave yourself exposed like that? You don't need to. You're still defending. It's 2v2. You have the advantage. Now, essentially giving up that advantage by chasing your opposition. It's one of those things. Insane Gaming, I'm not too sure on their Search and Destroy. If it was a game before this from Energy that just kind of knocked their confidence, the heat wave does get popped out. We'll be able to connect with one. However, the teammate does clean up. It's Eros coming up with another kill.
Kinetic armor. by Flames has been activated. HXZ also being utilized.
Gotta feel like that's a little bit of a waste from Mr. Flames himself, popping that kinetic armor. As here we go, looks like
HXZ is chasing bullets, Nick.
There we go, and
Black Jacket comes into a massive, massive defense there for bullets.
Insane Gaming, 50 seconds left on the clock. 2v3.
Okay.
Looks like it's High Five's game to lose, ladies and gentlemen.
Sure it is.
Let's see if they've got any assets in hand. Yeah, I guess they do. Why not? It's a UAV, you get some information out, protect your player. As once again, the Wolfpack is on the hunt.
On the hunt for Flames and bullets. The High Five Gaming lineup are Eros, Drewski, Fatal Shot, left. While Bomb is currently planted now on a bomb site. We do see now. They are once again pushing around.
So I like this play from Bullets. I like this play from the team. They needed to try hold things down. But remember, here we go, just to mix things up. The 8CXD of Death will get pulled out. And there we go. Boom, connects, and there we go. Bullets now left in a 1v3 situation. Tries to challenge, High Five comes out big. What play there from the High Five Gaming crew. Now going to be taking Search and Destroy and making Insane Gaming 2-0 down from Insane. I mean, great plays there from High Five as coming up so strong there for their team. Drewski spots out the player, flips over to that M8 and says, thank you very much. You jump out of cover, I'm going to take the kill. Yeah. And High Five now up 2-0 on map count. And taking a look at who did what across the board, you got to feel that the lads did well. You know when Era's behind on kills that the rest of the team is really picking up standards, because that's a man that they really look to in Search and Destroy. On the other side of things, Flames got to feel let down there by his team slightly, but also going pretty much neutral. Not the Insane Gaming that we're used to when it comes down to S and D. No. That being said, we are pretty much going to get set up for map number 3, which is going to be some infection. No, I do apologize. It's Fringe Uplink.
Interesting. All right.
So that's going to be a good one to watch, as it is Insane Gaming taking on the likes of High Five. It is the losers bracket final. The winners of this game are going to find themselves in all-important phase. I mean, Insane Gaming, the reverse sweep. It's been the theme of the weekend. Are we going to be able to see it here today? You know what? I wouldn't rule it out between both of these teams. We're going to be crossing to a quick break. We'll be back in just a sec. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is map number 3. It is High Five Gaming, taking the likes of Insane. Of course, so much on the line in terms of prizes. But you know what? They're not the only one playing for prizes. You can play for prizes right at home as well, as there are some great Call of Duty Infinite Warfare beta codes, as well as a huge Astro Gaming hamper that you basically can get yourself a chance to win by all you have to do. Hit up on Twitter, #MagCupZA. Take a screenshot, take a photo, and let us know what you think of the tournament so far. It's pretty much as simple as that. Now we're going to be crossing over. It is Infection on Uplink, and we were chatting a bit before this.
Yeah.
This is where Tanker came up huge against Energy Esports. Same map, essentially.
Yeah, however, we do see Tanker. He obviously, Insane coming up huge, specifically because Tanker managed to protect the XR2.
Yeah. So now when it comes down to these two teams, I think Insane Gaming coming in with a little bit of confidence, it has to be said. Yes, they missed a couple of throws, but I mean, Energy Esports, one of the best uplink teams in South Africa, pure plain and simple. And when it comes down to what these two teams can expect, I think Insane Gaming, they missed a couple of big throws, but still managed to tie things up at the last.
Yeah.
So if, on the other side of things, High Five Gaming, didn't they feel like a 15-0 loss against Royal?
No.
It was something terrible.
No, the Stone Age Militia actually managed to 15-0 Royal on Uplink Infection. What has to be said, High Five, this was obviously the resurgence of the reverse sweep on Insane yesterday, managing to be the victors in the Uplink and obviously the CTF respectively, Nick. So, that being said, High Five definitely up in advantage in terms of uplink gameplay as opposed to their opposition on Insane.
Absolutely, but now with that 2-0 lead, I mean, it's one of those things, you don't be complacent.
No.
Still control the pick and bans. This is where you're going to have to, once again, make Insane Gaming feel a little bit more uncomfortable than they're already feeling. They are facing a 2-0 deficit. It's absolutely crucial that both of these teams, when it comes down to the pick and ban phase, that they need to come up huge here. They need to throw something different in the mix. So far, High Five Gaming have been looking so good on their SMG gameplay, as we saw on evac, even on the Search and Destroy, the way they're trading things out. I think it's going to be something very similar between both of these teams when it comes down to the pick and bans. And we just basically have to get things set up. But once again, I want to find out from you guys, who do you think is going to be able to take this? Is it going to be the lads from Insane Gaming pulling up with the reverse sweep? Tiano, what's your thoughts going into this game?
Well, currently being in a 2-0 advantage, Nick, I'm going to have to fare from the boys from High Five Gaming. However, throughout the entirety of this weekend, we've been seeing reverse sweeps. So essentially saying we all love reverse sweeps, but yeah, I'm opting for the boys from High Five.
This first ban is going to be so crucial.
It is. Let's see.
So crucial. And I remember, actually, this is an interesting point. It just popped into my head.
HBK.
The lads from Insane Gaming, they banned out the stock.
Yeah.
Now, with that stock in hand, I go back all the way probably to the Astro Gaming Cup, and Ethan, I mean, he's been saying, that's Eros, by the way. He keeps on saying, you know, I don't need an AR with a stock in hand. He actually prefers sometimes playing without stock, and maybe that's exactly why High Five was so prolific when it came down to that hard point. So now when it comes down to the pick and bans, however, HVK will get removed there by Insane Gaming. Smokescreen has been a consistent ban here from High Five. They definitely have done their homework. Insane Gaming love to throw, as Benson also likes to point out, dirty up the map. Make it really, really difficult for your opposition to try push forward and basically get control of the ball. And now when it comes down to exactly what has happened, we see Flashbang also getting removed. I wouldn't be surprised to see Concussion. Fatal Shot removing the long barrel. Now, that long barrel, interesting choice. That just means your SMGs are less likely to challenge your AR gameplay. So far, High Caliber removed. Overclock, Rapid Fire actually does get banned out. So we're not going to be seeing it when it comes down to the respawn. Overdrive, thoughts on that? Banned out?
Yeah. Banned. So that's extremely essential. We did see Eros going absolutely massive with regards to the overdrive. Specialist ability not being banned yesterday in the uplink on Breach it was. So Insane Gaming obviously doing their homework, eliminating that from them. High Five then respectively doing their homework, eliminating the smoke screens once again, coming into the third round of the series.
Now, I really want to stay on board with Fatal Shot when he's had that Tempest. I feel like
dominating.
Yeah, he's been so good with it. He has really been so prolific that I always feel we see the Tempest at the bottom left-hand side of the kill feed, and we're like, oh, because it's always 3 names coming up, and it's Fatal Shot, Fatal Shot, Fatal Shot coming up huge. On the other side of things, it looks like that Scythe v Tempest matchup, that's going to come into question here. Your personal preference?
I've said it numerous times, Nick, I'll always choose the Tempest over the Scythe. primarily because of the fact that the Tempest allows you to, once you've obtained that first kill from the chain lightning, then basically chains out to all opposing players that run directly over it. If communication is poor on the team that has just been Tempest, if that is such a word, then unfortunately their players will just basically a little bit of a snowball effect and all get electrocuted.
Well, like you said, if one of those players is going to be coming out of a confined, essentially a funnel area, they are not going to be able to use that doorway anymore. They can't use that area of movement for a couple of seconds, and those couple of seconds may be the biggest difference. I mean, like I said once again a bit earlier, those big seconds is exactly what Tanker was playing with in the previous game against Energy Esports, and that's how they managed to tie things up and draw things over to overtime and eventually take the map. Got to favor Insane Gaming in a lot of ways here when it comes down to uplink, just because they have played it. They're going off the confidence of playing against one of the best teams in South Africa, team that has been yet undefeated. So
currently EN dominating the scene. They still have, obviously they are currently 9, the grand finals, Nick. That being said, they've got 2 lifelines ahead of them.
You know what?
So definitely in a favorite spot.
If I was Energy Esports and I was watching High Five right now, if they do pick up that 3-0, I'd be pretty worried.
Slightly worried.
Slightly worried or pretty worried? I mean,
Energy
either one.
Dominating the entire weekend.
They have, but I mean, they have not played against the likes of High Five. This is something we brought up a bit earlier.
It's going to be their first time if High Five are the victors from the series against Insane Gaming. It'll be the first time High Five Gaming versus Energy
Well,
Esports.
I mean,
it's going to be great.
Energy versus Insane, 3-2.
Yeah, 3-2 close games.
Yeah.
Has to be said, going all the way around.
It's still anybody's game. Yeah, still anybody's game. As now we cross over to uplink, and it's all about trying to essentially get the ball into the back of the portal, those big blue or big red lights. And when it comes down to it, throwing the ball in is going to get you 1 point. So far, South African teams have seemingly not been practicing their 1-pointers. Of course, basketball, some might argue that it's the most popular sport in South Africa. Some might argue that it is. It has been picking up recently, but that being said, these guys have not clearly been doing their basketball homework. Now, what they can also try to do is run with the ball in hand, and let's call that the try to some of our newer viewers, and that's going to earn you 2 points. So, crossing over to the action, it is going to be High Five Gaming taking on the likes of Insane. Insane have to look to a couple of their players. Bullets fell back a bit earlier on that uplink previous game. He needs to try to pick things up.
No, he sure does. We actually saw Bullets extremely under pressure. He has mentioned to us numerous times, and people in the crowd, that he does buckle under pressure. However, the boy has been performing this entire weekend. We do see him now. M8, A7 in hand. Quickdraw manages to get a plus 25 on a trophy detonation over there. And middle gunfight contestation with top grannies.
Obviously, both teams knowing that... big plays here. Fatal shot on the flank, as he's going to be able to come up with one. Stays alive, duck, dip, and dive your way out of there, son, as he does really well to do exactly that. Now, going to find himself as Era, and Era's come up with some big kills. That's going to leave Insane Tank, as well as his teammate Bullets on the defensive side of things. High Five need to make a move, as the spawns do get picked up. Fatal shot seemingly being the thorn in the side of the lads from Insane Gaming. Big kills here from Fatal.
There we go. Now High Five do have the momentum coming forward with the huge play by Fatal shot. Get shots being taken on. Oh, so close.
And there we go.
Are they able to
the
capitalize
call comes
on
out, play the one, and has High Five been practicing their throws? No, sirree, that's a free point for you, Tiana.
No, sure is. Eros just so unfortunate in terms of his 1-point throw. Drewski taking out Fatal shot once again. 2 Achilles heels in the team of High Five Gaming, Nick, and Insane Flames currently with ball in hand, just deciding what is he going to do with it.
You know what? You need to throw this forward and just get yourself some map control. You're essentially a man running around without a weapon at the hand, looking to his teammates at the moment. Going to be able to pick up the first kill. There is Eros. Tank, however, will be able to pick up 2 of his own. Tank going absolutely huge at the moment, does get traded out. Eros coming up big, 4-1 currently with that M8A7 in hand.
Yeah, we do see now. It is Flames, once again, ball in hand. The objective player from the team of Insane Gaming, and Eros currently taking shots on Flames.
I love that.
Taken out.
Just supporting one another. You know what? I'm out of ammo. I need some support here. And getting the reload, allowing his teammate to push forward. Once again, the ball is there in the hands of his opposite number, as it does get reset. Does get put into the middle of the map.
Okay. There we go. Era with CPs on Tank and Bullets respectively. Era now, great plays by him, Nick, pushing up the hill.
Here we go, Drewski with room to work with. He now needs to look to his teammate as the ball
Needs
is
support.
in hand.
Pretty good.
Tries to just jump for the 1 pointer. A little bit of a misplay, I think, from the lads from High Five Gaming. Essentially, you know what? Just put the ball down, throw it into their court, challenge a gunfight, do something. But if you're just going to run open-handed with that ball in hand, you will find yourself taken off. Of course, with the ball, you do get a little bit of an armor bonus.
Yes.
At the moment, Drewski picks up a kill. Ball will get basically dropped into the respawn point.
That's exactly what it is. Now we do see Bullets last alive in terms of the middle map progression. Nick, players are being picked off one by one. You kind of think to yourself, Bullets is just going absolutely massive for his team. Insane do now have the progression. Ball has been reset and now about to be picked up.
There we go. Drewski comes up with a big kill. However, fatal shot trying to shut things down. Will spot out the man in the middle of the map. Comes up. Yep, it's a huge kill for sure. As there we go. Blizzard now trying to spawn out here. And at the moment, Tanker comes up with a huge three-piece. Currently going 10 and 5. Huge opportunity for him. He does have the kinetic arm in hand. Gonna just be able to pop that. Will be able to take out one. And it looks like the ball does get picked up by him. And that's the first 2 points of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Insane Gaming mounting the comeback.
Yeah, it has to be said. Massive, massive plays by Tank. He is 11 and 6. I think he does obtain streaks as well, Nick. But we're going to have to wait to see how he will be able to utilize them. Now, High Five just deciding to regroup. Players are being traded out on either team.
So AR control currently in favor of Insane Gaming, but 3 down do get taken out. So now Tank furthest back on defense. He has a dart and an HCXD. Should he decide to use it? Whips out the HCXD of death. Decides on the correct running route. Got to be chasing. Will he be able to connect? Eros jumps. Perfect jump from him as he picks up 2 points of his own.
Again, there's no one for... Okay, now High Five Gaming. Era the closest to the reset. Fatal shot actually coming off spawn.
Ooh, that's a huge position. Great defensive use, I believe.
Some different there.
So commentator's curse, I feel.
Sorry.
As I think we jump on board with Eros, going to be working with that HCXD, the spider, jumping up on the walls, and then eventually lands his way on the back of his opposite number. And it's Flames working his way forward. Active camo. It has the opportunity to use it here. Fatal shot, however, going to shut him down before he's able to do anything. And now a couple of kills will get traded out. A little bit of a stalemate at the moment.
Yeah, stalemate it is. Currently scores all tied up at 2-2. Ball has been reset. Tanker, unfortunately, not being the victor. That's 3 down, 9 for Insane Gaming. Here's the momentum. High Five need. Why are you punching Drewski? Just continue. Run, sir, run.
Will he be greedy? Will he try to attack this one? Drops down the ball. It's going to be the teammate error trying to follow things up. Throw it! Tries to throw for one, and that's all you need to do. And High Five Gaming lose themselves an opportunity to take the lead.
Three times now. High Five had shot themselves in the foot. They've had 3 potential 1-throw points. They would have been then 5-2 respectively, and they've just unfortunately not been able to do so, Nick.
Yeah, just really unfortunate play. They could have had themselves essentially a 2 capture lead. I mean, 1 cap, 1 throw.
Yeah.
And applied a serious amount of pressure going into the second half here. However, things are tied up, still anybody's game. And if I'm looking at the lads from Insane Gaming, Blizzard and Flames maybe lagging behind a bit. Taking a look at Eros on the other side of things. Has a couple of things to work with, whether he'll decide to use that offensively or defensively. To be honest, I think it's probably going to be best used on attack.
No, definitely so. However, we do realize that there is a 10-second delay in terms of when he will be allowed to use that beautiful, shining, yellow score streak at hand. However, now, huge contestation going down with middle map. Insane, High Five respectively. M8.
Ooh, big kills here from High Five.
Now, will they be able to capitalize?
This is where Eros should know. They're going to be coming off a spawn.
Here it comes.
I can protect this.
The lightning strike.
There we go. Throws it for 1.
Lightning strike has been called down.
Not going to be able to connect with anybody there. It was essentially the right idea. Maybe a little bit more support there from him was required. So Fatal Shot now pushing his way up on this right-hand side will get stunned up. And not going to be able to connect.
Basically waiting for his player. However, one of his other players are actually directly ahead of him with Eros. Huge kill. That's once again 3 down for Insane Gaming. High Five do have the momentum now, Nick. But Blizzard holding his own, taking out Drewski.
Yeah, the man on the defensive side of things. Looks like the HCXD will get popped, and there we go. Flames will get taken out. Fatal Shot, trying to work his way forward. Eros, the point guard. Now it's going to be fatal.
Easy 2-point.
He should get a 2-pointer here. And that's the call out. It's High Five Gaming taking yet a further step away from the lads from Insane. 5-2.
We do see now the Insane Gaming team actually not deciding. They are deciding to OE. Blizzard with the huge 2-piece, managing to pick up the 3rd on Eros. Now, Insane Gaming with the momentum going forward. Players from High Five have been taken out. Drewski holding his own.
What defensive plays here from the lads from High Five. Man will get tagged up. It's Bullets for the 1.
He missed this.
No!
again.
Oh, yes, he did miss. I thought it got intercepted there for a second. But no, Era's going to be able to walk this one out. And once again, high five, you know what? Let's just take control, 2 players down. And actually, just going for the direct reset could have stalled that ball for a bit. And now we jump aboard with Eros. Man has been performing so phenomenal. 19-8 for his team. Gun in your way, son, as he will eventually get taken out there. So we jump aboard with Era, Tanker, and his team looking to pick up the ball. However, that's Man Flames running the things forward here. Oh, Heatwave does shut. No, will he work his way forward? Throws it up and connects. I feel good for Insane Gaming finally managing to get a connection there, and you know what? Never rule them out. We didn't in the previous game. We're not going to do it now as Bullets holding things down tight, and this is the man we point to. Bullets. He was coming up strong. Also has a scythe. He says, get behind me, son, and now it's time to try play the protect game as Drewski tries to double back. The Scythe of Death. No,
why?
I don't know if you want to use it. You have the Scythe.
Drewski huge 2-piece?
He will be able to throw it.
And what? Bullets! Cracking under pressure, Nick, it has to be said. Bullets is buckling under pressure. High five now regain momentum of the ball.
We keep on bringing it up. Big match temperament, and it's seen him falling at the last. The ball, however, will get dropped. High five now trying to recover here on the defensive side of things. Furthest man forward for the lads from Insane Gaming. It is Flames. Jumps down, ball still down here, ladies and gentlemen. Drewski comes up solid on defense. High five breaking their way out of their spawn. And now Bullets in a great position to do some damage.
Yeah, do some damage. Bullets is currently doing. Error on the reply with Insane Tank. I don't understand. I'm not entirely comfortable with this play from High Five Nick. However,
here we go, challenge and boom, bolt
okay, it's working out in their favor now.
Like
3 down from Insane Gaming.
Of armor. Really good play from
He does have a silver lining.
Double back.
Come on, gotta pop it now, son. Manages to dodge down the side. He's dodging the side. No, he doesn't go for the 1 point. Who's left alive there?
It's still a 2-point game. Bullets actually takes out his teammate, and now
the Tempest
to work it forward.
Little shot with the Tempest. Unfortunately, might be able to pick up the 1.
Oh, there we go. Comes up with the 1 now inside the opposition spawn. Will there extend? These are going to be crucial moments as Insane Blizzard does get dropped down. Tank maybe in a good position, maybe in a terrible one. All depends on your point of view here. Will he be able to come up with 2 kills? No, it's Fatal Shot picking up the ball. And now Insane Gaming.
He does have the support by Drewski. All he needs to do is go for. He manages to get the 2 down.
And there we go. Woo! High Five Gaming walking away slowly but surely with this one. Ball does get picked up by Era, applying the pressure, keeping the ball rotating, keeping the momentum moving. However, 2 players get taken out. Tank, this is your opportunity to go big, son, as now works his way forward. Needs to shut down the High Five team off of spawn here. It's going to be Blizzard working his way forward. Tankin misses out a crucial shot here. Now finding himself in a vulnerable position. It is 1v1. He comes up big. Blizzard jumps in.
He's been Heatwave.
He needs to come up. And there we go, 2-pointer.
15 seconds
4
remaining.
Players down from High Five Gaming. Will Insane Gaming be able to turn this one around? Nobody's in the middle of the map. Where are you? 9 seconds left on the clock.
7.
Finally, ball does get picked up. It's Tanker.
He needs a 2-pointer. He needs a 2-pointer.
This ball down. It is High Five Gaming moving on to the winners bracket final. Or should I say the grand final? 3-0.
3-0 clean sweep. High Five. Wow.
What plays there from High Five Gaming defensively. Insane Gaming not committing a man to the middle of the map just to double back. I think they had the momentum favor. 4 players down. They could have mounted the comeback. It was their game. They could have taken it. And High Five Gaming coming up strong when they needed to. Missed out on a couple of big 1-pointers. And you know, that's something, I think if Uplinks another mode, if this is the end to the Black Ops season for Insane Gaming, you got to practice your 1-pointers. Take it to the basketball court. Play a little bit of horse. But for now, that's going to be it for game number 2 of today. That was the losers bracket final. It's going to be High Five taking on Energy Esports. It's going to be such a great game. The first time throughout the entire tournament. We have not seen either one of these tournaments. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to just give you a little bit of announcement. Please stay for a Q&A with Benson. He's going to be talking to you guys one-on-one. And we're going to be cutting to Gareth in just a second as he's going to take you through and have that interview with the team captains.
Thanks very much, Nick. Just Drewski, obviously excited, managed to get through to the final. Very exciting. As you said, this is your last tournament and obviously wanting to end it off on a bang. These are the guys who dropped you into the loser bracket final in what ended up being a 3-2 nail-biter. Being able to go 3-0 against them must have been a little bit of a redemption.
Yeah, I mean, I've played Insane many times at Rage, downstairs at DGC, so especially Callum on their team, I have a big rivalry against him, so to be able to take a win, also going, especially from the losers bracket. It's an amazing feeling.
So playing in the losers bracket, obviously, you know, things are a little bit more intense because you've only got that one last lifeline. How do you kind of like get the team almost like, you know, when the guys are in the top, they've got that second chance, they've got the ability to maybe like, as we move into the final, Energy they're going to have a second chance. You guys are really on your kind of last lifeline. Does it change the way you play a little bit? A little less conservative, more conservative?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've seen it through the losers bracket. We've kind of said to each other, you know, if we lose, we're out. So the team's just, you know, they've clutched up in every situation. And I'm so proud of them. And to be able to play the grand final at the MAG Cup, the first ever, I guess, really, really big tournament, it's an amazing honor.
Well, good luck as you've been playing so far. YOLO, only one chance left, and the next one is going to be in the final. Best of luck. Cheers. Next up, we're going to be speaking to Tanker when he has a chance. We're not. Is anyone from Insane Gaming coming to speak to us, please? Guys, someone please. Thanks a lot. Obviously, I know it's quite tough. You guys have put a lot into the tournament, and now to obviously be exiting, obviously very happy with third place, but could have done more. How are the guys feeling now?
A bit disappointed. I mean, we really thought we were going to win here. That had a bit of effect on our mentality. I have to give it to R5. They were the better guys in this series, and yeah, we will see what happens in Infinite Warfare. And yeah, thanks for the tournament hosting.
Tell me, you guys obviously had that really close game against Energy, and then having to kind of regroup and pick yourselves up for this match. How hard is that?
Especially after coming the loss, was real hard. Especially your first map like Hardpoint. That's your momentum boost for the whole series. And after losing that, and especially Isni as well, like it was now or never for the uplink. And unfortunately, we couldn't pull through. But I know Wi-Fi was a better team.
Your thoughts on this tournament, though? I mean, it's been a fantastic showcase of South African talent. The fact that all these games, again, most of them have gone to 5 maps. They've been super close, so many clutch players. What does that say about the local kind of COD community and how tight everything is?
The local COD community is definitely growing. This tournament is a huge growth in Call of Duty ZA. I can't wait to see what the future for Call of Duty SA holds for us, but I will definitely look forward to the future.
Well, best of luck. Congrats on obviously taking that third place, and I'm sure you'll be rooting for that final game. Cheers. Awesome, guys. We're going to take a short break while we set up for a quick Q&A we have with Benson. Going to answer some of your questions live from the studio audience, but also from you guys on Twitter. Remember, the best question could walk away with that signed MAG Cup red shirt. It's got our celebs, it's got Benson, it's got Jack Parra and the likes have all signed that. So send in those questions. All the details are on Twitter, or I think we're going to throw those details for you now, but we'll see you in just a couple of minutes. Cheers.
The wonderful person in the crowd, see if he's able to pick up a kill. I like this. This is aggressive. Yep. Locust as well. Oh, swing and a miss. Goes for round 2. Oh, there it is. Woo. Okay, oh, but no. Oh, okay. Calm down. It's okay. We're good. Breathe. Take a deep breath. Everything is okay. It's a 4 versus 2 situation. Already Banshee and Vic, they've fallen. Era, I mean,
oh, let's go, Era.
I'm done.
Turn off the stream.
I'm done. I'm out. Just bow down. Before Era. Like, okay. It's funny, because I was about to say, I'm not really used to seeing players rush with a sniper rifle, because you have to be pretty accurate. Yeah. Turns out Era's pretty accurate with a sniper rifle.
Clearly.
I didn't know. I didn't get the memo. I'm sorry. But I do now.
This one back, Payne's on the other side. I don't think they're going to have enough time. It is pretty much game, set, and match for the lads from Royal. They just need to hold on tight here, as it looks like Hans is going to be there.
No way! Oh, is he win? Did he get it? Oh, he got it! He got it! I can't believe it! That's insane! How does he return the flag? Oh my god! That could be the greatest ending to a game of Black Ops 3 I've ever seen in my life. I'm not even kidding. Hans, can we get the man? Give him the trophy.
Currently 226 and counting. Gave up 2 seconds. That could be crucial. And right now, we holding things down tight with Royal. Once again, have control of Train. And now it's just going to be able to do some damage here as he spots out the player. It's all about trading kills. This is going to be so big for either one of these teams. It looks like the lads from Royal are coming up clutch, bringing things back. 239 apiece. All things are tied up. Only 10 seconds left on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be massive as Royal Gaming are slowly but surely walking away with this one.
Actually came out.
Coming up with clutch kills. It's Royal Gaming turning things around. What play there from Royal?
They came back from absolutely out of nothing and they managed to secure the victory. Wow! Do you know what the key factor was? Banshee turning up.
Banshee turned up, and he turned up huge, dropping a 41
bomb, Nick. Wow, Banshee. That's fantastic.
47 kills. Huge plays there from Royal Gaming. I gotta take a breather.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back with a very special Q&A with Benson himself.
Hey, bud.
The check didn't clear, so I'm not allowed to call you Sexy Beast.
Oh.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Maybe next time, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
So we obviously asked you guys for some questions over Twitter. We're going to give an opportunity to throw to the guys in the audience to ask a couple of questions. But some questions from myself, something that I'd like to know. Obviously, coming down from MLG and coming to South Africa, I suppose a lot of people are asking, what's the difference? Where's the gap? And in terms of your expectation when you came here, you know, besides the African thing of expecting giraffes and zebras, besides Nick.
Yeah, I was going, you beat me to it.
Besides that, how has South Africa met or exceeded or been beneath your expectations?
The South African community has always been one that I've been somewhat following. If you go way back to Black Ops 2, I've casted over some South Africans before, and it's been a community which has always been very nice, I guess is a good way of explaining. Very polite, you know, just
like a cup of tea.
A great community, and it's one which I've always kind of had in my heart at the back. So it's great to actually finally be here, first of all. But in terms of my expectations, you know, you find out you're going to South Africa, it's like, oh, there's a big expo. It's like, big, cool.
Yeah.
Walk through the door, and I'm like, oh, actually, this is actually kind of big. I mean, obviously, nowhere near the size of Gamescom, but it's big, right? It blew my expectations out the window. And then one of the biggest questions I've been asked so much is talking about the South African and American and European comparison is the play style.
Yeah.
And for me, the play style, it's not about the skill. It isn't about the strategy. That's the same. Like I can see just by watching that the South Africans are very, very talented. Very, very talented. The difference is, in North America and Europe, you have these types of tournaments so frequently. The players, when they're on stage, this is something me and you actually talked about a couple of days ago, they don't feel pressure. Their decision-making is the same as if it is in your bedroom. Here, I can tell the decision-making is being affected. You know, the crowd, the lights, the cameras, the casters, everything has a big effect. And I think that's something which comes with time. It really does. And comes with tournaments as well. You need more tournaments out here. And as soon as you have those tournaments, I feel like, you know, the quality will improve even more.
So by giving the South Africans more opportunities to be under these high pressure situations, you almost get them to be more accustomed to it, and so
Absolutely.
those sort of things don't get them on tilt. They don't get affected by it as much.
Absolutely. I know from, like kind of personal experience and speaking to thousands and thousands of players across the world, there's nothing more kind of petrifying than looking up and seeing hundreds of eyes just staring at you when you're in a clutch situation. And some of the players will even tell you here, yeah, this is my first time playing online. I was a little nervous, your hand starts shaking, and you can see it have that effect. But as you said, the only way to really jump over that hurdle is continuous tournaments. And I think you have to give massive props to ACGL for putting on a wonderful event here, and hopefully you see more and more frequent events in South Africa.
Awesome. So when you first arrived in South Africa, and obviously interacting with South Africans and the culture and all this stuff, have you picked up any cool South African slang or?
The one that always gets me so far is how's it? How's it? Like, why not just say how are you? I don't. It's cool. I like it, but
and
it's funny
don't
because
answer that. If someone says how's it, you're not supposed to say how it is.
Okay. I didn't know that, but
it's like what's up? I guess.
It's weird. I woke up this morning and I'm sharing a villa with Nick Holden. And I walk down, I see him, I'm like, how are you? There you go, that's what I wanted to say. I almost find myself just naturally saying it. But that honestly is one of the cool pieces of slang. A couple of people have taught me some rude words. You know who you are, so I'm not gonna repeat them on stream, but it's good to go home and insult some friends without them knowing, so that's good.
Any Afrikaans that you've managed to learn?
Holden tried to teach me some, and I sat there and I was just like, right, okay, yeah, that's completely over my head.
And have you had a chance to try biltong?
Oh my God. Greatest food ever.
Oh, yeah?
Quite possibly. Could be. Had it last night for the very first time, and I'm actually considering trying to leave all of my clothes here, pack my suitcase full of it.
Of dead animal, yeah.
Little worried that customs may have an issue with that, but it's New York, right? They'll let me in fine. They won't check my bag.
Of course, I'm sure. We know how customs is in America. You've got a bag full of dead animal. We hope animal. Yeah.
Should be fine.
What's the number one thing you're going to miss about your stay here in South Africa?
If not Bolton, it's good. It's real good. Honestly, I would say the people. The people in South Africa are absolutely phenomenal. I've never in my life, and I've been doing esports for five years now, probably. Never in my life have I ever felt so welcomed into a brand new community. I've done Halo, I've done Call of Duty, I've done Gears, I've done it all. And I've never felt this welcomed by a community. It is absolutely amazing to see so many smiling faces, so many people just happy to talk, and honestly, all the South Africans out there, everyone in the crowd, you kind of owe yourself a pat on the back, because this is the exact kind of community that me as a person loves to work with.
So I've been whispered in my ear that I need to give credit, of course, to there was Divine RSA that sent through that question.
So I'm pretty sure that's my favorite question so far.
Is it? Okay, well, I'm
just going to go ahead and say you can walk away with the jersey.
The reason I'm doing that is reminding people that you obviously can send through your tweets.
Oh, that's true. Oh, maybe I shouldn't pick just yet then. Should I pick?
Well, I mean, it could be a favorite because it's the only one. The rest have been my questions. So I'm a little hurt that I'm right here and someone throws one question, it's all of a sudden your favorite.
It was a good question.
Just going to say.
It's a wonderful jersey, by the way, signed by all the rugby lads.
Yeah. So we got the rugby guys. Jack Parra signed it.
I don't know whether I should give it away straight away. I'll wait. Should I wait?
Yeah, no, of course, wait, because we obviously want to throw it to the audience. Has anyone got a question?
Maybe the audience has some questions. If anyone in the audience does have a question,
we've got a hand up there. Whoever's carrying the mic, can you?
Someone with it. We have couple questions. Nick's there we go. We have our wonderful audio guy. As I said, any of you in the crowd have any questions? Could be about anything. Feel free to hit me up.
Awesome, man. First of all, dedicate the question to Fizzip, who passed away recently. You've been around for quite a while. You've seen the game modes change around over the couple of years. How do you, as a caster, feel that the players have adjusted to those game modes in their game style?
So you see a lot of the younger generation come out, and they obviously play very well, the quicker reflexes. Us old guys, we can be a little slow. It's okay. We'll get there in the end, but obviously the play style has changed drastically, right? We've gone from boots on ground to being able to wall run. You've got a different kind of movement system, and for a lot of the old school guys, your mercs, your big timers, you've seen them kind of move on a little bit. It was the right time for them to retire. Some players have adapted. JCap, two-time world champion now. Phenomenal player. He was a runner-up as well on Black Ops 2, if you remember. So he's a player who has adapted very, very well. And I think that the hardest thing is kind of breaking the gap of, I don't like this because it's different. It's kind of, you have to embrace it sometimes. You have to accept the game has changed. And I think the players who are most willing to accept that the game has changed will be the most successful.
Cool.
Thank you
Thanks
for
for
your
that.
question.
Thanks for that question. A top 2 question, I'm sure.
That was a good question.
Yeah.
Better than yours. Sorry. Had to.
Well,
Some more questions.
Do you have another
over-
question there?
Over on the left, there's a couple.
Yeah. If we can.
There's 2. We'll make sure we get them all. Don't worry.
Can you please dab for me?
Can I please dab? I knew it was coming. He's been asking me to dab all weekend, literally since I got here. Can you dab? Can you dab? No.
Nice. Denied.
Maybe one day, just for you. And another question.
Now that you've watched the MAG Cup and almost the final now, you had a glimpse earlier of the under 18 kind of thing. What is your comparison between the two?
The under 18 guys are extremely talented. Like my whole social media timeline before I got here was, please look at the under 18s. Please look at the under 18s from everyone, including the players over 18, because realistically, when you look at South African Call of Duty esports, you're at the point now where if you imagine a curve, North America and Europe, they're kind of up there now, right?
Yeah.
Same with a little bit with Australia. South Africa's just kind of getting up there. So for me, realistically, you have to think to the future. And guess what? It's those young guys which are the future, right? So I think it's very important that you get those young players playing on a stage like this, because the last thing I think anyone in South Africa wants is a young squad to go over, play internationally, and sit on a stage and get nervous, because that isn't going to be a fair representation of the talent and the skill that these guys actually possess. And if you're asking me to say who's better, I mean, I guess there's only one way of finding out, and that's you get them both on the stage and they play against each other.
Sounds like that's what the fans want to hear.
I would love to see it. I really would.
I think that question's a great segue to one of the ones we have on Twitter, which is, this came from Cam Siege, who's asked, how do you feel about the South African community competing against the likes of ANZ and EU teams?
Again, I think it's something which is going to require a little bit of time. Dealing with the pressure of playing on a stage is very different. I think if you had 2 teams, if you took an ANZ squad against a South African squad, and you had them both kind of playing in individual rooms with no crowd, no camera, no lights, I think maybe the South Africans can beat them. I really do. That's how impressed I have actually been from the skill, the talent here in South Africa. Because kind of as you said, I kind of came here maybe somewhat naive, I guess. I think it's, I'll hold my hands up, I'll be the first to say it. But I've truly been very impressed. And hopefully it's big things for South Africa and Call of Duty esports in the future.
So then when you go back to the States and people are going to ask, how was it? And, did you come back with your skulls and your beads and your leopard skins and all that sort of stuff? And you tell them, it's normal, we have roads and all that sort of stuff. We don't drive zebras to work every day. What kind of feedback are you going to give to the community, the casting community, the players there about the opportunities here in South Africa?
This is absolutely unbelievable. Amazing. One of the best events I've ever been to. Hands down, not just saying that because I'm here and I'm surrounded by South Africans that make me angry, but genuinely one of the greatest events I've been to. I was very excited to come. A couple of the players were speaking to me before I got here, and I said this is the most excited I've been for an event in probably around about a year and a half.
Sure.
So that's a long time when you think about it, and I've casted a lot of events in a year and a half. So I was really thrilled to be here. So
awesome.
I'm excited. I can't wait to kind of tell my colleagues. Obviously, you guys know I'm going to be speaking to the casters about it because they're going to have questions, as you expect. Like, are the South Africans actually good? Like, can they hang? And the honest answer is yes, they can.
Awesome. Do we have any other questions? Cool.
Another dabbing question, most likely.
Okay, this is a real question.
Oh, real one. Thank you. Appreciate that one.
What are your thoughts on South African women?
South African women. Good. One more needs to be said. Like, good. That's a good question. I believe there's another question up in the stand as well. Is this one about South African men? Because
what's wrong with South African men?
Nothing. It's a nice hat.
Who's your favorite South African team to watch?
Slips away into chat slowly. To be honest, so far I would say the most fun I've had is watching the teams that are willing to adapt and the teams that are willing to change. I think ban and protect is the most important thing, and the teams that have done that have really impressed me. You may not necessarily win the game, but it's showing that you're thinking on another level, which is something you don't even necessarily see in Europe or North America. It's teams willing to change. Most fun, I mean, we've seen some flashy plays. I was very impressed with Payne. Got to give them a shout out. Those guys really impressed me. In fact, to be honest, everyone really has. I know Chara out in the crowd. He got an ace yesterday. That was sick. I was sat there. I was losing my mind. I was like, oh my god, what is happening? Like this is stupid. So many of the guys have really impressed me. Drewski, got to give him some love. I know he said this is his last tournament.
Yeah.
That whole high five squad has really impressed me. Everyone has. And I think it's unfair to really give just one team when I can say the whole South African community has impressed me. And I've been most impressed by everyone.
I've been asked by the guys in the production booth for you to elaborate on the production quality. How does it compare to, and not just.
I thought you were going to say the women again. I was like, really?
and not just to obviously feed them more compliments and boost their head, but like how big is the gap between the production here and what's going overseas, and if there is a gap, how do they bridge that?
I mean, it's small. Like you walk in here as a spectator and you see this giant screen behind me, you see the cameras, you see the lights, you see the crowd, and immediately you're like, wow. Like I could go to most events and I would see the same thing. I think the difference are the small things that the guys in production can improve on. You know, just simple things like your map fly-throughs, can they be improved? Like just the graphics, the in-stream stuff. So the guys watching the stream, how can you improve the stream experience? I think that's very important because I think right now for a fan experience, I mean, the guys in the crowd may correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this event has been absolutely top tier. Yeah. I think it's very, very hard to improve something that has been this close, right? You've been very close to the teams, very close to the fans. The crowd has been awesome. There's been lots of cheering, which is always nice. So for me, it's, you know, like simple things again, like putting a camera on each screen. So when you go to a player, you can have the actual player's perspective, so you can see the player actually playing as well. It's just very, very small production tips and tricks, which again takes time, right? It takes investment. It's when esports starts growing in South Africa, you'll see those things expand and you'll see it improve. But I feel like the biggest number one thing is, yes, this event has been great, obviously CWL partnership, etc. But let's not get ahead of ourselves just yet. Let's make sure that the next event runs extremely smoothly. Let's grow it gradually. There's no point just coming in and saying, all right, well, let's do a $1 million rand tournament. Yeah, I'm sure the players would love it, right? But what's the point? You need to grow it first.
It needs to build.
Exactly. Otherwise, it's just going to be one of those tournaments which people talk about and it's like, oh, remember that one tournament? And it's like, well, why remember one when you could split that $1 million and do 250,000? Obviously, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but I would prefer to see it do that and have like 4 tournaments as opposed to just one.
100%. So next question comes from, I've never heard of it, Zombie Dread.
Zombie Dread,
okay. Who is your favorite Clint?
Okay, I feel like I should say the one that paid for my flight is my favorite because I need to get back to work, so don't want my flight being cancelled. But no, both Clints are absolutely fantastic. You know, shout out to Venko. They hooked me up with a jersey, it has Red Panda on the back. That's awesome of them. I've loved watching their youth squad. Really, really impressed me. As I said, all the South Africans here have made me feel at home. Like I almost feel like I'm not getting a flight back to New York. I feel like I should be going to like Cape Town or something and just hanging out with more guys.
Yeah, but at least a safari or something.
Yeah, I know, right? I really want to.
Do you have any questions from the audience? Here we go.
One over there.
From a South African perspective, well, from your perspective, what do you think are the biggest hurdles that the South African community need to overcome in order to like reach the same level of the international standard that we see overseas? Like
in terms of hurdles, one which is massively out of all of your guys' control is internet. It's as simple as that. The fact that I went to the hotel, went on Facebook, I was like, oh, cool, the Facebook video. Any minute now, Facebook video, and it just wouldn't load. And I'm like, well,
now it's a picture.
What the hell's going on? Yeah, right. It's a bit cool. That was exactly what I was looking for. And as I said, that's out of your control. But I think, you know, as kind of esports grows, I feel like that's something which just will naturally come with it. Increased internet speeds. I know fiber is going around now. Although what made me laugh is someone was saying, "Oh yeah, I just got fiber," and I was like, "Oh great, so you can like stream and stuff." He's like, "Yeah, it's like 10 meg by 5." I'm like, good fiber right there, yeah. Like I look at my internet at home and I complain, and I always complain about my internet. I have up to 300 meg down and nearly 100 up, and I'm like, this isn't good enough. I'm like, this isn't good enough. And then I speak to South Africans, I'm like, oh, I've got it so lucky, like I shouldn't complain.
Yeah.
Crazy. But I would say that is the number one hurdle is internet. In terms of as a community, again, I feel like it's more events like this really help kind of keep the players composed.
Questions come through now on Twitter, which is going to, I know you're kind of vague about it, everyone's good, and you've been impressed by everyone.
Yeah.
Who has been the most impressive player for you this tournament? We need one name. That man over there.
I'm right there.
Yeah. You saw him point to that man over there.
Let me explain why. And I don't want to make him blush.
I feel like I'm in court. Can you name the person that you have pointed to?
Okay. I mean, the cameraman is aligning. Let me explain why. For a player, if you don't mind me saying, 32 years old, playing since 2007, seen it all change. He's played through the movement mechanics. He's played through everything. And what I witnessed in the winners bracket final was something which was truly remarkable. Something that you don't always see in esports, which is a player step up and do what he was supposed to do. Lead his team. He used the experience, he used his veteranness, and he basically said, look, even when a catastrophic mistake came in and banned and protected, his own team banned out stock when they were trying to protect it, you still looked over and you saw him kind of head in hands, and then all of a sudden a second went and he was like, we're okay, guys, like don't worry. And
Yeah, and they
honestly,
won that round. They won that map.
Yeah, exactly. And I think one of the more impressive things to me about him is the way that every single person in the community has utmost respect for that.
Yeah.
And for me, that is unbelievably amazing to see, and I continuously hope he teaches and teaches and teaches, because his experience is something that every single player, the default of age, can learn upon, and I really have the utmost respect for him.
Awesome. Yeah. I think we should take an opportunity to give Jakes a round of applause. I mean, I think
seriously, round of applause
really
to Jakes.
Great example of community leadership and all that.
Honestly, he's a fantastic individual. I think he deserves nothing but good luck. Obviously, playing since 07, it'd be great to see him win this one. But then on the other side, of course, Drewski, and it's like, oh well, last event, kind of torn between the two. But yeah, I think it was.
well, to be honest, one thing I've noticed, because I come from the Dota community, is like the one thing I've noticed really has the players, the fans, everyone. They're so kind of united and friendly, and
it's amazing.
And as competitive it is, and you can see the guys want to kind of like get in under their opponent's skin and make them tilt and all that. Afterwards, the handshakes, everyone's very. You know, gentlemanly and kind of, you can tell they're friends as well, which is just really refreshing to see.
There's a gentleman who's been waving his hand in the air like he just doesn't care.
Having someone wave his hand for him now.
Hi, remember me?
Hey.
Yeah. When are you coming back to South Africa?
What was that? Sorry.
When are you coming back to South Africa?
When is the next ACG out now? I would love to tell you, like as I said before, this community has been absolutely amazing. I love you guys, I really do. I'm not just saying that because I'm in front of you guys. I think this community is seriously one which is probably undervalued in terms of the grand scheme of things. I think you guys deserve a lot more than you have. So hopefully sooner rather than later. That's all I can really say, because it depends if I get invited back. It's the one problem is obviously it's expensive, right? Like for a flight from New York to South Africa, that doesn't come cheap. It is expensive, and that cost, it's up to organizers to kind of weigh up. Is it worth it? Is it not worth it? And obviously, I have to do as good a job as I possibly can. I keep saying gooder. I don't think that's a word. But I have to do the best possible job I can. And, you know, hopefully this weekend I've done that for everyone from South Africa.
I've had a couple of questions with me. I'm probably going to butcher it because I missed most of it. But essentially, the idea of the question was, what can teams themselves do to be able to have more opportunities to perhaps compete overseas? Because obviously you want to say we need more tournaments and rely on organizers, but what can a team do to create that own momentum for themselves? And
I think one of the biggest things, which I don't know if this happens or if it doesn't happen in South Africa, but based off what I've seen, I can give a pretty much educated guess it doesn't, is after you play a game, if it's an online scrim, you need to watch that game back. You need to learn from your own mistakes. And one of the fun conversations I had with a couple of the under-18 guys was, you can play incorrectly against a bad team and win, and you can crush 100-point club and a hard point, but you're playing incorrectly. And I think the biggest learning curve is learning how to play correctly, except that at times that could be more difficult against a lesser quality team, but you're going to play the correct way. So what does that mean? When you go up against your Opti Gaming, your Team Envious, your whoever's, your
They're going to punish those mistakes.
Exactly. You play incorrectly against one of them, you're going to get laughed at. You really are, and I don't mean to be rude, but that's what is going to happen. I mean, you have to play the correct way, and the biggest, most difficult thing is teaching a team who are so used to playing incorrectly and not teaching to change, to unlearn the incorrect way and kind of say, okay, let's take the hit. It may be more difficult for us to dominate South Africa, but in the long run, in the grand scheme of things, if you go to an international event, I promise you, it will help you improve.
Okay. Is the opportunity then for individuals to kind of step back and get more involved in kind of a coaching role then?
I would love to see coaches. Coaches in Call of Duty has been something which kind of existed and then disappeared. I myself did it. With Curse Orange. Some people may remember some streams from the Curse House. I did a cooking show. That was interesting. Ended up burning some chicken, but who would have thought? But coaching is great. Like even like my casting this weekend, I feel like maybe some people think I've been very hypocritical and I've been pointing out a lot of mistakes, but the point of that isn't to be rude. The point of that is to say to the players, hey, please watch those games back, because I'm kind of trying to help teach the process. That the unfortunate part is obviously Black Ops 3 it's over, right? So it's like, here's a great lesson, which you're never going to use again. I'm sorry. But, you know, who knows? Infinite Warfare, I would love to be able to, you know, speak to as many of the guys. Like, I've tried to follow every player that I've met and socialized with, even some fans on Twitter, just so that we can have that interaction. So if they're ever like, hey, can you just give me some tips? Like, I can hop into some scrims, I'll watch, and I'll give you tips and tricks. Like, there's no point saying I'm going to try and grow a community and then do nothing about it. Like, you have to act on it, and hopefully that's what I can do.
Well, I mean, speaking about scrimming and then coaching, I happen to have the opportunity of watching you guys, you and a certain human giraffe, have a scrim against each other. And I believe a couple of times the term, you got schooled, punks.
Yeah,
got thrown out.
A couple of the guys in the crowd, obviously I played some mates with, kind of as the stream ended, and a couple of the responses I had was, how the hell did you know that he was going to do that? And Nick will vouch. I just stand up and I literally just go, read you like a book, Nick, read you like a book. And that's just something which comes again with time. Sorry, Nick, he's out. Nick just left the building, ladies and gentlemen, he's out. But in all seriousness, it's something that comes with just playing a lot and understanding how people play. What are people's tendencies? What do people like to do? Search and Destroy specifically, in 1v1s, how are people going to play? And that's something which, ironically to me, the young guys are very, very good at winning those situations, playing it correctly. Then you have the older guys playing it correctly and then sometimes throwing away the leads that they get. So I feel like if you blended them two together, you would have a very successful community.
Do you have any more questions from the audience? A couple of hands I see being thrown up in the air.
Since the question was answered by you when you're coming back to South Africa, but maybe next time if you come, and we're hoping you come, that possibly you and Clint can organize to bring a professional team with you?
I feel like in terms of the improvement of the community, I think it's much better to bring a foreign team here than it is a South African team go to a foreign team, because numerically you're going to learn more people are going to learn from one team than one team going out. Probably, you know, they're going to have to go through an open bracket.
Yeah.
Open brackets are tough. Like, trust me, open brackets are very, very difficult to go through, and you have your jet lag, right? You have so much to think about that I think more realistically a team should come over here to kind of answer that question. In terms of the feasibility of it, obviously Opti Gaming, they went out to Australia earlier on in the year. You had a couple of European teams, they went out to Australia. Who knows, maybe next year there's the South African International where a lot of top teams kind of fly out, and maybe a couple of South African local teams get to play against them. I think that would be great for the community. As I said, I can't say that that's what's going to happen. I just think
make it happen. Just make it happen.
I would love to. I really think that a lot of the people, the teams, deserve the chance not only to meet some of their favorite players, their icons. Like, these are people that even me, before I was casting, fun story on a side part. I remember Big T, one of my favorite guys in all time, simply because I have respect. He's the same in his videos as he is in real life. Exactly the same person. And the first time I ever casted over Big T, swear, hand on heart, I sat there and I was choking. I couldn't get my words out, because I was like, this is like one of my idols, and I'm casting over one of my idols. It was crazy. I think that's something that a lot of the guys in the crowd deserve. They deserve that opportunity to meet some of these big guys who they've been watching for years and years and years.
Awesome question. How much time do we have left? Can I get a word from the production team?
We have a question in the crowd.
Yeah, I got a question.
We got.
Do you think it's feasible for like our international and local players to play one-on-ones with each other, to get to learn each other and stuff like that? And another question that I wanted to ask is it okay, or is it a great idea for our celebrities, local celebrities, international celebrities, soccer stars, rugby stars, to help promote gaming in South Africa, to get it to where it needs to be?
I'll start with the second question, the celebrity one. Absolutely. Celebrity matches, you had the rugby lads after, right? Oh, this was so much fun. Like, I didn't expect it to be like this. Getting your local celebs, your international celebs involved in Call of Duty esports and South African community specifically is going to be huge, because that is really going to help propel the growth. So I think that's massively important. Your first question, one-on-ones, 1v1s. I'm just going to be honest with you. You don't play Call of Duty one-on-one. You play 4v4. So it's a team game, right? You can practice 1v1s all you want, but you may as well play against bots and improve your gun skill, because that's all you're going to do against 1v1s, right? I would much rather, for example, play a 4v4 S&D scrim, and I would say to my teammates, hey, just first round, just suicide. Let me try 1v4. Have more fun with it that way and try and improve your clutch situations, because playing one-on-ones is never, ever going to help you improve. I think it's more about team chemistry, communication. That's something I haven't touched on yet, but in terms of the South African community, it's something you can definitely be improved on. Small talk, right? You look left and right, obviously feel sorry for these two teams. I'm picking on them, but they're not communicating enough. It's small talk. Oh, I'm watching Top Broken. I watch Top Broken. What are you watching? Oh, one spawned over back silo. Those small communication tips is something which I think definitely needs to be improved upon. So as for 1v1s, don't even bother. Don't waste your time. Just get some 4v4 scrims going on.
We've had a question via Twitter from Jess asking, how do we get more kind of girls into, it was about gaming in general, but I mean, let's use COD as an example.
I think the stereotype, number one, has to be completely eradicated. Females can't play COD. That's not true at all. I've actually had the privilege of spectating some phenomenal female players across the world. And I think as an entire Call of Duty community and a gaming community as well, you need to get rid of the stereotype. It doesn't help promote growth. How is that going to help?
Yeah.
Just making it one gender? Like, what is the point of that? Then it doesn't make sense to me. I feel like females need an opportunity, but I must say, the thing that annoys me the most, and I may get some flack for this, but a female should not only look for a female team. That is not helpful at all. A female should look to go into the best team they possibly can join. Why? Because you're going to have the best chance. Yeah, it's all good. You know, I'll blow dry your hair in the morning. You can blow dry my hair. Great, whatever the situation is going to be. But in all seriousness, I feel like females need to aim their own bar higher, and I think by doing that, they will get more respect that they deserve. I'm not saying an all-female team won't work, and I'm not saying it would never work. All I'm saying is make sure that you're sure that these are players that are comfortable playing with you, and these are a team or players that are going to win. Like, if you're not comfortable and you don't think you're going to win, why are you playing? I say that for any team, not just a female team, a male team. If you come to an event and you think, oh, I'm not going to win,
you won't,
dude, get on the plane, go back home. Don't even waste your time. You're wasting everyone's time at that point. So,
your thoughts then on separate competition for males and females as opposed to trying to integrate it all?
Oh, get them all together.
I know a lot of organizations prefer to have like a female only. I know CSGO, for example, have like the entire female, like their own championships.
I don't think it's worth it. Like, why? I think the biggest way for a female making her name is playing on main stage and absolutely just destroying someone.
Yeah.
Literally, that's the way, because then everyone's just going to sit there and go, oh, wow, like they can play.
Yeah.
And I think that is so important for not only South Africa, Europe, Call of Duty, and just gaming in general. That stigma has got to go. It isn't a one-sex thing. Males and females can both play video games, and trust me, they can play well. They can really play very well. And I feel like that's also on some of the males out there to kind of give the females a chance. Don't just look at a female and say, oh, you're a girl. Like, we're never going to win. Nonsense. Play. Scrim. Find out if you are good. If you are good, then guess what? You may make headlines in terms of marketing, sponsorships. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
The first team to win in Call of Duty with a female, your marketing potential there is huge. I think that's where maybe a couple of the guys out there need to open their eyes and say, yeah, my bad.
If you get a female on your team, you might have a better chance of getting a sponsorship, for example.
Yeah, there's that. But then just thinking long term, if you win, you've literally made history.
Yeah.
Like, if you want a way of keeping your name remembered, yeah, you can win a world championship, yeah, you can win a ring, but making a kind of a team with male and female and winning, that's something else.
And I mean, it's something we spoke about, the power of esports in general, the fact that like it doesn't matter who you are behind the controller. Whether you're disabled, whether you are male, female, from a different country, previously disadvantaged, doesn't matter. What you can do on the game is all that matters.
I talked about that in my esports summit speech at the very start of the weekend. The reason I love esports so much is because it defies so many barriers: race, location. It doesn't matter, gender. It doesn't matter who's playing in any esport. Dota, League of Legends, Call of Duty. It really makes no difference whatsoever. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we get more females playing Call of Duty esports and making a name for themselves.
Yeah. I believe we have time for one more question from the audience, so we have one here, okay?
Hi, Ben.
Oh, hey, Tiana.
Just a quick question on myself and behalf of Nicholas. We would like to know, how has the casting talent been in South Africa?
Terrible. You should just leave. No, I'm kidding. Honestly, the reason I love this community so much is the hype. Hype is awesome. Like, you guys, what's great is former player, right? And you have so much knowledge specifically to yourself. It's crazy to me. Like, I'm sat here, I'll say something, and you'll add on to it. I'm like, I never even thought of that. Like, that's so smart. But then you also have the hype factor that when I get loud, you get loud, and then when we get loud, the crowd gets loud, and then everyone's loud, and next thing you know, people are screaming. We don't know what's going on, and I'm almost in the medical clinic. So in terms of that, it's great. I think your casting, as well to you, Nick, phenomenal job. I cannot applaud you enough. Obviously, me and you have a little bit of history. We go way back. Obviously, Gamescom had a couple too many drinks at a bar one time, but that's a story for another day. In terms of both of your casting, I think it's phenomenal. I think the community needs to really look up to you guys and give you the respect that you truly do deserve, and I know a lot of the guys do. And honestly, I know a lot of the kind of spotlight has been on me coming to South Africa, but in the grand scheme of things, you two are going to be the ones that carry this thing to the top. So all in all, I think these two deserve a round of applause as well.
Yeah.
Please don't stop playing against Tiano. Stay casting.
Way to fish for a round of applause. Good job, Tiano. That was really well played there.
Just brushing the ego. It's like, yes. Praise me, praise me.
So I think you said your favorite question was that by Stephen Divine RSA about what is you're going to miss most about South Africa.
I like that question.
Is that still your favorite? Is that the one who's going to take home the jersey?
I'm going to change it.
Oh, yeah?
I apologize to whoever it was that won. I feel like, what was the last question was from?
We had which players impressed you the most?
I think I'm gonna give it to Jess.
Oh, yeah?
I think the question about the females in esports is one which desperately does need to be addressed. I think it's one which is a super serious kind of point. It's something which should not be thrown to one side. I think Call of Duty as an esport should be changed. So Jess, I have a wonderful signed jersey. It's signed by all the celebrities.
Is she here live in the audience?
So
awesome.
Congratulations to Jess. Round of applause.
Yeah. You're going to come up and grab a handshake and do all that? Awesome. Well, congrats to Jess. Thanks to you all for hanging with us and spending some time with Benson. We got a photo up there. Cool. Well, thanks a lot, Benson, for answering a lot of our questions from the community and obviously mine. I thought by kind of like...
I was going to give it to you, but then I thought they would boo me, and I didn't want to go out on a bad note. I'm sorry.
You know, the law of averages, if you give like 20 questions of your own, the fact that one of them would have been...
You would think.
Yeah, but anyway.
I'm sorry. I'll get you one of my own.
You can sign something for me. Thank you. So thanks very much, everyone, for hanging around for our... I don't even know which camera to look at. I'll just look at all of you.
Look at all of them.
So thanks very much for being with us. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be back, of course, with that grand final. And we have got some awesome ads to show you, as well as some cool stuff the guys have recorded in the meantime. I can't believe I referred to an ad as awesome.
You did.
Cool, I did.
Good job.
That's how you get sponsors. We'll be right back.
South Africa, that's how you grow. Ads.
Let's do this.
Let's do this.
Pre-purchase select editions and play the Modern Warfare Remastered campaign 30 days early, starting October 5th only on PS4.
They're going to wrap your socks up.
Get access to the multiplayer beta.
The needs of our planet were greater than she could supply. So we sent men beyond the reaches of our atmosphere. But the open space gave way to an insurgency.
We will eradicate the authority of the Earth.
The Settlement Defense Front built an army.
Our world is just beginning.
A war machine.
Theirs is dying.
One day they'll come.
It is not enough to break free.
Try to take our homeland.
We will break that!
Vengeance, this is Raven 6. We're on final approach. Roger 6, you're clear to land.
The Aegis guns. They appear to be tracking our fleet.
SDF destroyers inbound!
All stations, shots fired!
Hold up! Hold up!
Captain's dead.
Went down with his ship.
So who has the con, Gator?
I believe you do, sir.
Today's attack was not limited to Geneva. SetDef launched a concurrent strike on the Moon Gateway port. Tigers and Retribution are the only operable ships we have. Lieutenant Reyes, you are now the acting captain of Retribution.
Salt, you with me?
Always.
The ground is open.
Captain's place is on the bridge.
Not this captain. Not today.
Good to go.
Let's get these bastards. This place isn't yours anymore. Kill them. Save the bullet.
Revis down! Reyes, hang on!
Let's go give him hell.
Hey, should be a blast. Turn the ship around!
I'm the pilot of this ship. It's my job to make sure that we get back.
I gave you a direct order! Roll him out!
If you don't make that kind of choice, you have no place being in command.
Altitude's down!
It's time to raise the black flag and start cutting throats.
You lack what it takes to win this war.
Pre-order now and get access to the multiplayer beta.
Control Freak's entire FPS Freak line of performance gaming accessories are specifically engineered to deliver pinpoint accuracy, maximum precision, enhanced comfort, and better grip, all while giving you the full range of benefits associated with higher sensitivities, like being able to turn on your opponents faster and putting your crosshairs precisely where you want them, like the head. How, you ask? Well, it's basic science. Let's dig in. For this video, let's focus on our flagship Control Freak, the Control Freak Ultra, the standard size thumbsticks in our range of performance products. Your analog stick is a simple lever that requires force to move through and out of your controller's dead zone. Control Freak Ultra snaps onto the top of your stock analog stick and adds about ½ an inch of height, basically extending the length of your radial lever, giving you 47% more arc distance from full stop to full stop. This lessens thumbstick resistance and makes your in-game character's movements easier to control. The extended radius of your lever results in 32% less force needed to manipulate the analog stick so you can play longer without experiencing hand fatigue. And with 47% more arc distance, you will have a larger range of movement available for fine-tuning your shot. This increased range of movement and decreased resistance translates to better precision, accuracy, focus, and comfort in the fast-paced world of online gaming. Here's an experiment you could try with your new FPS Freaks to experience the benefits of the greater accuracy at higher sensitivity. To start, load up your favorite shooter and grab your stock controller. Next, raise your in-game sensitivity all the way up. Pretty insane, right? Bring the sensitivity down one click at a time until you find yourself on the edge of too fast, but where you're still able to manage your shot and feel somewhat comfortable. Now, attach your new FPS Freaks. Your sensitivity should now be higher than before, but the increased range of motion added by the new length of your analog sticks will make your character's on-screen actions feel similar to your old configuration. Now that's pretty cool, right? Now you're benefiting from that higher sensitivity. Go ahead and get that first hit marker. Our full line of performance products offers something for every kind of gamer and every type of gamer, so explore our multiple height and thumb pad options to find the best fit for your personal playstyle.
3 days ago, Coda announced that Zero would join Cell 7 in the upcoming Soma Worlds tournament. After so many league victories, switching teams this close to the tournament appears to be a deliberate move to destroy Coda's chance at the title.
Camera. Hi there, ladies and gentlemen. We are back, and it's all down to this. The guys started weeks ago in our online qualifiers, which over 30 teams entered. We then got down to our final 8 teams who've been playing some really epic Call of Duty over the past weekend, and now we're down to 2. High Five versus Energy Esports. This is what it's all about. This is the MAG Cup, 120,000 Rand prize pool on the line, and we are in front of a packed audience here at Rage, at the Ticket Pro Dome. Can we just have a moment to throw it through to the crowd? Let's have a look at these beautiful people. They're all here. They're all here to support the South African Call of Duty community and some of the top teams. I want to find out where people's allegiances lie. We are Energy fans. All right, and we are High Five fans. It seems to be a clear favorite there coming for the High Five guys. But as we lead up to this match, we're going to throw over to our casting panel who give us some details of the tournament, how the teams got this far, and what we can look forward to in that final. So over to the very beautiful Holden and Benson.
Thanks so much, Ben. Should I say Gareth, for the compliment. I really do appreciate that. As now it is time. It is Energy Esports taking like some High Five. These teams have been battling out for the entire weekend. Now, 60,000 Rand will be going over to the number 1 team. That trophy below us,
beautiful,
amazing. Some Astro gear and just some great prizes overall. Ben, it's been a long trip for you.
It has, man, and I'm so glad it's come down to this. You know, High Five, they've looked so good throughout this entire tournament. For me, Energy as well. They've also looked very, very good. But when we talk about heads-up matches, this is wonderful for me because you have Drewski on one side and you have Jakes on the other. For me, these are 2 players who have been making standout plays. Now, not necessarily your flashy plays. They're great and all, but the consistent plays, the tournament-winning plays, the plays that get you to a grand final. Got to give Eros a little bit of love as well. He's been the one that's just been making like the, oh my God, how the hell did you just do that kind of play, which is great. But again, I just want to kind of talk a little bit about Drewski and a little bit about Jakes.
Well, taking a look at the 2 teams, first of all.
Here we go. Are we going down memory lane with Nick? Is that where this is?
Here we go.
Okay.
First LAN ever in Call of Duty in South Africa. It was a team going by Fear, taking on High Five. That Fear team is Energy Fear, essentially.
Okay.
Led by Jakes. First LAN ever. It's come full circle to the biggest tournament that these teams essentially have ever played in. Literally, my mind was blown when I realized that moment.
Just out of curiosity, who won the first time?
High Five.
Ooh, okay. All right, well, this time it's going to be a little bit more difficult for High Five. Of course, they're going to have to win 2 best of 5s to take home that trophy and the wonderful prize money. Can they do it? I think possibly. I really think they have a good chance. The first best of 5 specifically. We talk a little bit about this matchup. Obviously, ban and protect. Yes, I know Benson's preaching about ban and protect again. Oh, when is he ever going to shut up? It's crucial, especially for this. It's going to be so important. And I kind of, as much as I want to see something crazy happen, I don't think it will. I really don't, because at this stage, with this amount of pressure on your shoulders, you're going to want to play as straight up. You're going to want to play your own game. And I feel like it's worth saying that's okay.
Yeah.
You don't always have to do something crazy. You can just play your normal game.
Yeah, you can play your normal game, but remember, this is a completely different playing field. This is the biggest stage that these teams have ever played on. Not to mention, just taking a look at that prize pool, 60,000 Rand in cash, 20,000 Rand worth of Astro gear, 5,000 Rand worth of Control Freaks hamper, and a case of Monster Energy drink. One good thing is both teams will secure a case, guaranteed.
So they'll be pretty hyperactive probably tonight then.
Pretty much. And also 25,000 Rand for second place. But one thing I want to touch on once again, that matchup that you did bring up, Drew versus Jakes.
There's more history to that.
Yeah, there's way more history to that. Now, taking a look back, they formed a team called Adept. Played together, probably one of the most dominant teams in the South African scene ever. Won tournament after tournament. Now, Drew joined that team, or was part of that team, almost as a student in a way to Jakes. Now, student v master, it's gonna be a huge one. Will the student now defeat the master? Will the master defeat the student? It all comes down to Energy Esports advantage at the end of the day.
This is exciting on so many different
huge.
levels.
It's absolutely massive.
Amazing.
High Five have not played Energy Esports once in the entire tournament. Not in the online qualifiers, not in the grand finals. So this is absolutely massive for High Five to prove exactly, can they be the top team in South Africa, or is it Energy Esports continuing on that dominant run?
I'm excited. And again, I'm so looking forward to that ban and protect phase, because if we do see something a little unconventional, something which is going to try and throw either one off, then it gets great. And I feel like the most important ban and protect is going to be the M8. Do we see it protected? Do we see it banned? If we see it banned, then do we see a stock ban? There's a whole little rabbit hole we can go down, and it's about to get underway. 2 seconds, and we're going to find out. This is really going to set the tone for the entire grand final. Cannot stress this enough. Stock protected. Now, you see that's interesting to me. I don't think that's necessarily 100% worth protecting. To me, it's just Energy saying, okay, we're just going to make sure, right? We don't want anything to possibly go wrong, because High Five to me didn't seem like the type of team that was even going to ban it. I didn't think that was going to happen.
Well, the thing is, I mean, Energy Esports clearly reeling off of that match that they faced against Insane Gaming a bit earlier. They played the hard point, Insane Gaming banned it out.
Their heads.
And essentially, they lost the hard point. They're going to blame it on the stock. Maybe it was a little bit more than that.
One thing I want to ask you is that I've seen Long Barrel now banned out the past couple of games, and to me, I don't see the point. Like,
I don't see it either. I think it's more a comfort pick because High Five had that huge game against Insane Gaming. They feel like, okay, let's just do exactly what we did. Purify is a big ban here.
Yeah, I like that ban.
When it comes down to Lithium, he's one of the most prolific users of Purify, if I'm not wrong. He has been using that in that bunker hill. That's going to be so important to rotate to. So now, when it goes into the specialist draft, I don't think we're going to see a mix-up. That was pretty much a standard specialist, or should I say pick and ban phase.
Yeah.
I don't think that's really going into anyone's advantage.
A couple of interesting picks, I guess. You could just see both teams just kind of saying, all right, let's do what we kind of need and know, like the stock protect, for example. It's just them really just trying to say, hey, we're going to play our game. And I respect that. It's kind of what I was talking about before. No one going at each other just yet, but who knows? Maybe when we look at map 2, 3, and 4 down the line, maybe that's when we see some difference.
Now, a very interesting moment, as I've got to point out, my man Jakes, I've been ridiculing him pretty much the entire year during the Black Ops 3 season when he went with Annihilator just because he didn't use it enough. And now we've seen how prolific he has been with it. Maybe just practicing with it in time, and now just going to be able to show on the biggest stage possible exactly what he's going to be able to do with a weapon in hand.
You look at the difference, right? It's a mirror matchup apart from Tempest and Annihilator. You look at the two, which is stronger. I personally think the Tempest is. I think the Tempest you can chain, especially when you're heading into bunker, right? If you're in bunker hill and someone's pushing you and you get one Tempest kill, no one else is getting through that door because they will be chained. They will be killed. The Annihilator, yeah, okay, it's a one-shot kill, but are you really going to be able to string kills together that frequently? We saw Jakes do it once today. Didn't do it the second time I saw him use his Annihilator, so we'll have to wait and see. But for me, I feel like High Five have got the better specialist perks.
Well, over onto the other side of things. Fatal Shot with the Tempest in hand. It's something Tiana and I joked about a little bit earlier. He seems to get streaks with it whenever we're not watching.
So are you saying you should watch him or you shouldn't watch him?
I don't know. It's a bit of a curse. It depends on who you're trying to favorite on this one, I guess. But
so we'll know by your driving of Codcaster who you're trying to root to win.
Well, listen, I'm going to follow him.
He's biased. You heard it from him. Nick's biased.
That's a detriment, essentially.
You're biased.
Codcaster. So at the end of the day, when it comes down to these two teams, I don't know which way to call it. I called it out in the losers bracket final, saying I think either one, Insane Gaming or High Five, who came out of that game, the winner, was actually going to take the tournament. That's something I believed.
Okay, I feel like you need someone over on the Energy side to step up and make the hero plays. Yeah. Something I talked about at the beginning. You have Eros, who's been doing it all weekend long. I mean, you look up Clutch in a dictionary and you see a picture of him smiling. Like, that's literally what this weekend has been. He's been absolutely phenomenal. You have the kind of experience plays. You've got your Drakes and your Drewskis. But for me, someone from Energy needs to step up and say, hey, my back's against the wall. I need to make a hero play. There's 3 seconds on the clock. We're down by 1 in uplink and I have the drone. Got to sync those plays. And I don't know who that's going to be. Maybe it's Jakes. Maybe he's going to be the one that does kind of both. That's perfectly possible. But I feel like he's going to be so mentally focused in leading the team and kind of communicating with the team that he isn't going to put himself in a position where he can make those hero plays if his team needs him to.
Surprisingly enough, Lithium is probably that player that they need to look to. I mean, he's been fairly moderate in his performance so far. Some good games, some bad games. But last year, he was voted the MVP of the season, essentially.
Okay.
Now, stepping up to Black Ops 3, probably not as good a season on a personal performance. He needs to pick things up here in the finals. He needs to go huge. So let's just browse over and see exactly what these two teams are running.
Pretty box standard stuff you expect your MH, your VMPs, neither of those were attacked during ban and protect, but the game underway. High Five versus Energy, your grand final here for the day. And we're going to kick things off with the explosive player, the X Factor, if you will, from High Five this weekend. Eros, we'll see exactly how he's going to play the opening stunt. You see him already making his way over towards mid-cut. It's going to be Energy, who do have control of the hard point at the beginning, and unfortunately for Eros, he is going to be shut down by Phyllis. Now with a Fatal Shot, who should be able to string together maybe a couple of kills. In actual fact, no, Jake starting off strong.
So when it always comes down to the middle hard points, it's always very heavily contested. Not a lot of points usually coming up to either side. It's more just about getting a feel for the team, seeing what they're using. Are they using grenades? Do we need to use flak jacket to counter that?
100% agree. I feel like one of the big things that is a must, and I feel like if you're a player in the crowd and you want to try and get better at the game, you have to change your classes. You have to change your classes. This game is about adapting. Every single hard point should be completely different. One hard point, the first hill, for example, right? Run stuns. Second hill, run EMPs. See if they change. Third hill, run nades. If they're available. By doing that, you're forcing the other team to change and play around you, and that's the key. And then after that whole first cycle of hills, you can say, all right, well, stuns were the most effective, and then you just use stuns for the whole second side.
Well, now coming into the second hard point, it looks like High Five is managing to hold on a couple of seconds, but it is Energy Esports dominating. Drewski finally coming up with the two-piece. He was literally going 0 and 5 a bit earlier. Now needs to try to turn things around.
And that's going to give him a bit of a confidence boost as well. When you finally get that first kill, you're in the grand final, you're going to be able to push it off. And interestingly enough, Drewski for me this weekend has been that player who will jump on the hill. He will get you a two-piece, and more than likely going to be able to trade. Exactly that. Look at the kill feed right there. Drewski again popping another two-piece. He's so consistent at doing it. It's actually impressive.
Yeah, been very impressive the entire weekend, but it's going to have to be an all-round team performance from either one of these teams to come out on top of this one. So far, things are pretty tied up as we jump over. Cerberus currently going 9 and 4, holding things down with a 2-point streak.
And this is where it gets interesting, right? He's 300 points away from his dart, so he has the decision to make. Does he rotate first and go for the 100 points, or does he pick up the scrap time and maybe pick someone straggling on rotation? He's gone for the latter, so we'll see if he gets lucky here. He's gone Emmy, just driving shutdown on him, somehow still alive. Can he finish him up with a headshot? No, he can't. He will fall, so no streak's going to be just there. And look how close this map number 1 is already as we rotate over to window halfway, 50 to 41. High Five still in this, but you have to look. Jake's once again doing what he does best, 10 and 5. He's currently on a 3 streak. We'll see if he can try and string together some kills. He's very close to his health storm, picks up 1, now 2 away. Can Jake's find it? No, he can't. He will fall, but the pressure relieved off the hard point, and that's key to note. Jake's pushed out. He pushed through, allowing his team to get easy time.
A little bit of a breathing room created for his teammates to roll in. Now Cerberus and Fearless coming up with 2 kills of their own, holding things down tight with Lithium, just racking up the points from Energy. It's been a great rotation for them on the third hard point, essentially getting themselves a good 40 points.
And what's really interesting to note, right when that hard point was contested, 2 players, 1 from each team, spawned completely out. And I believe it was Jake's from Energy who actually made the wise choice to go all the way through Mansion to try and get control of the next hill. Sadly though, High Five read it like a book. They managed to get locked down that spawn, and they should be good to pick up some early time here on this hard point. If Era is able to clean up that kill, which he's not, Jake's nice rotation, but Drewski's still on that hard point.
Really big moment for Eros there when he came up with that first kill, trying to hold down the spawns, unable to come up with the second, essentially losing them their advantage. Now High Five trying to hold on without spawns, but they do manage to flip it around here. So Eros holding things down to the side of the back will turn, and Fearless will shut him down. Fatal Shot now essentially left alone with Era coming up big with 2 kills of their own now. High Five trying to earn their way back into the game. It's Era coming up with 1, get shut down there by Jakes.
Now, note, Jakes does have his Annihilator. With 26 seconds left on this hill, is it worth using? Absolutely not. Save it for a bunker. It isn't going to be as effective as the Tempest, which of course the other team, High Five, have, but it's still going to be useful. Oh my god, what accuracy from Jakes right there. Nicely done from him, and he's close to streaks. 325 away from his Hellstorm. If I'm Jakes, you have to leave this hill. You have to rotate. You've got to go with your team. You need to win the rotation. You have your Annihilator. You can make plays with it, but instead, he's going to play it slow, play on the scrap time. The problem he may have now is he can get collapsed on. If this hard point is contested and High Five spawn out, he's more than likely going to get shot in the back, and his streak is going to be over.
Oh no, from High Five there, missing out on a couple of shots, and it's a good break from Energy Esports, has to be said, as Fearless.
Just like that, I want to point out, Jake's died. Exactly as I said, the hard point was contested, Jake's on a streak dies.
So, Eric now trying to work his way in. We jump on board with Lithium as High Five roll in, and it's going to be a big challenge here for Lithium to try to stay alive.
Oh, what a
Comes up with the active camo.
What a camo!
Ooh, does get shut down.
That was so close. High Five getting a little loud now on that side of the stage. They're trading kills. It's going to be Eros. He's been the X Factor, like I said earlier on. He's going to fight 2. Can he fight 3? He has kinetic above as well. Buff kinetic. That's going to be 3. Looking for 4.
Oh,
Eros! 5. Unbelievable play from Eros. He's going for 6. Stop it. 7. Oh my lord. Eros, you nasty man. That was absolutely disgusting. That is why we say he's the X Factor. He just lit up the main stage, and High Five now. They're back in this game.
back in the game, picking up the scrap points as things rotate right in the middle. Huge plays being made there by Eros. Now things get reset in the middle of the map. 124 to 95. Momentum slightly maybe in favor of High Five after that little bit of a momentum booster.
Dude, we have to watch Eros. We have to watch him. He's going to be playing with so much confidence. Look at him challenging absolutely everything. He's managed to earn himself a dart, but he is going to be the player to watch now. He's lighting up the stages. Unfortunately, fatal shot out. You've got to be hitting those temper shots, I'm afraid. As Eros back on your screens right now, going to be feeling hot. You can just tell the way he's moving, very fast, consistently twitching, looking for those kills. If he's able to get some streaks on, honestly, High Five are going to easily be able to cruise back into this game.
Yeah, exactly that. What did I tell you about Fatal Shot? Whenever I watch him with the tempers, the kill streak stops. I feel
Stop
bad
it.
now.
You're
bad.
jinxing. Stop it. All the High Five fans are going to start writing you death notes and whatnot.
All right, now we're on board with Fearless, VMP in hand, 10 seconds left on the hill. Currently being retained by Energy Esports, extending that lead now to around about 60 points. Now, as rotations happen, it's up to the lad from High Five to come up strong. Currently spawning really, really far away. Fatal Shot, however, jumps on board with 2 big kills. He does get taken out on back bar, turns around. Fearless comes up with a huge 2-piece, has streaks in hand as well. This is going to be huge for Fearless.
He needs to stay alive here. He can bait his team. If I'm his teammate, I'm saying, hey, stay behind me. Let me get you an easy, simple kill. You don't need to be on the hardpoint in this situation. He should be able to get it. He gets his Cerberus. There's a player coming, but it doesn't matter. He has his streaks. Now, this is where it's super, super important that Energy play this correctly. You need his teammates to pull out trophy systems. If they don't have trophy systems, guess what? EMPs are just going to be rained down from High Five, and the Cerberus is going to be pointless. They need to change classes and communicate exactly when to call in that Cerberus.
Exactly that. Now we jump aboard. Energy still 176. Eros comes up with a second kill there. Holding things down tight for his team. Will get essentially wall banged through the back of the wall there. And that, you got to say, that's great play by the opposition.
For sure. High Five, of course, they're going to need to rotate towards this next hardpoint, but you see they're pretty much in no man's land. It is going to be Energy who have rotated just a little earlier, and they're going to get that early time on window hardpoint. They're set up absolutely perfectly. You can see 1 player watching bunker, 2 people watching mid-cut, and 1 watching rocks. However, look at that, just a simple 3 down. High Five, fantastic break, but they're not going to have the spawns just yet. They need to apply pressure down at the back. You hear the Hellstorm come in from Fearless. I'm curious to see when he's actually going to use the Cerberus. He's called it in now, actually, I believe. The Cerberus has been called in. So can you just switch through and see if we have trophy systems? Because we don't have trophy systems. This is the most detrimental play of the tournament.
What? Well, we've got 1 in the hands of Lithium, but one
I would like to see more. I would like to see multiple people pull out trophy systems. This Cerberus could be a game changer.
Yeah.
It could really cement you the win.
On the other side of things now, High Five, I'm not too sure if we've just missed whether they've brought out the EMPs or not, but Cerberus still alive, still doing damage. And remember, I'm not referring to the player. I'm referring to the streak at the moment.
You have to, if you're High Five, you have to pull out EMPs. There's no excuse why you're going to wait for the Cerberus to just roam around and kill you a couple of times, and then you're like, oh, well, the Cerberus lost us that game. Well, yeah, of course the Cerberus lost you the game. You didn't pull out EMPs. It really is as simple as that. And right now, you're just not seeing that adaptation. I mean, yes, ironically, High Five is on the hardpoint. Yes, they're bringing it back, but in the long run, that Cerberus is going to do damage.
Now, Fatal Shot finds himself in a difficult position there between essentially a rock and a hard place as that Cerberus doing some damage on him. Now we jump aboard with Drewski, trying to work his way into the hardpoint, challenges the plan, will be able to come out on top of that one.
EMPs, finally. Someone has actually pulled out those EMPs. You heard it on the Cerberus. It was affected. Honestly, though, it took a little too long. I mean, that Cerberus was alive for pretty much an entire hill.
Fearless is on a huge open opportunity at the moment.
Use your kinetic. Use it right now. He has to. You want to see him use that there. It's going to secure further streaks. That's how you win games. Using your specialist correctly. Yes, in the back of his mind right there, he's thinking, well, I should probably save kinetic to bunker hill. I don't want to use my kinetic, but streaks are so much more important. Cerberus gets 2. Looking for more. Can he find it? Pre-firing. Going for 3. Gets it. Nicely done from him. And Energy have completely controlled map number 1.
Yeah, absolutely that. Taking a look at the lads from High Five. Surprisingly, Drewski is the player falling behind here, the player that they look to, especially in those objectives. Now, Drewski holding things down tight for his team. Fatal Shot's going to be able to pick up the kill there. As the early rotations go over to them, it's going to be up to Energy, who are trying to break it essentially from either side. Fearless now coming up with a big kill. Works his way in. Does get spotted out. Pops Kinetic, says thank you very much. Heat Wave's going to be used to counter him. Cerberus is the last man survived.
And you should see Energy close this one out. Looking at that mini-map, I don't think the push is going to come in from High Five. The streaks are used. It's raining down. Hero is going to fall. 6 seconds left until map number 1 is over. It's going to be contested. Cerberus picks up 1. It may be contested one more time. The dart comes in. He's down. And High Five break the hill with 1 point remaining. 29 seconds left. This would be the comeback of the century if it was to happen. I don't think so, though. It's going to be too tough. Rotations are going to be almost impossible. But Drewski says, I don't think so. This is where heroes are made. He pops a 2. 17 seconds left. Smokes. This is where smokes are going to come
Yeah.
into play. If someone
Big
changes
time.
class and pulls out smokes, right now for Energy, they will win this game relatively simply. Whether they're going to have a clash ready for that, I don't know. But right now, that middle hill is going to be so important. Eros doesn't need to be challenging this. Play contest, play your life, has to prematurely use kinetic. Now he has to make the play.
Comes up
That's
with the big
one, but he
kill.
falls, and the Heartbreak's going to go to Energy, and
There
Energy
we
will
go.
win map number 1.
Map number 1 taken by Energy, just showing what prolific team they are when it comes down to trading kills. Essentially, when it came down to the two players, whenever they jumped down the hill, they always make sure they broke it from opposite angles.
Fantastic stuff coming from that squad, of course, but looking at the end there, if Eros plays his life, if he doesn't challenge it, he had kinetic as well, right? If someone challenges, if you're in contest spot, then you use kinetic, then you get the kill and you're still alive. Jumping up in the air, you're almost forced in that situation to use kinetic kind of prematurely. Could have gone maybe different, but obviously a 1-point game and you're looking to try and come back by over 50 points. Very unlikely, so you can't exactly blame it down the game.
I gotta say, great performance from Energy Esports. Each one of their players with 1 minute 10 seconds of heal time. On the other side of things, high five, sharing the objective a lot, doing good work for their squad. We're gonna be crossing over to good search and destroy in just a second. It's gonna be Hunted. Interesting map. We have not seen it the entire tournament. Now, going to be stepping up as the first search and destroy map. We'll be back in just a bit. Back, ladies and gentlemen, this is the MAG Cup, this is the grand finals, and it is map number 2. Energy Esports taking map number 1 relatively comfortably. Wow, words are difficult sometimes.
English is hard.
Now we're going to be crossing over to some search and destroy action on Hunted. Now I know this map, Benson. You've got a bone to pick with it.
Yeah, this is an interesting one, right? Because when you think about maps that you practice, maps that you play, especially with Search and Destroy, Hunted is never on that list. As you mentioned, this is the first time we've actually seen it throughout the whole tournament. Now, what does that mean? You look at the matchup that we just had. High Five, of course, Energy. Energy came out and controlled it. The Ban and Protect wasn't interesting. If I'm High Five now, I am going at this map. It's a map which I can guarantee you is under practice from both our two squads. So how do you make a map which is under practice favorable in your advantage? You do something crazy in Ban and Protect. You almost have to. If you want to guarantee an advantage, you need to ban out something unconventional. It almost has to. I'm not saying necessarily stock, but I feel like maybe you go after all the assault rifles. You make it a sub-only S&D. Something crazy has to be done, because if it isn't and you try and play this straight up, it's almost a 50-50. You don't really know who's going to win because, as I said, this is the most under-practiced map in all of Call of Duty.
Well, when it also comes down to both of these teams, sniper rifles are going to play a huge factor when it comes down to Hunter. That thermal sight might be protected, might be banned. And if I was the lads from High Five, like you pointed out, throw in something completely different, upset the momentum here from Energy Esports. Oh, there we go.
There's your thermal man. You know what I would like? I would love to see a concussion protect. Slow down the game. Slow down the game, play the game at your pace. It will work in this Search and Destroy map specifically as well. It's going to give you a lot of freedom, but we'll obviously wait and see. That's normally something which does get banned out. Overkill's gone, thermal's gone, so you can pretty much nullify most snipers because, well, two of the biggest things are gone out of there. Obviously, overclock's out as well. High Five taking their time with their bands as well. They're communicating what they want to do. I love this. This is a huge, huge map for them. Of course, they need to win this first best of 5 just to take it to a second one, and they're 1-0 down in the series already. So for me, take as much time as you need, communicate. Think about it. A flashbang ban comes out. Okay, but
I feel it's a lost opportunity for the lads from High Five just to mix it up. I mean, concussion banned out, flashbang banned out. What's different here from the High Five guys? I mean, are they going to rely on their game that they just had against Insane when it comes down to search and destroy? Is that what they feel they could take it away from Energy Esports, who have been so dominant in S&D?
The thing that has impressed me the most, and the thing that I think gives High Five maybe an advantage, is they're a team in Search and Destroy, specifically this event, who have improved. And I know that sounds crazy because you think, oh, well, how much can you improve? They've improved a lot. They went from getting first blood and throwing away rounds like it was nothing to actually holding down the lead. The way they approach the game is very different. They're staying together, they're rushing, they're being defensive, but staying together. At all times, I feel like they're playing the buddy system now. On day one, I watched and I was laughing with the guys. I was like, what was that? And they're like, well, yeah, we kind of messed that up a little bit. So for me, High Five do have a good chance, but I would have loved to have seen them throw a curveball in the Banner Protect. That's why it's there. Playing straight up, like what, you're going to try and reverse sweep the first best of 5 in a grand final when you need to win 2?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just crazy talk.
Like I keep on saying, it's a lost opportunity from the lads from High Five Gaming. Now when it comes down to Specialist Draft, expect something similar from either one of these teams. I don't think there's going to be too much difference. But especially when it comes down to Hunted, Search and Destroy. Obviously one of the only maps that really incorporates water into the game. That's obviously a new introduction in Black Ops 3. And
for me, camo is the most important specialist with that. If you're going to be underwater, you need to pop your camo. You can jump up, you can check bombs. It's very, very useful. Both teams have gone for camo. Both teams have gone for kinetic, which is a must, heatwave, and reject. So this is a complete mirror match. Honestly, I think they're the best specialists that you could possibly pick for this map. I think camo, though, probably the most important one.
Well, when you really want to break that cave bomb site and try push your way through using camo, essentially just to push in, get those initial kills, it's probably the best thing. And also heat wave. So you have a huge opportunity here from either one of these teams. This is why the start of this game is going to be so crucial.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, Energy, they're coming off the confidence of map number 1, right? They find themselves 1-0 up in the series. They're going to be feeling good. The question is now, how to High Five respond? This map is so important because you know, you talk about the length of which a series can go on, and at High Five, they need to close out this first best of 5 as fast as possible. End of discussion. It needs to be finished as quickly as they can. The last thing they want is to go to 2-0 down, then you have to reverse sweep, then you have your second best of 5, and then that's a whole different kettle of fish.
Now talking about fish, when it comes down...
Well, we're going to water map, so I was trying to make it interesting with fish.
I see what you're doing. As now when Search and Destroy, both of these teams, like I mentioned a bit earlier, if we can use Insane Gaming almost as if the yardstick for both of these squads, both teams have essentially decimated their opposition when it comes down to S&D.
You're making the Insane guys upset.
Yeah, I know.
Flashbacks, man, flashbacks. Come on.
Don't attack me,
it was weird because Insane as a team, I think, were one of the best Search and Destroy squads here up until today. I don't know what went wrong, but they were playing very well, is my point. Their trading was extremely well, and that's something I think High Five kind of used against them very well, and it was almost as if Insane weren't really expecting that. So I kind of give the advantage in Search and Destroy to High Five, despite the fact that I saw Energy 6-1 and 6-0 their Search and Destroys. They looked very, very good, but to me it was more kind of like a lost Insane, which is kind of gifting them free rounds. I think High Five aren't going to make those same mistakes, and when it comes down to trading more efficiently in Search and Destroy, I think High Five are better at it.
Well, what I really want to see here from the attacking team first, throw something completely different if you're the lads from High Five. Definitely. Play the mental game. It is essentially 11 rounds, first to 6. You have a lot of time to play with.
I've been saying it since 2013. First round of Search and Destroy, dependent on the map, which is a favorable bomb site. Whichever one it is, go to the other one first round. Why? Because then every single other round, the defensive team has to pay respect to the fact that you did it first round. Well, they have to. You can't not send someone to a bomb site. That's just stupid.
Well, talking about the attacking team, it is the lads from High Five who have the opportunity to mix things up or remain consistent. I mean, the worst thing for Energy Esports would be thrown on the back foot straight away and change that momentum entirely. If they see a standard setup, they'll go, thank you very much.
Can you just quickly scroll through, see if we have any sniper play potentially in this game? I don't think we will, obviously, but it's always worth checking. Nope, it's going to be a pretty straight up first round. Obviously, High Five, as you mentioned, on the attacking side. We'll wait and see exactly what the game plan is for them, but in terms of this map, I feel like the more favored bomb site is often the B site. You see Aero on a nice little rush. Unfortunately, hit the trophy system a little more than he hit the enemy. High Five find themselves a man down.
So now, when it comes down to Search and Destroy, just a reminder, we can't be too descriptive, of course, because the players can hear us on stage. So much slower game mode, much more time to listen in from the players, so we got to be a little bit more quiet than we'd like. As 54 seconds left on the clock, 2v3 situation in favor of Energy Esports.
And time ticking down. Of course, Eris on your screen. We'll see if he's able to make a flashy play, try and bring High Five back into the search and destroy. Drewski does get the pick, so now 2 versus 2. This is definitely doable. You have the time. You just need to make sure that you're in a position to potentially trade if something goes wrong. And you look at that mini map, and I'm cringing inside right now. I'm honestly cringing. This is not how you play a 2 versus 2 situation from either of our two teams. This is basically now just going to come down to who gets lucky caught timing, and that's not a consistent way of playing.
Yeah. Well, now.
That's better, finally.
Yeah, moving
ironically,
together.
right? They both kind of just veer off to the other side. It's like, okay, but I mean, you need to be as set up as they are now. Like, what are Energy doing? Like, that it looks as if they're trying to make a play, but
challenging. What's the point of challenging with a VMP from that
so many
distance?
things that have just gone wrong right there in this round from Energy. Drewski's going to pick up one, and honestly, they need to just kind of make sure they play this one smart. You don't want to give away this round. Cerberus, I think, is maybe considering suicide. No? Good.
I like this. Showing confidence in the opening rounds is going to be so important. It would be such a momentum killer for the lads from High Five. As Serb does get the challenge, Eros going to be able to come up on top, and already High Five Gaming 1-0 up.
And exactly what I was talking about. As soon as both teams got together, it was a little late for my liking, but they did it anyway. But then you saw the Energy guys get together. Oh, he's not at B. Okay, you go that way, I'm going to go that way, and split up again. And it's like, well, the whole point of sticking together is so you can trade efficiently. They just disappeared, and the High Five guys, as I mentioned before the game, much better at trading, and you saw that there. If Drewski had fallen, the kill would have been traded. So High Five go 1-0 up in the first round here in Search and
Something we
Destroy.
keep on pointing out, Energy just, on that Search and Destroy play, when they did decide to split up, essentially saying, you have to clutch.
Right,
and I have to clutch.
Like what, you're gonna 1v2 in a mini situation? Like probably not. Like you have to play a consistent play style. It's something I've been drilling home all weekend long. It needs to be consistent. There's no point playing an inconsistent play style. Yeah, all right, you might win one map 6-0 and then think this is the greatest way to play, but guess what? It really, really isn't.
That was such a massive play there from Drewski, picking up the first blood here as the lads from Energy Esports were rushing forward. So we cross on board with Drewski, currently 3-0. Era picks up a kill there on Cerberus. He will get the information.
Yep, Drewski, of course, looking for Fearless. Fearless, the last man alive.
Now, Ben, chasing kills?
You know, I don't mind it because if you look at what they're doing on the minimap, it's almost as a unit, and I like that from Fearless. That's actually very, very smart play. Let me explain. Normally, jumping off the map is sometimes suspect, right? But he recognized Drewski as 3-0. The last thing he wants to do is give Drewski another kill.
Yeah.
Playing in a 1 versus 4, chances are you're gonna die. You don't really know where Drewski's gonna come from. So for me, jumping off the map in that situation is actually a very, very intelligent play, and that's a sign of intelligence. Right?
Yeah, so High Five now essentially doubling their lead on the Search and Destroy. Now, I think it's mandatory. We stay on board with Drewski.
Yeah, we have to, right? He's a key player right now. He can completely blow this whole Search and Destroy wide open.
And it's nice to see him turn things around here. I mean, he had a relatively slow game in the hard point.
Yeah, it took him a while to get going. He was still popping a couple of 2 pieces here and there, but nothing crazy like you like to see. And Jake's getting first blooded there with a nade. Got to ask, flak jacket being used, you know nades are available.
There's nothing more frustrating than running into a game, getting naded off the bat and saying, guys, good luck, 3v4. So now, a couple of EMPs will get traded out. Lithium brings things back to a 3v3 situation. 55 seconds left on the clock. Players still looking for a way in. Era's going to send some bullets out, not going to be able to connect.
And you can see just that setup on the minimap. If we just can highlight, we don't necessarily need to switch to him, but just highlight where Drewski currently is. He, again, a key component to this round for High Five. He's going to need to make sure he stays alive, but at the same time, just because you're playing your life doesn't necessarily mean you have to play at the back of the map. You don't have to sit in a corner, right?
Yeah.
As cool as that is, and you're desperately searching for a kill, sometimes you have to put yourself in a position where you have to get a kill. You know, there's no point being overly passive as finally High Five spring into action. It's going to be Era going for a bit of a challenge. I think he potentially recognizes he's going to see him now. Should win this gunfight, does so. A big help from Drewski comes in there. I'm pretty sure he will have picked up an assist on that. That's huge. But one big mistake I'm not a fan of is who took the bomb this round.
Yeah.
You're 100 points away from a streak. Take the bomb. Meanwhile, Lithium, he's going to punish. He finds one. He's going to have to challenge. Eros found one as well, but somehow Lithium doesn't pick up the kill. Now you're looking at Drewski. Drewski dies, and now a 1 versus 1. Eros, the playmaker of this weekend for the High Five squad, going up against Lithium. Pressure on. This is a huge round, and Eros driving around.
Oh, this is a smart play. I actually like this play. It means he's got to hunt him down, and the ATXD can just basically stand there and protect the bomb.
Just burn time. Don't even peek. Don't even peek. Don't even peek. Just burn. Play the clock. And now
There we go. Great play being shown from High Five Gaming.
As good as that was, I'm still going to go back to the fact Drewski should have taken the bomb. 100 points away from your streak, you plant the bomb, you have your streak. Instead, I'm pretty sure he didn't get enough assists to justify. He definitely didn't get a kill. He actually fell, so I don't think he might should get it. But either way, as you said, Eros, very, very intelligent play there with the HXD.
And just a reminder, when you do get taken out with the HCXD in hand, so if somebody finds you just laying still, basically looking at your iPad, and you take out that player, that HCXD still lives.
Yeah, it's still alive. You can still drive it around. Obviously, it has a time limit to it.
Yeah.
But 9 times out of 10, you're going to use it with enough time that it will live out the remaining time of the round. On board with Lithium. He's going to tag up a player. And little shaky shots right there. Ogre switch, if you will. But
Kobe, not going to be able to connect.
Oh, that would have been good. That would have been awesome. But sadly, as you said, not going to happen. Meanwhile, Fatal Shot, he's put himself in a little bit of a mischievous position.
I like this aggressive play, though, from High Five. Trying to push their way up the map, trying to assert some kind of map control, essentially splitting the lineup from Energy Esports. Currently a 3v4 situation in favor of High Five.
And I'm such a fan because it doesn't matter what they're doing. They're either playing slow or they're playing fast, but they're playing as a team. And that is the most important thing. Look at the minimap again. Look at how spread up enemy. This is Energy are. This is paining me inside. Like, you can't leave yourself in a position where you can't trade with a teammate. It's the most important factor, and they're going to fall again. And honestly, right now, High Five are completely embarrassing Energy. There's no other way of looking at it. They're just saying, we are better at search and destroy. This is easy.
Yeah, exactly that.
And that's crazy considering the fact that these guys 6-0 and 6-1 earlier on to book their spot in the grand final.
Well, the thing with that, I mean, we've seen High Five essentially split the lineup of Energy Esports when they're on the defensive side of things, segregating their players, making sure that they can trade. And we saw even Drewski was in a vulnerable position there on top of River.
For sure.
And he just called out, you know what, someone's taking me out, or heard the bullets from his teammate, and just a trade like that straight off the bat. Didn't even actually need a trade. Obviously, just had a teammate so close.
Right, obviously search and destroy definitely not over. You've seen comebacks like this happen before, and that's going to be a big help. Lithium with 2 big entry kills. That's going to be Error and Fatal Shot. Drewski does respond with 1, and no, Specialist has been earned. Now, how can he actually use that though and utilize? Because of course, 5-0 is going to look a lot better than 4-1.
So now, Drewski, can he clutch this one up? He's up with Eros. They're going to try watch each other's side here. Should give them an indication here.
Going to spring into action. You
have 2 players there, and he will meet the door that shuts down in his face. And now Eros, the man that's been pretty much the spectacle player, coming up clutch whenever he needs to. Let's see what he's going to be able to do in this position.
As you mentioned, 1 versus 3. Fearless, Cerberus, and Lithium up for Energy. What can Eros do? He's been absolutely a joy and a privilege to watch so far this weekend, but now the pressure truly on. Not going to be able to pick up that first kill. That's unfortunate. Now though, second one, he will be able to clean up.
Gets that one, will eventually fall down. 1 shot essentially away from dying.
And High Five made a very, very interesting decision. Obviously, you're a man down. They knew 100% there was a player behind them, a player in their spawn. In those situations, you either need to go as a team and say, all right, we're going to 2-man jump out, we're going to challenge, and we're going to trade. Or you say, forget the guy in our spawn, that's not important. Push through and go towards bomb. I think the issue there was communication more than anything else, because you saw Drewski go challenge, and his teammate stayed back. You need to go as a pair.
Well, interestingly enough, when we saw Eros, still, I know it's a 1v3 situation, it's never going to be in your favor. He had the information that 2 players back spawned, there's more than likely going to be 1 player on B bomb side on cave.
Right.
He had an open movement all the way to the A bomb side, so maybe a little bit of a wrong decision there.
High Five open up with a Semtex skill for first blood. That's going to be Lithium who falls, and that's a big win. Lithium is 7-5. Reject has been called in by Fatal Shot. Like, this is what I've been preaching all weekend. Reject is great, but when you're shot from close range and someone still has line of sight on you, you're rejecting into another death. It does not make sense. You need teammates to cover you. So for me, a wasted Specialist right there, and Cerberus is going to be left in a 1 versus 2. Drewski and Eros, you expect them to play this correctly. Of course, they were the last 2 players to be alive, and honestly, Cerberus isn't in too much of a bad situation. He could definitely try and make this happen.
He's in a great position here.
Oh, you need to...
Oh, waited a bit too long.
He was a little unlucky there because Cerberus was trying to secure the first kill, and what happened was the player in war to Drewski actually saw him at the right time. He got the call out. That's why you saw the other High Five member Eros start to spin around. So realistically, Cerberus either has to take that kill very quickly or he has to get a little bit better court timing.
Well, good play there from Drewski, at least covering his player back when he needed it. I still didn't like the separation.
That's what I've been talking about with High Five, right? They have improved so much about their position on the map. They're always in a position to just snap out and trade. Perfect example, last round.
Well, a couple of tools at hand. If you take a look at the lads from High Five Gaming, ATXD will get called out here as we jump on board with Lithium. Let's see if he's been doing his driver's test.
And this is the first bad search and destroy I've seen from Jake's all event long. And Cerberus is going to pick up 2. Going to give Energy a little bit of a lifeline, but Era responds with one of his own. And Era now left. Last man alive. 1v3, he will fall. Energy still with a little bit of life in them yet.
Still have an opportunity to come back, but on the defensive side of things, I don't think we saw any sparkly things get pulled out from the lads from High Five, if you know what I'm talking about. As
Good code. I'm sure no one knew what that was.
Yeah, no one knows what I'm talking about, clearly. As we take a look at Energy Esports, going to be moving things onto the attacking side. They need to try and mix things up here. Try change it up a bit. The High Five team have been so dominant in control. They need to try split those lineups, and that right there is a great way to do it.
That's going to be huge, and honestly, if I'm Cerberus, I'm letting Jake's follow through. Jake's right now struggling a little bit. He needs a confidence kill. You need to secure him just that second kill so he's no longer on that 1 and 7. It's always horrible as a player to kind of look at, but Energy, if they turn this around, this is going to be absolutely incredible. There's Eros now 1 versus 3. I feel like, you know, if Energy win this round, you're starting to see a potential momentum shift, and Eros is going to fall. Wasn't even able to pick up a kill. Energy starting to draw from the energy of the crowd.
Yeah, exactly that. Now, yeah, I see what you did.
That's good.
Get up. As now we take a look at Eros actually having an opportunity to use something there in hand, and being disciplined enough not to do it, decides, you know what, I need to make the challenge straight away. I need to try separate these teams before they consolidate and group up as a team. Maybe a little bit too late, but at least he's getting aggressive, making those plays before their specialists start to build up.
I feel like Jake needs to stop baiting as much. Like right now you're seeing him do a lot of baiting for his squad, which is great, but again, he needs a little bit more confidence in this search and destroy of Energy going to be able to complete this comeback, obviously, but we're on board with Eros, of course. High Five on the attacking side. You have to feel it. If they let this round slip away, this is going to get dangerous, and I mean dangerous. Energy going to get a lot of momentum from these rounds of stringing together, so High Five need to close this out right now, and honestly, the little icon at the bottom right of your screen right now is going to be crucial. This has to be used this round, and in actual fact now, that makes it even more interesting, because do you want to waste it? 2 plays down, now you definitely don't. Oh no. Oh no. An absolute collapse. I mean, Drewski for a 1v4 main stage grand final. All right, let's have a look what you're made of. 44 seconds left. He's already made it a 1 versus 3. We'll see if Drewski can try and make something interesting happen here. Well, 1v2. Oh,
we'll get shut down. Turned around the wrong route and found a man waiting for him on the corner of the rock. Shut him down there, as now Energy mounting a comeback. They're essentially 2 rounds away from taking this one. High Five failing at the last, it seems.
This is scary. If I'm a High Five fan right now, my head is in my hands, because they're throwing this away. They had such a comfortable lead, and it comes down to now simply playing how you were playing at the beginning. They've changed their game style, and it isn't working, so go back to what was working. And Cerberus, for me, for Energy, can really make a play here. I think he's going to be the one who can just jump in and essentially take this to a round 11.
All right, now we're on board with Cerberus, still holding things down tight. Fearless is going to be able to pick up the first blood here. Feels like High Five just getting too aggressive on defense.
And there's just no trades. Finally, Fatal Shot's able to pick up 1. It's going to be a 2 versus 3. Fearless and Lithium alive against 3 High Five players. Of course, Fearless looking to turn it to a 2v2, but he's not going to be able to when the trade comes in. The kinetics used as well from Eros. Fantastic decision to use that there. Secure the man advantage, and look at where he is. You can't be this far away from your team under no circumstance. And now you have to 1v3 to take to a round 11.
Exactly. Find himself all alone and without a lot of hope. 40 seconds left on the clock. Lithium needs to come up big.
Okay, I was gonna say High Five would need to monumentally choke to give that one away. Not gonna happen. They level up the series 1 map apiece.
1 map apiece indeed, as that means we're gonna be going over to map 3. That's gonna be some uplink action now. High Five back in the game, and momentum now shifting into their favor. Can they turn this around? I mean, we've seen how good they actually can be at uplink at the moment. I mean, going into the tournament, I would have ruled them out as one of the top uplink teams. I would have said, you know what, you just give this over to Energy Esports. Up until now, they've been consistently building each day. Started off on Friday, had a slow start to the tournament, won the games that they needed to. Saturday, started to pick things up. We saw Era pick up his game. We saw Fatal Shot pick up his game to join Drewski and Eros, who have been so consistent. Now, taking a look at the likes of the 2 teams, they need each one of their players to perform. There's no more drop
Yeah, you can't at this point. If you want to perform, chances are you're going to lose this first best of 5. Doesn't matter which side you're on. Obviously, one could potentially result in a second best of 5, which I'm sure a couple of the neutral fans out there would probably prefer. But for now, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we return, though, we're jumping into map number 3.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the MAG Cup. It is High Five Gaming taking the likes of Energy Esports. And so far, things tied up between both of these two teams, Benson, going into map 3.
Yeah, obviously 1-1 in the series. You're looking at High Five to win the first best of 5 to take it to a second best of 5. Of course, they came from the losers bracket. Energy, of course, coming from the winners bracket. And I love it. M8 ban straight away. Coming in from Energy. Not wasting any time whatsoever with that. That was very, very quick. And I feel like that's a smart decision. XR2 is going to go as well. That's kind of been the secondary. That's been the backup to the M8. So Drewski just kind of looks across with a cheeky little grin. He's like, all right, you want to play this game? I'm more than happy to play this game with you two.
Wow, 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 indeed. As it looks like assault rifles are falling left, right, and center.
Is this not what I was saying before? If you remember, you're looking at this, you get rid of all the assault rifles, maybe you play it a little bit differently. I feel like at this point, you've gone so far, you may as well just really make it interesting and get rid of the Mano as well. I feel like the Mano is so strong that if you're going to dedicate this many resources to banning out your assault rifles, you need to go that one step further and get rid of the Mano as well.
Well, still rapid fire, high caliber in play. Really good. Ooh, interesting. Kinetic armor, do you feel like that's a little bit of a waste?
In this situation, I don't ban out high cal. There's so many assault rifles already gone. Is there realistically a point to high cal? Seems like Fatal Shot thinks there is, and rapid fire goes as well. Realistically, your sub and having high cal on your sub, it's not going to make that much of a difference. It really isn't. And this is going to be a very, very sub-heavy game. Yes, the Mano got through, but some people just can't control the Mano, to be completely honest with you. They're just not that good with it. So high cal on the Mano, am I worried? Absolutely not. I would have loved to have seen that last ban be utilized maybe a little bit more differently.
Well, when it comes down to Man of War gameplay that we have seen this tournament,
I feel like the HVK's been better.
Yeah, it has.
It's weird. It really is weird. In terms of the specialists, as you said, it's going to be pretty straight up, right? Like Overdrive, of course, was taken out.
It's going to be tough, I think, from either one of these teams. Now, when it goes up to uplink, I think it's so important I'm not talking about momentum going into the map. I'm talking about that instant momentum when you do push up on your opposition spawns and you do get those kills. I feel like whoever does that first, whoever gets, if a 4-0 lead or 6-0 lead, it's going to be so difficult for the opposition to come back on this one.
I don't know whether I necessarily agree with a Scythe and a Tempest.
Oh no, 2 weapons.
It's not even necessarily that it's 2 weapons, it's just that they're 2 very static assault rifle weapons, right?
Yeah.
You normally see your kind of anchor AR, if you will, kind of run a Tempest or a Scythe. It's very rare that you see both. I mean, to me, that kind of says to me High Five are going to play this very old school. They may actually leave 2 people more on their side of the map and allow the other 2 players to push up. That, of course, going to be Eros and Drewski trying to make plays with the aggressive specialist. So for me, Era and Fatal Shot, with the specialist they've chosen, they're going to have to play this one a little more defensively.
Well, we pointed out earlier in the tournament, Rejack, it's been great in CTF, and Search and Destroy has had its uses. On Uplink, do you feel that it's viable?
Again, it's situational, right? Like, if used correctly, yes, I'm sure Reject is going to get you a 2-point play. Have I seen it used correctly? No. So as far as I'm concerned, there's no point using it because it's just not being used the way it should be. Search and Destroy, CTF, yeah, we've kind of seen it used properly at times. But for me, Uplink, I mean, let's say you're the drone carrier, right? You're fearless, you have the drone, you die, you pop Reject. You're more than likely going to die again because the person that killed you is more than likely in close range.
Especially when you consider that there's that 5-second respawn. You really need teammates to push up with you. And what I think is going to be so important on Fringe, we've seen those 1-pointers thrown from both of these teams in the past. It's been something that's been inconsistent throughout the tournament, it has to be said, and that's why I think they're having a little bit of a
I'm glad you said it, because I was definitely going to say it.
Yeah, so on Fringe, if these guys get those 1-pointers, I think that's what it's really going to come down to. That 1-point split difference.
And for me, that's where Energy have been arguably a little bit more consistent. They haven't botched that many opportunities to put points on the board. They're very, very intelligent with the way they actually approach the map. When they push forward, you know they're actually pushing as a team, and more than likely they're going to have at least a scoring opportunity. High Five, they're a little bit more aggressive, which is why I'm surprised to see 2 passive specialists be picked up there. That doesn't really make much sense to me. Whether there was miscommunication, I'm not too sure. The guys look pretty happy, so I assume it's what they meant to do.
Well, banning out the kinetic armor, it seems like a strategy of going with the 2 weapons in hand. Maybe just going to try lock down those long lines of sight when they are on the defensive side of things, because they are maybe intimidated by the lads of Energy Esports.
And it's interesting as well that Camo was allowed through. Camo very, very strong in Uplink, but the game about to get underway. We'll see a couple of VMPs. I expect Manos and VMPs, really, and that seems to be the game plan coming from them.
3 men of war from the lads. Taking a look at the lads from High Five Gaming, going to be going with the more traditional 2 VMPs, man of war.
I feel like, again, because of the specialist draft, you almost have to do that. You're in a position where you don't really have much of a choice now, because your specialists aren't going to be used aggressively. They have to be used defensively. And as you said, 3 Manos, though, like, I'm not sure that's the right play, but you know, we'll see. Potentially, could just
3 players down from Energy Esports. This is going to be High Five's opportunity to try and push forward. They know exactly where they're going to be coming from. It's going to be Fatal Shot challenging as Eros is going to be walking this way. Drop the ball. Once again, throw.
I mean, you can see what he was trying to do, right? He was trying to wall run and reduce the angle of the players coming off spawn, so he was safer. But in that situation, knee slide out wide and throw for a 1. You know the players are off spawn. Your teammate has just died and seen 3 people book it back to your uplink portal. You have to just secure the 1-point play. Just maybe a little smarter decision, a knee slide over towards the blue truck and then a throw for a 1-point play would have given them the lead.
I just feel with 3, maybe 4 players down there from the Energy Esports that they needed to have something to show for it.
That, by the way, is what I was talking about when I said I haven't seen that much accuracy with the Man of War. On a head glitch, not able to connect with shots. I don't really, I don't know, maybe that's just me this time.
Now this is going to be a test of character from the lads from High Five coming off of spawn. It's going to be Cerberus with the ball in hand, trying to push forward. Currently 4-1, does have an ACXD in hand. He will see his teammates Jake's fall to the ground, as well as Lithium. Now in a 2v3 situation on the defensive side of things. Cerberus trying to push forward, doubles back. Will he come back again? Does exactly that. Will now throw the ball out for a reset, and I feel like that's just a waste of possession.
All right, when you're 350 points away from streaks, use the drone to bait out the opposition. Throw the drone on the full back alley, and you're going to force someone to come to you. You don't have to score the points, but you can secure easy kills. It looks like Cerberus may actually get streaks anyway, but he could have done this a lot easier. He falls. Honestly, I would have loved to have seen him use the uplink drone as a little bit of bait there.
Well, now Fatal Shot with ball in hand, picks it up from the back of his base after Fearless missed a throw. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the angle. As now High Five with opportunity to try push this one forward. Fatal shot. Trying to duck and dive his way through. Without protection, you need to make sure that you get those kills before you make room for yourself. 4 players down now from High Five Gaming.
And this is where I think you're going to see the lovely boys from EN. They're going to push through. Energy looking good. A smoke grenade comes out. Era with 2. Looks like Cerberus will be able to connect with one of his own, but I like the use of smokes. Obviously, we didn't see it banned. It can be very, very effective, specifically in uplink. But Drewski, I feel like this is my worry, right? With having 2 passive players, Drewski cannot play uplink how he plays CTF. Go back to yesterday and even earlier on today. Drewski is a player who likes to make the sneaky plays. He likes to roam around and be lingering near the enemy flag. You can't do that in uplink. You need your team support. So I'm so surprised to see High Five set up this way.
So now Lithium trying to duck and dive his way through, will get blocked by a heat wave, will throw the ball out. However, that will drop in opposition's face as Fearless now has opportunity to push forward. Energy Esports with the first 2 points on the board.
Nicely done, and it looks like Eros just going to try and defend his portal, but little does he know, there's still someone being a little sneaky. It's going to be Cerberus. He's behind enemy lines, finds one.
You've got to clean that up as High Five. You've got to send
Throw it
players
over
back.
the barn. Throw the drone over the barn right now if I'm Jakes. I'm trying to get it straight, a straight pass. Instead, you just see them kind of give up the control of the enemy portal. They're going to get a 2-point play regardless. So nicely done from them, but that could have been quicker. And by making those rallies quicker, you're able to get more points because you're utilizing the time the enemy is off respawn much more efficiently.
Now, I'm not too sure about that play from Eros, now trying to be a thorn in the side. Essentially what Drew does on attack on CTF most of the time. Works his way forward, and Fatal Shot's going to need to come up big here in mid-map as Era turns around on Cerberus, and it's going to be Drewski in the middle of the map pushing forward. Now we'll throw this one forward, and this is going to be opportunity once again for them to try and push forward. Drops the ball. It's all a little bit disjointed from the lads from High Five.
Yeah, and you saw that it was the right idea right there coming from Drewski. He wanted to try and throw it over towards top Grandmaster. It landed relatively near. He had a teammate in support, but you just completely missed the throw. And at that point, it's going to be Eros wasting a camo in a 1 versus 4. And how is he still alive? I have no idea. That should just not happen. But he makes a 1-point play either way, and I guess nicely done.
Yeah, nicely done with that active camo in hand. Manages to dive his way through a couple of opposite numbers, not being able to pick him up. Of course, active camo making you the chameleon on the field of play. As now player will get picked up. Will this throw go in? No, it actually does get dropped before he gets a chance to throw. Fearless now with rejack in hand will get challenged and will come out on top of that one. So you gotta feel that the High Five lads, they should have had that kill.
I mean, absolutely, and look at where the drone is right now. It's massively contested. It's going to be Drewski. You see him just trying to consider exactly what to do. He doesn't really have the support here, and you can't play it like CTF. You've thrown it for yards, okay, great, but all that's going to happen is the drone's going to be picked up by someone from enemy. They're just going to reset it.
Yeah.
And honestly, I just feel like they're playing uplink too much like they would play CTF.
Exactly. Well, it is one of their most comfortable game modes as the ball does get thrown. It looks like a little bit of an ambitious shot.
Just going for a Hail Mary. What is the point in going for a Hail Mary with 10 seconds left when you could actually set up, go for a structured push, and maybe get a point?
Yeah.
I would much rather play a structured game, a slower down game, and potentially have a chance at scoring than just saying, all right, I'm going to throw the drone. It's going to go further away than the actual portal itself, so that means it's going to take longer to actually pick up. That is just silly. It really is just silly.
That being said, it's still anybody's game here as 4-1 to the lads from Energy Esports. Currently with a couple of tools in hand if they need to bring it up. It has to be said, Jake's currently going relatively strong for his team with that Man of War in hand, seemingly quite consistent.
And that's really big for them as well, considering he struggled in the Search and Destroy. You can kind of look at that and say, all right, well, he needs to step up, and he's done that in the first half, and fantastic shots there on Drewski. We'll see if he's able to pick up the second. Not going to happen. Eros able to find that kill, and High Five have the advantage now, but it's going to come down to Eros. And unfortunately, he falls. And one thing I would like to see is people stop running and reloading and running around corners. It's happening way too frequently. You've got to just take your time. If you need to reload, don't challenge something where someone could be. You're going to die.
Fatal shot comes around the corner, gets shut down there by Cerberus. Now Drewski putting down the ball, realizing he needs to come up big for his teammates here. Will get shut down. All 4 players get taken out. Now it's going to be up to Fatal Shot on the defensive side of things. Will charge up, will connect with one. However, he does get shut down there. Ball inside the hands of Lithium. He has the opportunity to try push this one forward. Dodges HC6Ds, will throw. What? Can't believe he actually
I guess they've been preaching about 1-point throws too much.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too much.
Either way, they do have a good setup right now. Phyllis should be able to potentially get a little bit of a spawn trap. Jake should be good to just run this one home. This should be a 2-point play. He will make it, so it's 7-1 in terms of the game. Error against spawn trapping. You see there's a potential for a reject. That one's been reset. Energy playing this one very, very well despite a small mistake there. I don't think that's going to cost them though, simply because High Five just do not look like they know what they're doing right now.
They really don't, especially with ball in hand. Now the ball does get dropped, and the furthest forward for the team as High Five finally managed to clear their base. Now this is going to be an opportunity for them to try push out of here.
You can't let this drone reset right now. You need to touch the drone. Okay, there you go. But if you let that drone reset and it goes back to mid-map, you have no control over mid-map. You're just giving the drone back. And honestly, you can't really afford to do that. Drewski's just throwing it for yards. They're just going to get killed. Like, just so many small mistakes creeping into this game, and it's almost as if High Five are saying, hey, we may not be necessarily the best uplink. We're going to give you the game, and then we'll meet you in CTF.
Yeah, well, taking a look, Drewski tries to work his way forward, gets shut down by Jake's Annihilator. That finally does get whooped out. He decides to pick up the ball because he's got something to work with.
Oh, Eros, hello. Yep, that's Jake's right there. Beautiful play, and you see the guys from Energy more than happy to just keep passing the drone around. Like, it's happy. It's almost like a game of keep away as a kid. And Jake's is just lighting up main stage right now on a 3 streak. Of course, Lithium does have the drone. A Semtex is going to be thrown from Eros. Unfortunate timing. I believe that drone is so close to the portal. Surely Jake's could maybe try and make a play for this, but decides against it, using some veteran experience, just playing this one slow.
Maybe, but Drew, maybe on the other side of things, the student, as we called him a bit earlier, now trying to work his way around. Has a couple of things to work with and really needs to rely on his teammates in this kind of situation. Unfortunately, getting heavily tagged up, will walk his way out and will get shut down. Now, Lithium, opportunity is a beckoning for him as he will put the ball down. Now needs to double back, find himself in a terrible position there at Traxxas. Now, we jump aboard with Fatal Shot, chasing down his opposite number. Will be able to come up with a kill. Jakes comes up huge. That was such an important kill for him, just in terms of map control. The Annihilator comes back out. Get out of here, son! As he picks up yet another.
Jake's feeling confident with the Annihilator. We'll see, can he find the third? No! Swing and a miss, but it may not matter too much. His teammate, of course, has control of the drone. It's going to be Lithium. We'll see if Lithium is going to be able to try and get this one in. Heat waves come out. Drone is still down. It's going to be Cerberus, picks it up, 2-point play, and this one is pretty much over.
Pretty much over for the lads from High Five. They need essentially 4 captures. And you know what? It's a little beyond their reach. Just take a look at what both of these teams did in the second half. Energy Esports really breaking away. And you could see from the confident setup, they actually knew how to take control of the map. When the High Five guys were set on spawn, they had to fight their way out. And they didn't use any utility to try and get out of there. They didn't pop smokes. They didn't pop stun grenades. They didn't throw grenades at all. And essentially just found themselves in a death fest against the lads from Energy Esports.
Yeah, if you're not going to utilize the tools available to you to try and break out of a spawn trap and try and give yourself an advantage, then you're always going to get stuck and you're always going to go down 11-1. And honestly, I think that's probably the best point and the best takeaway for High Five is exactly what you just said there, Nick. Yeah. The fact that when you are in that situation, pull out something different. Pull out tacticals. They are in the game to help you. And we just didn't see it. I mean, we saw the lads from Energy do it. They were throwing smokes. They were using them aggressively. You can use smokes defensively.
Taking a look at, I mean, High Five Gaming so far. Fatal Shot 22 for 24. Era 21. Each one of those guys are going negative. That just is because they're rushing it way too much. They are not playing for those kills, not playing for that map control, and essentially just finding themselves further and further on the back foot.
Honestly, I think they lost this in the specialist draft. You set up to play very defensively. They tried playing defensively, and it just didn't work. Energy at the end of the day are just going to beat you when they have 4 people versus 2 people. That's how it works. Drewski continuously overextending or continuously trying to throw the drone for yards isn't going to help. Yeah. You need to play as a team. It is so crucial. And honestly, Energy played that one absolutely perfectly based on the situation.
So Energy Esports now only 1 round away from taking the title, essentially. And High Five Gaming, once again, we talk about the reverse sweep over and over again. It's been the theme of the weekend. They've got so much weight on their shoulders to try turn things around here.
Of course, as you mentioned, that's going to put them up 2 maps to 1 in the series. Just 1 more map away from being crowned your champions. 1 more map.
That's huge.
Now, if there was ever a time that pressure was going to affect you, I feel like it's heading into the CTF, because you're going to sit there knowing we're 1 map away from the biggest prize pool, the most prestigious tournament throughout Black Ops 3. It's going to be a stressful time, and honestly, I think that's again where you have to look at Jake's. Yeah, you have to look at him and say, all right, veteran leadership needs to come in right now.
32 for 18, clearly leading from the front there for his team. We're going to be crossing over to capture the flag in just a second. Make sure you stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are moving into map number 4 of this, the grand final between High Five Gaming and Energy Esports. Currently, High Five 2-1 down on map count, and it's the lads at Energy Esports that have it to lose at this moment. I mean, but when we cross over to capture the flag, we're talking about Drew during the break and how this is his opportunity to be that player on evac, to be that little thorn in the sides of Energy Esports.
Absolutely. I feel like CTF suits his playstyle a little better than Uplink, so you're going to see those sneaky plays potentially work out. But where it gets interesting is I watched the Energy guys play this exact map earlier on, and guess what? Jake's, he's going to be doing exactly what Drewski is doing. And heading into Ban and Protect, you have to see Afterburner go. It wouldn't surprise me if it was the first one. I'd be mind-blown if it goes through. Drewski's going to protect the MA, HVK is going to go as well. Obviously, as we mentioned earlier on, the HVK has been very, very prominent. Maybe we see a VMP ban come through. A VMP ban could target Drewski's potential playstyle. The Kuda's going to go. Now, if you're going to ban the Kuda, surely you have to ban the VMP as well. And then you're left with Pharaohs as your subs. That honestly could be a very, very smart play. You get rid of the SMGs now, you're basically minimalizing the effect Drewski can have on the game.
Exactly that. Now, Drewski, we've seen how prolific he can be with that SMG in hand.
If I'm Fatal Shot, I'm genuinely considering protecting the VMP. Bans out smoke. I feel like this is Energy's time to just go at the VMP. You've just been gifted.
There we go.
Like a prophet.
I feel like that's a mistake from the lads from...
it's a colossal mistake. Why would you ban the Kuda and leave the V? Like, in what realm would you do that? And Man of War is going to go as well. Bear in mind at this point, Overdrive's still available. High Cal still available. Yeah. Overdrive goes. So we're playing with High Cal or Rapid. Pick your poison. Honestly, if I'm Era, don't even ban, don't ban one of them. Ban something else. Play with both High Cal and Rapid Fire. Pick something more useful that you can try and ban out here. Maybe ban out the Pharaoh. Make it a 4 AR game. Yes, it's going to be slow, but he's going to go with High Cal.
Yeah, goes with High Cal. Rapid Fire still in play here. So
would you rather play with High Cal, or I guess you're going to have a more assault rifle heavy game? So yeah, it makes sense to go with High Cal. Okay.
Fair enough to him, fair play. As now we cross over to the specialist draft. Heatwave will get picked up, Tempest as well, active camo. Annihilator, Jakes has turned around to seemingly that reputation of not being able to use the Annihilator, now using it so prolifically, using it so well. So Rejack on Fearless, this is something we pointed out a bit earlier. It's a theme that you don't see really overseas, but when it comes down to CTF,
I get it. I like it in CTF. I've seen it used properly. But for me, what's weird is High Five set up with two kind of like attacking specialists, if you will. They use a Tempest and a Scythe in Uplink. But in CTF, when you know it's going to be a slower game, you know it's going to be assault rifle heavy, why have you then not gone for the similar strategy? Just because it didn't work in Uplink doesn't mean that now isn't the right move in CTF. You're basically saying, okay, now we're going to try and be attacking with assault rifles, unless we see them come out using the Pharaoh, which I personally think is great, but if you've never practiced with a weapon, don't use it online, especially not a grand final.
Well, that's the point I wanted to bring up. It's now the point to prove of adaptability. Can you adapt to those bans? We've seen how prolific he is with the SMG. Will he now be able to pick up an AR if need be? Can he use that Pharaoh? I'm not too sure. I think the long barrel's still in place, so there's still some kind of element of medium range combat between the teams. I don't know.
Pharaoh, long barrel.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think that's fantastic. Bear in mind, Rapid Fire snuck through as well.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, Rapid Fire
on a
Pharaoh
can be dirty. Can be very, very dirty.
You're not surviving. End of discussion. Doesn't matter what you VMP Rapid Fire runs up against Pharaoh Rapid Fire is winning that 9 times out of 10. You would have to drop your controller. That's the 1 out of 10 is when the other player drops his controller. He's like, oh, oops, now he's going to kill me. But in all honesty, I feel like Energy are set up a little bit better than High Five. And I know High Five is a great CTF team. We talked about it all throughout the weekend.
But on evac?
That's a whole new factor as well.
Yeah.
Afterburner gets through too, so think about that. The wall running availabilities, for me on this map, that has to be the first thing to go. You have to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Because what essentially can happen is if I pull the flag and we're in a stalemate, all I'm going to do is I'm going to drop down and I'm just going to run across the wall, back and forth, and Afterburner is going to allow you to do that. So, I mean, and that's something Apathy is fantastic at doing from Team Envious. He'll take the flag if we're in a stalemate situation and he'll just run all around the helipad at the very back of the map.
Yeah.
He's even done it when that was the aggressive base. He's just grabbed the flag and he's just running back and forth because he had Afterburner. So strong in evac.
So essentially removing control, that first flag cap is going to play so important because then, like you said, you can just play that time. You can play those wall runs with Afterburner in hand. So it's going to be up, especially on, it's so frustrating when the flag is on the opposite side and they don't even want to capture it, they're just going to hold your flag there, and you can just essentially post up with ARs and say thank you very much, we'll just take the kills.
I think one of the big factors for this game is going to be the fact that High Five, yes, there's pressure on them, but it's a question of which pressure is more. Pressure being one map eliminated or one map from winning. That may sound very self-explanatory, that oh yeah, you know, one map away from losing is more, but not necessarily. Sometimes you see teams kind of get a little bit overwhelmed, the mistakes creep in, and is that what we're going to see from Energy? That's my biggest question.
All right, now flipping between the teams, it looks like the Pharaoh is the gun of choice at the moment.
What have we got on the Pharaoh? We'll have to have a quick look. Rapid fire is on one of them. That's going to be powerful. Stock as well. Quick draw.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't even think you need stock. I think that's a little bit of a waste of a point in the pick system.
Especially in a submachine gun. I don't think you're going to really need
I get it. Lots of guys are used to it, but for me, the Pharaoh is just so strong. Put a laser sight on that bad boy, and you're just going to be shredding.
Eros and Drewski now trying to push their way forward. Player does get spotted in the middle.
So that, see what I mean? I mentioned earlier on about the one-bump potential that gun has. Like that's pretty far away, and he just absolutely just bursted him down.
And he's just rocking out 2 primary gunfighters, so he's got that thing fully loaded.
I don't necessarily even need you think to do, or you need to do that. I would much prefer to see, you know, utilizing your class a little bit differently, but being uncomfortable with the Pharaoh is definitely going to be a factor. And once again, you expect to see a lot of kills like that because the Pharaoh really is that strong.
Once again, now we take a look at the push here from High Five Gaming. Jakes is going to be able to come up with 2 big kills.
Again, both Jakes and Drewski are going to be doing this all game.
Yep.
Who can sneak, who can try and make a play, but expect both of them to stay near the enemy flag and no one really to go for a pull unless they have the support. Jakes has gone for it, maybe a little prematurely there. That's not what I'm used to seeing from him. Realistically, you need to wait for your team to pick up kills and then go for the flag.
Definitely not what we used to seeing from Jakes, as the lads from High Five trying to push their way out of spawn here. And now Eros going to be furthest forward. I think that's where you just need to hold up and just say, guys, I need some backup.
And again, you don't want to see that same mistake. If he touches the flag carrier, it's a colossal misplay. I'm just waiting. There's no point. You're running into a wall of players.
Well, here we go. Eros now trying to prove us wrong, essentially, working his way down this right-hand side.
This is one of those things, right? If he caps the flag, everyone's going to be like, oh yeah, he capped the flag, but it's like, okay, but you did it incorrectly.
Yeah.
It is one of those things, and now the flag is going to be countered. You see Eros with some great movement, staying around the edge, and he's done well to get the flag out, but meanwhile, Phyllis, and he's going to fall the flag's reset. And exactly what I'm talking about. You cannot pull a flag into a wall of people. It will not work. It is not a reliable way of playing. And because of that, Phyllis now have the flag. One player has to try and go clutch, and he gets it! A huge two-piece from Aaron. He's going to get the return as well. Oh my God, High Five can breathe a big old sigh of relief.
A huge sigh of relief. We kept on mentioning how important that first flag capture was going to be, and Eric just coming up so clutch.
Unbelievably great play coming in from him, but how many times are you going to be able to replicate that?
Yeah.
Odds are you're not going to be able to do that every time. You need to play a slower game plan. That all came from pulling the flag too soon. That whole play, that whole potential flag started by prematurely pulling the flag. You need to be more patient, and hopefully we see Eros not make the same mistake. Obviously, he has a teammate in support. He's going to die. That's Drewski. So for me, Eros now needs to actually push back towards the middle of the map and play for a couple of kills before eventually trying to go for a flag. Well, there's one. He's done pretty much perfectly what I was talking about. Can actually just juke and dodge because reject was available. I like this play from Eros. He's played this one very well.
Yeah, staying alive is so important in CTF. 7.5 second respawn delay as he comes up with yet another kill. That should give Fatal Shot a little bit of breathing room here on the defensive side.
And it's not even just that, right? It's Eros staying alive causes a problem. If you're a guy over on Energy, you know there's someone near your base. You have to respect that. You have to try and hunt that player down. You can't just leave him, because then if you all go down, he's going to pull the flag.
Yeah. As now we see High Five with some map control to work with, as Energy Esports clearly locked down in their base, trying to defend here. Fatal Shot comes with a big kill. Drewski comes up with one of his own. Lithium going to be able to come up with a big shot. However, just like we said, staying alive, so important.
Oh, he actually managed to tag up a player. His teammate, I expected to see him kill Heatwave.
Oh.
Why? I feel this, again, a wasted specialist. I don't think you need to do that. Fatal Shot, of course, he does have his tempers, but Fatal Shot's shot right now with the XR2 is absolutely on point. Currently on a 4 streak, looking for more, not going to happen. And realistically, for some of the newer viewers out there, what you're going to want to do is look at that top left of your screen, that mini-map. Those white arrows, of course, representing High Five, and those red arrows, Eros. And Eros, those red arrows representing Energy.
Look at that.
Eros, though, he's key here. He's killed one. Now, is Fearless going to push back? You can see on the other side of the map, this is where Eros should get the call. They're pushing, and I believe that's what he's just got. But again, pulling the flag carrier into no support isn't the smartest because you're most likely going to die. Oh my God, what movement from him, but still, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage.
Exactly that. It looks like Eros doubles back, but the lads from Energy Esports all on the attack, and it's going to be big plays required here from Drewski. He gets shut down. Now, we talked about the premature flag cap a bit earlier. Eros almost seemingly doing the exact same thing here.
Why have you... He's used kinetic as well, like...
And just like that, they're going to have to
You're
rely.
basically just giving away a play. Now Fatal Shot has to go huge. He doesn't have a choice. Luckily, he has a tempest. He's going to miss. He's going to get... He waits. Turbo's still alive. The flag is going to be returned. And that is going to be Cerberus running in the first flag. And that's going to be 1-0 over to Energy. And more importantly, fully streaked out Cerberus. I don't understand why you're pulling the flag when you're the last one alive. You cannot do it. It is just not a sustainable play. You saw it happen twice. The first time, High Five got so unbelievably lucky. And I mean so unbelievably lucky. Era had to pop the two-piece of his life to keep the game alive. The second time, like I said, how often are you going to be able to rely on a two-piece like that? You're not.
Hardly ever. That's the biggest problem there is Eros essentially pulling the flag, and his teammates just got flooded. He had no opportunity to trade kills with it. As soon as they pick up the kill, that means it's a 4v3 situation defensively, and they can just guide the flag all the way home.
Energy, of course, 1-0 up now, 5 minutes away from being named your champions.
Yeah, 5 minutes away, and with that advantage in hand, doesn't look like High Five have any suspect of what is happening on the other side of the field.
Now, the big question for me is, if you're Energy, when do you utilize the tools you have just earned?
There we go.
Apparently straight away. Now, just flick through Energy for me, please. Just real quick. Fearless. Does he have trophies? Any trophies on the Energy squad? That's the most important thing.
Cerberus taking out teammate Jake's. Little bit of nerves maybe shown as the lads from High Five try to push forward. They need
they don't have trophies. They have one trophy on the map. One to protect the Cerberus. Change your class, pull out trophies. This is the time you can even control the Cerberus if you so want to. I mean, park it at the back of the map. Just make sure it's surrounded by trophy systems. Drop your trophies, then move up. Like, it is as simple as that. To call in a Cerberus and only put down one trophy is simply not good enough. Reject, of course, is going to be called in. Camo, oh, you sneaky man, Era. But can you find the second? Oh, going to have him tagged up. He's going to go for the challenge. He will fall. But I like that use of Camo. They're just surviving.
Surviving well enough as Drewski picks up the kill out of his base. 3 minutes, 50 seconds, and no damage being put down on that Cerberus as Drewski going to hold things down tight. Cerb now working things on the back as the EMP will get called out. Oh, almost turns on him.
Honestly, I would have loved to have seen Eros lead that kill. Let him run by. Allow a little bit of relief on the map, Richard. Considering there's a Cerberus at the back of the map, you need to take care of it. I mean,
just once again,
is someone driving the Cerberus? Can you check for me, or is the Cerberus just doing its own thing? I'm pretty sure Lithium... Oh, it's doing its own thing, and so they just park the Cerberus at the back, and it's just going to stay there for them. So it's going to be so difficult for them to try and break. Jake's is in one of the greatest positions you're going to see a player be in an aggressive kind of
aggressive push. Here we go. So High Five Gaming with the opportunity to try and push this one forward. First EMP will connect, make it 2. There we go, High Five. The call goes, go, go, go. Run down the right side of the map.
The problem is Jake's has just pulled the flag on the other side, and he has support. He has 3 players running with him, and there's actually a player who can make a massive hero play. You have to check out Drewski right now because Drewski coming to play to full. Oh my God, Drewski, is he going to see him? He's going to turn around, pop D-Wave, stays alive. Huge play coming in from Drewski. Now though, can he get towards his teammate? He has Fatal Shot alive. He needs to book it to his side of the map. And now the question is, how do you break the stalemate? In actual fact, it's not over yet. Drewski still potentially could have a gunfight on his hands. He has the teammate support. Who is that from Energy being a thorn in the side?
This is tough for the lads from High Five. They want to try push forward, but on the other side of things, it's Drewski.
Here it is. Drewski, how's he going to play? He doesn't have anyone. It's just Drewski by himself. Wait, if it sees someone, turns around with the Pharaoh, tacks him up, desperately needs to pick up the kill. Somehow still alive. How is he doing this, Drewski?
Drewski with a huge defensive play.
He's still being shot. Drewski does fall. The flag is going to go down, and Jake's could potentially now. He's going to die. Era, what a play from Era. Cannot quote enough. He stayed alive. An unbelievable return coming in from him. Keeps this a 1-flag game.
Still an opportunity for the lads from High Five Gaming to come back in this one. Keeping our nerves on edge here as the lads from High Five just leaving Drewski all so vulnerable, but it's almost a situation that they were forced to be put in because the lads from Energy Esports just retaining flags say, you know what, we can just defend our flag carrier.
Absolutely, and now you may actually see a flagpole once again coming in from the Energy squad. I mean, they can do it if they want to. Jake's has pulled the flag. Now pressure on High Five. Don't mess up Era and Eros both picking up kills. Fearless, though, able to trade one. Kinetically called in. Lithium does not clean up that kill. It's going to be
now lost the left alive for his team. He needs to try and make a play here as the lads from High Five are trying to buck it back.
And Fearless, I mean, he has rejack, but realistically, these are those 2 pieces I was talking about. How consistent really are they? We'll see. Era, what are you doing, Era? What are you doing? Okay, fine. Fair enough. I thought for a minute there he was going to be way too over-aggressive. You just have to make sure the flag is there, but Jake's spot to two-piece. The game tied at 1-1. They're pulling the flag. Now it's down to Drewski to go clutch. This is absolutely insane. Cerberus, of course, is going to be running the flag, but can High Five wrap quick enough? That is going to be the question. Oh, my God.
Drewski coming up huge!
MVP right there. That is what an MVP does. Unbelievable intelligence, composure. I mean, you're in the grand final with 50 seconds left. You're going to let someone run past you, wait for the flag carrier, pick up the kill, and then get the return. That is phenomenal. And now High Five are running the flag. Era, can he escape? This is going to be so close. Turns around, tries to wait for the kill. He will fall. Now the flag is out as well. Fearless has it. Can he try and escape? High Five desperately needs to try and defend.
And now Fearless doubling back. Not too sure which way to go about this. It's going to be Drewski coming away with a big kill.
Surely he does not manage to do this again. He has Heat-Wave. He's going to use Heat-Wave, but he's going to fall. No, stays on the map somehow, but falls. The flag surely.
Returns it, and it's Energy Esports going up big.
But it is not over yet. Surely High Five can't get one more flag. The annihilation from Jakes. Picks up 13 seconds left. That is going to be game, set,
match. And as Energy Esports take the game and take the trophy.
A crazy, crazy ending to the grand final right there. Unbelievable end series of events. Drewski making one of the best plays he possibly could have made in the time, but unfortunately just had to try and do it twice, and so unfortunate, catching the wall run, falling down, nothing he realistically could have done. I don't even think, even if he had landed the wall run, he would have been able to cap.
It would have been a very, very difficult situation from him, but doing so well to come up clutch when he needed to. Really needed some support there from his teammates, as once again that flag, it really could have gone anyone's game. It was Era trying to walk his way back. He got a little bit nervous, I have to feel. Doubled back in the doorway. And
for sure, but again, that CTF playstyle is just not going to be reliable. You can't play like that.
Yeah.
And as you said, I feel like Energy have been a little lucky there.
Yeah.
They've got a little lucky, but it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you're the champions, right? You've won. That at the end of the day is all that matters.
So that is it. Our Energy Esports are going to be joining Mr. G Woods, and he's going to be presenting, I take it, the trophy, the check, and all the goodness that comes with it when it comes out to the MAG Cup finals, taking 60,000 Rand. Massive prize pool for these lads. The trophy, so that's going to be presented in a second. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, you guys need to stay tuned because there's some prizes going to be handed after the prize giving. But for now, we're going to be crossing over to Mr. Gareth Woods.
Wow, thanks a lot, Nick. Just flabbergasted. Really just an amazing end to an awesome tournament. And so we're going to go straight into the prize giving, and I'm going to invite out our third place guys, the guys from... Are they around?
Yeah, get them all together. Get them all
Insane Gaming, are the guys around? There they are in the back. Sorry, I thought they were in the wings. We're going to hand over you guys a check. I hope you want to come down and collect it. All of a sudden, they're starting to move a little bit quicker, right? Let's make some way for the guys from Insane Gaming to come to the front here. Have we got that check ready, guys? I don't know what this means. Keep dancing. Okay. So to summarize the day's events, obviously, we've had a massive tournament this weekend. For those of you who've just tuned in for some reason, we had our online qualifiers. Over 30 teams were involved. We then went down to our final 8 who played over this weekend, starting Friday morning and now all the way to Sunday afternoon. It's been the most incredible tournament. Most of the games going to 5th maps, and a lot of them going to the absolute last Search and Destroy 11th map. It's been the most crazy, crazy tournament I've ever been involved in. Shout out to the crowd who've been amazing throughout the entire tournament. And at this point, I'm going to call over the guys from Insane Gaming. If we can get a round of applause for the guys from Insane Gaming, led by Tanker. Congratulations. Congrats, guys. You're missing a couple of teammates. Where are they? Congratulations. Congrats, guys. Do we have the check ready for them, guys? No, guess not. We'll get that to you in just a moment. Next up, our second place team. Congrats to the guys from High Five. If they want to come through, please give them a round of applause, led by Drewski. Congrats again, guys. Very well played. Very, very well played. Just congrats, gents. Well played. And of course, in the middle of the stage and taking home that MAG Cup, hopefully they can lift it. It's about 40 kilograms. But between the four of them, I'm sure they'll be able to. Your winners, Energy Esports. they're going to try and lift it. Here we go. I don't know how they're going to get it home on the plane. Yeah, we have that check. Sorry to go back to the guys from Insane Gaming. This check's pretty heavy. I can't fold it and put it in my pocket. So congrats to them. Do we have our second place check ready? It's a giant checkbook these things come from. Congrats to the guys from High Five. And finally, the biggest and hopefully heaviest check of them all, to the guys from Energy Esports. Can you guys hold this? There we go. Congrats again to them. Awesome, guys. It's been an amazing MAG Cup. It's been a great experience being with you guys all. And please stay tuned. We're going to give away a couple of prizes to the guys. Obviously, we've got that MAG Cup A50 giveaway. Please stay tuned for that. We're going to give away stuff to the awesome crowd. So thanks very much for being with us. I've been Gareth on behalf of the guys from ACGL. Thanks very much. Thanks to all the sponsors. You guys have been great. And hopefully this is just a stepping stone on the way to even more awesome esports action here in South Africa. Cheers for now.
The wonderful person in the crowd. See if he's able to pick up a kill. I like this. This is aggressive. Yep. Locust as well. Oh, swing and a miss. Goes for round 2. Oh, there it is. Woo. Okay, oh, Mitchell. Oh, okay. Calm down. Calm down. It's okay. We're good. Breathe. Take a deep breath. Everything is okay. It's a 4 versus 2 situation. Already Banshee and Vic, they've fallen. Era, I mean,
Oh, let's go, Era.
I'm done.
Turn off the stream.
I'm done. Done. I'm out. Just bow down. Bow down before Era. Like, okay. It's funny because I was about to say, I'm not really used to seeing players rush with a sniper rifle because you have to be pretty accurate. Turns out Era's pretty accurate with a sniper rifle. Clearly. I didn't know. I didn't get the memo. I'm sorry. But I do now.
This one back, Payne's on the other side. I don't think they're going to have enough time. It is pretty much game, set, and match for the lads from Royal. They just need to hold on tight here, as it looks like Hans is going to be there.
No way! No way! Oh, is he waved? Did he get it? Oh, he got it! He got it! He gave it! I can't believe it! I can't believe it! That's insane! How has he returned the flag? Oh my god! Oh my god! That could be the greatest ending to a game of Black Ops 3 I've ever seen in my life. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. Hans, can we get the man? Give him the trophy. Give him the trophy.
Currently 226 and counting. Gave up 2 seconds. That could be crucial. And right now, we holding things down tight with Royal. Once again have control of Train. And now it's just going to be able to do some damage here as he spots out the player. It's all about trading kills. This is going to be so big for either one of these teams. It looks like the lads from Royal are coming up clutch, bringing things back. 239 apiece. All things are tied up. Only 10 seconds left on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be massive as Royal Gaming are slowly but surely walking away with this one. Coming up with clutch kills. It's Royal Gaming turning things around.
Wow.
What play there from Royal?
They came back from absolutely out of nothing and they managed to secure the victory. Wow! Do you know what the key factor was? Banshee turning up.
Banshee turned up and he turned up huge, dropping a 41
bomb, Nick. Wow, Banshee. That's fantastic.
47 kills. Huge plays there from Royal Gaming. I gotta take a breather.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a medal ceremony to get through now. We've got some really, really awesome medals sent to us by the guys from COD World League. We'd like to give away to our winners. First of all, in third place, congratulations to the guys from Insane Gaming. Next up, we've got those silver medals to the guys from High Five Gaming. Congrats to them. And finally, our champions, MAG Cup champions for 2016. Congrats and gold medal winners to Energy Esports. We've then got one very special award left over. It's a signature SCUF controller from MLG, and it's Benson's Choice MVP Awards. And you've obviously thought this through. You've seen a lot of COD over the weekend, and you've made a decision as to who your MVP for the weekend was.
Yeah, so this was tough because there's been a couple of plays that have been incredible. Obviously, this is Science SCUF. Hopefully the winner enjoys it. As I said, this is a tough decision. I picked it based on what I personally think is important in Call of Duty. And I'm going to give the MVP to Jakes.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to Jakes picking up the MVP and a very well-deserved award, I must say. Thanks very much once again for tuning in. For those of you live, thanks very much for supporting local esports. And once again, thanks to our sponsors for hosting the MAG Cup. It's been great, and hopefully we see you again next year.